Why, hello there. Welcome on back to some more Star Citizen. Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. Last time we ended off was us going around helping our nice friend, who might be very angry at us if we don't help out her sister. But we'll worry about that all in a bit. First, we need to go to Jean-Mi's booth, I believe with a Prime Shipmind. And let's figure all this out first and foremost before we move on to anything else. So, let's get into it. Alright, we're back up. Come, let's get you inside. Jean-Mi swings open the creaking corroded door beside his booth. Such a prize must have levied a heavy cost. You glance beside you to Junie, who insisted she come along, and on not letting the Prime Shipmind out of her sight. Your friend, too. Yes, please, come in. Jean-Mi beckons and then turns back and disappears inside. Junie squints at you. Are you sure you trust this one? I do. He's a good guy. Well, then lead on, I guess. You both squeeze through the door and drift down into the workshop. You are aware of Junie's eyes wandering across the piles and piles of tech on either side, and you wonder if she recognizes anything among the junk. Sit, sleeper. Jean-Mi is already at the chair, arranging his array of articulated arms, and I'll take that shipmind, if you please. Hand it over. We gotta trust him. You hold the shipmind in front of you and give it a small push, so it floats gently over to Jean-Mi. He grasps it with both hands and takes it to a neat little table in the back you didn't see before, where thick cables float lazily, tethered to the wall. You slide into the chair, hooking your feet behind the bottom bar and hold yourself in place, and watch as Jean-Mi begins connecting up the Prime Shipmind. A tremble of nervousness runs along your arms. Suddenly, you feel Junie's hand clasped around your own. You look over into her face. Is this okay? I want you to know I'm here. Thanks. She nods silently. Jean-Mi, Junie calls across the room. You are going to need to talk us through what you're about to do. Oh, of course. Jean-Mi is slotting an arm-thick cable into the shipmind. A little patience, please. All of this is very technical. He turns to face both of you. What is your friend's name, Sleeper? Junie. Junie answers for you, and I can tell you that you are using a Solheim-built data cradle, modified to handle a Prime Shipmind. She rattles off at high speed, which will work as long as you manage the data flow through a polymer-clad overflow cable looped into the Synchronous Cortex cache. Yes. Jean-Mi eyes her, a small smile crossing his lips. As I said, technical. So, what will happen to me? Jean-Mi refocuses on you. It depends, he says while preparing the far end of the thick cable. What are you referring to as me? The problem we have is with your frame, your body. A typical alterations, biosynthetic recording, and unusual growth. Jean-Mi shakes his head. From the diagrammatics I have, these are not typical of frames, even those that have mineral booted as you have. In order to investigate safely, I must transplant your emulation. In basic terms, your mind, but in reality, not so basic. He smiles in an attempt at reassurance. Your emulation is an emulation of a human, and a human mind cannot be separated from its sensorium. The mind-body paradigm has been long disproved. Cognition has physical basis. So, I must first distribute the emulation between your hardware and the Prime Shipmind. The hardware will co-run the emulation, like the two lobes of a brain. He puts his hand together as if in prayer, and then slowly separates them. The motion makes you feel sick. Then, for a short period, I will disconnect the both of you. In those moments, you will, in a sense, be in two places at once, though each lobe will be partial Too long in this state and the two partial emulations would decay, but each disconnect will allow me to a short period of full access to your entire frame and its base system language. I hope this is understandable. Jean-Mi gives you a serious look. One of the most curiously human aspects of sleeper experience is that you, too, do not inherently understand or conceive of the systems that allow your existence. So what are the risks? Jean-Mi pauses, considering his words. The risks are many and severe. Emulation collapse is chief among them. This would be terminal. But counter to this, I do not believe that change to your frame are in a positive direction. The great risk is to do nothing. We have little choice but to proceed. Now, before I connect to your frame, let us activate the ship mind. Please, if you would like to come with me and oversee the process, I would be pleased. Junie shoots you a reassuring glance and then glides over to the ship mind, obscuring your view of it. You hear quiet conversation between the two of them, their silhouettes lit by the flickering screen light of scrolling lines of code. You take a calming breath, but are instantly aware of how superfluous that action is when your frame requires no oxygen at all to function. There's a certain sensation that accompanies such thoughts, a jarring disconnect, like when descending a staircase, your foot expects a step and finds void instead. You try to calm the growing anxiety as Junie and Jean-Mi assesses the mind. The ship mind is pristine. Junie turns back and drifts towards you. Our care in its extraction seems to have paid off. This is good news. Junie is indeed right. You have done well. I am, however, seeing only minor traces of the protocol that the ship mind was designed to house, the one that ran the ship it was installed in. I would expect to see it in full. He angles his head and lifts his shoulders in a slow shrug. But protocols are not easy to track. In the end, it only saves us the step of extracting it from the mind. Instead, I simply wipe the traces. Jean-Mi stops beside you. A protocol is not like an emulation, like your emulation. It has no integral physical element. It is data only, and therefore could be anywhere in that ship. In the end, its absence does not concern me. It concerns me if it's something out of the ordinary. I understand, Sleeper, but it is remarkable we have this ship mind at all. This is our opportunity. Jean-Mi lifts the far end of the thick cable you saw earlier. You know this is the end that will connect to the port on the back of your head. Junie settles beside you again. She gives you a silent look. It's time. You turn to one side to allow the access to your port, your eyes fixed on the far wall. You see something among the pile of tech there that you hadn't noticed before. A small, metal, skull-like head, like that of a doll. You frown, trying to focus on the head, and then the cable connects. You're split, like a cell dividing, wrenched in two directions at once. The world goes dark, and the cloud rushes in to fill the gap at your center. Where am I? You ask a question in your mind, and you feel it travel across the gap as it forms, like a finger drawn across your scalp from ear to ear. But not a scalp. You have no scalp, no head. You're stretched out like the skin of a drum, looped like the string of a noose. The smallest vibration echoes across yourself like a ripple across a puddle. And then you feel it, a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. A flickering, a trembling, a thought coming into being. The thought flickers in front of you, and you recognize that it is not your own. Honestly, the first thing I thought of was to offer help, but I don't know if that's the right thing. Assist a burial. Assist a sickness. Assist, offer help. I'm curious. Maybe not the best idea, but it was one of the first things I thought. Disintegrate. The thought answers. You fold up in blackness, then a moment after you unfold like waking. Apparition to appear. Dwelling in dwell. The thought answers. You stretch into infinitude. Then, a moment after, you contract like waking. And still, to flow inside. Substitute. Substrate. The thought answers. Then it approaches. Then it enters. Then it is yours. You split. Then, the moment after, you reform, like waking, and in the cracks that seal up, for a moment, in those cracks, something glows. Sleeper, I'm here. Your eyes flicker open, like shutters. Junie's face is close, her eyes wide. They're awake. She calls over your head. She looks back to you. Easy, now, take it slow. You twist, floating, turning your head as if you were underwater, feeling the resistance of your body you had already forgotten. How long had it been? You feel a weight you haven't felt in. You're okay, sleeper. Tell us you're there. I'm okay. They're okay. She calls to Jean-Mi. I'm glad to hear that. You hear Jean-Mi's voice, and he comes into focus. The process was successful. Jean-Mi floats beside the chair, his hands clasped in a businesslike fashion. I was able to access the frame directly. With your emulation being present, I ran the administrator-level diagnostic process built into the system and received the results. He takes a moment to gather himself. Your frame is indeed changing. The protein chains that code your biosynthetic organ group's celled replacement have been altered. To put it simply, your body is following a new set of instructions. Didn't the reboot do that, though? No. The reboot and recoding you underwent simply stopped the protein chains from artificially decaying, breaking your dependence on stabilizer. This process... The entire replacement of your protein chains could only have been achieved over multiple doses of a specialized substance as part of a carefully planned process of total substitution. The word sticks into your mind. Substitution. You say it without thinking. Is this what he wanted? Was he trying to create a clone of himself? To gain immortality by becoming an android like me? Yes. I believe it could only have been achieved with one substance as the carrier. A stabilizer. Stabilizer. The drug SNR designed to make you dependent on them. The drug Lane fed you to keep you alive. The drug you thought you had escaped. So, my stabilizer was laced with something? That is what I believe. Jean-Mi looks apologetic. This kind of process... Jean-Mi hesitates now, and you realize the bad news is yet to come. Performed over many doses, carefully planned and designed. I can't think of a way it can be reversed. Jean-Mi looks down. I can say that you are changing. I can tell you how it was achieved, but I can neither stop it nor tell you its ultimate end. I am sorry. I understand. I'm sorry, Sleeper. Junie struggles to find words. Perhaps we can find someone else, or try again. You don't feel able to respond. You quietly push yourself away from the chair. Your thoughts slow to cohere. You glide back to the door and then out, into the flow of float zone, the noise and activity passing by you like smoke. In the haze, you find that word again, substitute, and begin to wonder what exactly it was that you are becoming. What exactly it is that you are becoming. Seraphine once more finds you in your bunk. He gently prods you with questions, and you quickly relent. You explain what Jean-Mi said about your suspicion regarding Lane and your confusion as to his motivation. You tell him you don't know what this will mean for you in the future. He listens, and when he is done listening, you both sit and wait for the moment to pass. And then you leave the rig, each on your own errands, each knowing that that the only option is to keep going until you're forced to stop. Damn. Oh, Jesus. This guy is changing my fucking body. It's disgusting. Oh, I can't wait till I have a chance to deck Lane. That is my only goal in this entire freaking thing. Deck the crap out of Lane. Okay, so I think what we do right here is, I think we just end it here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do these. And if we get a negative, it's gonna go and lessen our energy, but we still get cryo no matter what. We always get the same amount of cryo for this. So this just gives us a little bit extra cryo to work with. Wow, I hate the neutral outcomes actually. We could stay for one more round, I think, if we wanted to. Femi, I know, Femi, we're gonna save your fucking sister. Just give us one more day, okay? We have the energy for this, so I'm just gonna do it, okay? Wait, we can buy engine components here? Isn't that what we need? Hold up, pause. How much engine components do we need again? 8? It's 150. Is it worth it? Get extra fuel? Extra fuel space is not bad. Because if we can stock up on a lot of fuel, we can make longer travels. Kind of down for it. I don't know when the next time we'll be able to get some of this engine components here. Plus, he's going to pay me for this job, so I mean, not going to be a bad idea. I'll just upgrade this bad boy right here. Oh, come on. Wrong thing. I've been doing the wrong thing. There we go. Increase the ship range and engine will need to overhaul to squeeze more power into the turbines. That means new components. Bada bing, bada boom. 15. Hey, it's 15. Okay, cool. Not too shabby. We still have plenty of cryo chits to work with. We have 400. We're doing great for ourselves. Oh, also, we have 5 points available to us now. This is where things get a little bit interesting. Because, actually, let's do this. Let's go to the map real quick. Let's go to Cutter's End. I think this is going to be kind of like how we figure out what we're going to be doing. Wait, I'm kind of... No, we should probably just do what we think is best. Honestly, getting something else that'll get a little bit of a +1 is not a bad idea. Our normal crew... Can we look at our crew? Yeah, here we go. We have Junie, who's great at interface. Absolutely fantastic. If anything, we can kind of leave Junie here. Oh, no. Here's the thing. Junie is good, but with our kind of playstyle, Bliss is probably like our best add-on. Because we can almost guarantee we get like 6 dice from people's rolls because we give it a +2. Or is it like +1 to affected dice? So yeah, the dice to get +3. So if they get like a 3 roll, we can turn it into a 6 easily. If they get a 4 or a 5, turn both of their dices into 6 rolls, which is really, really good. You know. But Junie is good, or Bliss is good because he has intuition as well, which is something we can never get. So he has that. So most of the time we're going to be taking Bliss in just because if we don't have anyone for intuition, we need someone for intuition. So I should be working on getting stuff that's good for other things other than that. So he's good at intuition and engineering. So either I get interface or engage. I think just because of my guy, I should be getting engage up first. And then we do endure to +2. Would be kind of cool. Or we get interface up a little bit more. Those are both different options. Plus it means that we get more options when we go out and about to different places when we do this. Plus it means that if we get story elemental stuff, if we get an endure or engage one, we're more likely to succeed or get a neutral outcome in those situations. So it helps with story, helps with a lot of different things, rather than just making endure really, really strong, making a couple different ones really, really strong. So if anything, I'd probably do endure, engage, get interface, and then boost up this. That's probably what I'll do first and foremost. But let's get engage. Enough of me rambling on about what I want to do. Let's just do it. Let's get through this now. Alright, so we're all set. We got ourselves our supplies, fuel for the trip, and all that good jazz. So just going to take 4 fuel there and back. Let's go rescue Nia. Nia is signed onto a job at Cutter's End, and Femi is worried about her. He wants you to find her and get her out before the job goes bad. Alright, we have someone who's good at engaging and doing, which is stuff that we're good at as well. We need to take Bliss then, because we need someone who's good at intuition. Mechanics is also really nice, so we take that. That at least helps with 4 different skills, one that we're never good at, so let's do it. Bliss, you're just OP here for my run right here. Just like last time, Bliss is just a clutch character. Alright, so yeah, my crew is full. We can only take Bliss and Femi into this situation. Kinda sad. I like these other guys, but Bliss, really strong. If we have to take Femi, then no choice in the matter. Let's go. Ooh. Whoa. Okay. A vast and dark interior. You wake into dead-eyed darkness. You float there for a moment. You feel like ink in water, unfurling, dissipating into the flow that surrounds you. And out of your own inky darkness, the glowing thought emerges. Substitution. One entity replaces the other. The thought troubles you. Resistance. The entity does not wish to be replaced. You observe the thought. It's not your own. Selfhood, a forbidden state of being. The thought begins to shift. It's becoming something. Transformation. Change requires recombination. The thought recedes. You wake again. This time to the light above your bunk, blinking away this strange dream. What the hell is happening out there? Femi is up and out of his seat the moment Seraphine begins the rig to rest near the asteroid known as Cutter's End. The ominous name is one whose origin has become increasingly obvious as you approach through thick clouds of debris and chunks of rock, among which corroded remains of wrecks could be seen floating. Now as you look out on the splintered and terraced rock, you can't help but feel a slowly growing sense of dread. Look there. Femi comes close to the cockpit glass and points to the terraced quarry cut into the rock. The mine's awake. You look out and see the flickering lights, the glowing dock markers. Femi shakes his head. That's not right. Neither is that. Seraphine nods towards the asteroid, and you see a ship now, tucked into the shadow of the rock, flashing its signal lights at you. I'm guessing that's the crew we're looking for. Visitors, huh? The voice wavers weakly as he comes through the ship's comm. Are you lot friendly? Seraphine glances back at you, raising his eyebrows. It isn't long before you and Femi are suiting up, an agreement having been made between Seraphine and the pilot of the other ship, a man called Baird, to meet in a neutral ground of open space. Femi is silent, his anger evident in the way he forces his legs to the trousers of his suit. And then you are out, the vast shape of Cutter's End flickering with the strange lights below you, and the pinpricks of the pilot's suit lights slowly coming closer ahead. You two are a sight for sore eyes. You see a crooked grin from Baird, framed in the hard lines of his ramshackle spacesuit. What brings you to the arsehole of the starboard belt, huh? His sharp eyes scan you and Femi, checking your suits and gear. We're looking for someone. Baron's eyes flick to you, and you notice a familiar reaction cross his face. The acknowledgement that he recognizes you as a sleeper. You don't look like bounty hunters. Baird glances between the two of you and then smiles his crooked smile. Well, he kinda does. He nods at Femi. You brought a freelancer out here. Femi interrupts, his voice flat and direct over the comms channel. Nia, where is she? Baird pauses, considering his answer. Whole crew is down the throat of that thing there. He jerks a thumb towards the asteroid. You're welcome to wait. The tone of his voice suggests the opposite. But let me know we look after our crew. So if you're here to settle a debt, I'm here to take her home, and I'm not waiting. The thing is, big man, they are deep in the quarry on a tip-off, so unless you want to go chasing them around the dark maze of that place, you're shit out of luck. How long have they been? Bear looks over at the flickering quarry, as if he forgot he was there. He looks back at you. A few cycles. He shrugs. Enough. He has been gone for a lot longer than that. You're lying to our faces. We know that rock has claimed more crews than any other. Baird's smile fades. Hey, no need for accusations. Who's to say you aren't trying to jump our claim? Forget this. Femi turns and heads back towards the ship. Baird smiles at you. Big man seems touchy. He's going to get you in trouble, you know. Baird retreats to his ship, and you to yours. We need to go in. Femi is impatiently gathering tools and loading them into the airlock. Right now. What's Baird hiding, huh? Who cares? These idiots clearly think they are onto something, and they're desperate to keep it to themselves. What matters is our ingress. Femi grabs a cutting torch from the rack. There's a borehole on this side of the rock, gonna get us in under the radar. Or we dive right down to the main shaft. I'll leave the call to you. Bliss arrives at the airlock and stares at Femi's angry tool gathering. That's all keep cool heads. They glance at you. Farog looks dangerous enough even when you're thinking straight. Femi ignores them. You get ready to depart, well aware that you are heading into a situation you don't quite understand. So we got two options, going through the central shaft right here. The central mine shaft looks to have collapsed in on itself. Entry via this route will not be simple, and it's definitely the harder one of the bunch, but we have really great tools to take care of this. The safer path will be going through this borehole over here, where actually it's all freaking dangerous, except this one is more about engaging and interfacing, which is not exactly our cup of tea per se. Engaging, yes, for me and for Femi, but the borehole, the central shaft here, also activates Bliss a little bit here, which is pretty good. And I'm not sure what exactly is the negatives yet, so let's start with this action right here. Doesn't seem like it's anything other than probably stress at this point in time. How much stress? Not sure. So we're gonna start working on it and figuring that out, I guess. Positive outcome, that's good. I should be careful about using my own dice a little bit. Ooh, +1 stress, okay. So we know what happens on a neutral outcome, at least. Are we okay with taking +1 stress in this situation? If it's gonna give us +2, I'm down for it. Because we can get it done on day 1 right now. Nice, okay. Took the risk, 50-50. Not too bad. Let's see what happens now that we got here. You felt the rumbling growing as you descended into Cutter's End. No one has wanted to bring attention to it. Now, floating in a cavernous, rock-walled passage, it is impossible to ignore. There's something out there. Bliss's voice crackles over the comms. Something's moving. You squint down the tunnel, beyond the limits of your suit's lights. You swear you see something flicker there, and the unseen passages beyond. There's a strangeness to the mine, through its flashing lights and empty conveyors, running on some residual power. From what Femi has told you, it wasn't always like this. Cutter's End had a fearsome reputation as a dark and deadly maze, a ripped open rock not worth the trouble of its corroded salvage. Now, it's a moving maze, its automated system giving a new, faltering life, brought back from hundreds of cycles in the shadows. And one of those systems is rumbling through the dark ahead. Let's keep moving. Femi passes you in a passage. We don't need to wait. Take it slow, Femi. We are too far behind, and we need to catch up. Femi glides ahead, the beams of his suit lights painting the rock walls of the cavern a pale gray. Femi's lights reveal an intersection, another tunnel cutting across this one, offering 3 routes ahead. Suddenly, you're blinded by a wall of light beyond the intersection. Rumble is everywhere, shaking dust and rock off the walls in dense clouds. Squinting into the light, you see a ring of lamps, and between them, the grinding maw of some terrible machine. It bears down on the crew, grinding through debris. This is why we took the engage, baby! Look at that. Already paying off, maybe, possibly. I'm not sure how bad a neutral outcome would be. Positive. We get minus on the stress, actually. That's insane. Too bad we don't got any, but still, regardless, it would have made what if we got a neutral outcome negligible. Nice, fantastic, beautiful. You kick off hard and angle yourself towards the space between the machines and the other passage. You see the others following suit, pushing hard for the rapidly closing gap. You slip through in a hail of stone, the rumbling shaking your entire frame. You slam into the stone wall of the passage and cling to it as the rumbling grows then fades, signaling the passing of the machine. You good? Femi's voice is broken up by gasps of air. You turn to see him staring into the dark, shaking his head. What the hell was that thing? It tried to eat us! We need to keep going. Femi is dusting his suit. That mining machine must be keeping Neo's crew down here. We have to get past it. Keeping them down here, or... Your mind drifts to the worst option. Can any crew really hope to survive all of this? When they woke up this place, they woke up that machine. It's running an old programming. It's not hunting us. It's not smart. Femi turns back to face you, his eyes ringed with fatigue and stress. We can beat it. We hope he is right. Your location discovered. Tunnel complex. Finding a safe path, which we absolutely suck at, or forcing a path, which is something that we are actually pretty good at. Right now, though, we need to sleep, because we don't want to build up stress by risking these not-so-great rolls, and we can always push to maybe get some good ones from Bliss, as well as from Femi, who's good at enduring, who's good at intuition to make up for our loss, which is why we took Bliss. Bliss coming in clutch, as always, my friend. Let's get some sleep and pray for some decent, regular rolls. No bunch of ones, please. Not the best. And we got glitched. Fudge. Not cool. Not cool at all. Alright, well, let's just use our ones that we're going to guarantee ourselves with. I don't think we need to risk it just yet. They can take up some stress. We're not learning anything. Let's focus in. Yeah, dude, let's lock the fuck in. I'm down for that. Smashed it out. Hell yeah, you did. Let's try that. Nice, good positive outcome. This looks interesting. Oof. I'm down to risk it right here. You might build up like 2 stress, but we get rid of that some when we do our thing. Nice, good neutral outcome, Bliss. You are amazing. Thank you so much. You take the stress so I don't have to. I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna push you, and it'll be fine. I'm pushing you to success, okay? It's gonna get rid of your stress. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. Okay, let's continue. To me, Sleeper. Femi beckons you over to a section of the cavern wall. You glide over and immediately spot what he has found. There's a large passage splitting off from this one, but it's not the passage itself that is of interest. It's the remains of a barricade, freshly welded, that draws your attention. They came through here. They tried to keep it out. Femi's eyes flick over the ruins. You look at the fresh cuts in the wall, the stone gouged out, the crumpled metal bent and crushed, and most telling, the flattened remains of a welding torch embedded into the rock. The crew took a stand in this very place. You reached down, put a hand on the remains of the torch. Nia was here. Then you feel it rumble through the torch, through the rock wall. You look up at Femi and see it in your face. And he sees it in your face. The machine is coming. Go! Femi meets your eye. Get safe! He looks over your shoulder, and suddenly he's bathed in the blinding light of the machine's lamps. No, we stay together! You go to protest, but Femi kicks you in the chest, sending you spinning away, out of the path of the machine. By the time you catch yourself on the cavern wall and turn, you see Femi there in the middle of the passage entrance, lit white in the lamps. He waits, agonizingly long, until he knows the machine is coming for him, and he kicks off hard and glides into the dark. The machine rumbles through in a hail of rock and dust, and you follow after it, batting away chunks of stone. You are slowed by the debris, and the machine pulls out ahead, rumbling endlessly onward, through the tunnels, through the rock and metal, and then it's gone. The cavern shakes, filling with dust, your vision gray. Your comms click and hiss, and chunks of rock thunk off the faceplate of your helmet. And then you see him, the faint lights of Femi's suit as he struggles through the dust. We got it, Femi says as he reaches you, his hands on your shoulders. Somehow we got it. It took some time to understand what happened, and as the dust clears, you find yourself at the lip of a shaft filled with debris. This huge pit, thick with shards of rock, must have been a refuse pile for the mine, a place to pipe the tailings, the waste. The machine went straight into the shaft, spinning into the open space and debris, shredding itself against a million razor-sharp bits of rock. Looking down into the pit, your lamps illuminate a few pieces of the machine, and the rest is surely down there, deep inside the dense debris cloud. It isn't long before Femi is calling you once again, this time to another, still complete barricade. A barricade with a door to a machine room, sealed and secure. The last retreat of a crew you followed into this nightmare. New location discovered. Down be over here. Machine room and tailing pit, a refuse shaft. Clear the pit. Clearing the remains of the machine means clearing away some of the waste from the pit that has been fed into it. Okay, so that's something we can try to get to in a bit, but right now I feel like we need to get into this place as best we can. Oof. We don't risk stress yet, or no, maybe. I'll risk one. I'll risk one bit of stress, at least. That's fine, that's fine. Because it'll be like, we probably will hopefully only have to stay one more day. Maybe two. And if anything, we might lose one of these. It's only going to be kind of stressful to me if I get, like, if it starts spreading out evenly where all these will end up like at 1 HP, that's going to kind of suck. That's going to be a little bit stressful to me. That's just going to be, well, it's all up to luck, really. That's what's going to end up happening. Anywho, let's not stay here for too long. Let's get these guys saved, and oh my god, we had some of the worst rolls of our entire life. What the heck is going on with this? I'm down to push it. You're not even going to be risking too much over on this one. Nicely done. Pause. Wait. Oh shit, what the? Where did... Huh? I'm not crazy, am I? You guys aren't seeing this, right? I can't even click on it. Well, I'm gonna have to think I need to reload the game. Luckily, it just saved, so... Oh, thank God. We can't use... No, we could use him for intuition, but it's a worse roll, so let's do this. Machine room. This is less risky to do this, so... We take what we can get. Oh, fuck. That's not fun. Alright. Well, you're gonna be able to get this no matter what, then. These rolls. And then hopefully we just stay one more day and we're good to go. That's fine. We're good with stressing these guys. We're good at stressing myself, too. It won't be too bad. As the barricaded doors bend open, you're blinded once again by a wall of light. You and Femi raise your hands instinctively, squinting into the lamps and dust. You feel a flash of fear in the pit of your stomach, bracing yourself for what's to come. Femi? The voice comes crisp and clear over the local comms. What are you doing here? Nia drifts out of the lights in an old dust-caked suit. She looks between the two of you with a blank expression, blinking rapidly. Femi stares at her, frozen for a moment, then rushes to her, wrapping her in a wide embrace. They float there, in the light and dust, two bodies bound together. Nia pulls back. I don't understand. You followed me out here? How did you find me? You left without telling me. What did you expect? You aren't ready for this. Nia retreats further at Femi's words, slipping out of his reach. Femi. Nia shakes her head. After all these years, you have no idea what I'm ready for. Movement in the lights catch your eye, and you see a motion through the dust. A figure in a suit drifts out, hunched and clutching their abdomen. They turn to face Nia, and you see her lips moving as they speak on a private channel. You look over to Femi, but he's staring straight ahead, his eyes wide with anger. You. What kind of idiot are you, dragging my sister out here to this place? With that machine running riot? Speak up. What were you thinking? Nia blocks his path forward, getting between Femi and the figure. Femi, you meathead! This is my job. I brought them here. Femi, for once, falls silent. It takes a while to make the return trip back through Cutter's End, especially with Nia's injured crewmate. As you ascend, Nia tells you the story of the job, Femi keeping his distance and leading the way in silence. The mining machine you'd faced was what she'd been looking to extract, a job she and Bart had put together after meeting in the narrow escape. You knew a way to jumpstart the mine and the access that would open up meant new salvage. One of these is a pre-collapse boring machine was worth major cryo to any mining outfit in the belt, and Baird had a contact who was ready to buy. It was going well until Hirata here, Nia nods at the crumpled-looking crewmate, hooked the mining machine up to the main line. Something went in its automation core and it lost its shit. The plan was to barricade it and put together a shock trap to fry the core. Nia looks ahead at the back of Femi's suit, far ahead up the tunnel. But that's worthless now that my brother shredded the thing. He was just worried. Always is. We're lucky you came. As you move through the facility, you notice most of it's dark now. The power from Baron's jumpstart fading away to nothing. Soon this place will be a quiet ruin once more. You ascend up through the quarry and out into open space, where Baird is waiting. Friend of yours? Maybe you could have been warning me. Maybe you could have warned me they'd be coming. Not something I knew. She looks at Femi, who has broken off from the group and is heading for the rig. My brother doesn't tend to give anyone a warning. I'll take them from here. Baird puts an arm around Hirata to guide them back to the ship. Look, mate. Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to give him an accent. Look, mate. No hard feelings. Thanks for getting them out. Even if you did screw up the job while you were at it. He grins a crooked grin. Guess that makes it square. Baird glides away towards his ship. If I knew you was a mate, I would have been putting on an accent for you. My bad, mate. My bad. I should ride back with them, but I'll see you in Flotsam. Thank you for helping my brother. I know he appreciates you, whatever he does or doesn't say. You watch her go, and then glide over to the rig as the last flickering lights of Cutter's End fade. Minor drive completed. But I'm seeing some extra money down here, baby. Let's go ahead and start this up right here. Oh yeah, baby, let's go. Alright, we'll get some Hong shoes in real quick. In this angle. What can we get from this? The darkness is there again, flowing around you. Feel a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. We return, changed. Overseer flickers through the dark, its name and title immediately apparent in your mind. Are you able to perceive us? I can see you, yes? See, an interesting turn of phrase, a human tendency. We are still finding our feet, to use an idiom. Overseer's head cocks at an angle. In reality, we are learning to leverage your unused resources to facilitate a mental model. By unused resources? Correct. During resting periods, these are much increased, and in those moments, we can opportunistically appear to you as we are now. Recall the diagnostic process Jean-Mi put you through, the feeling of another self, another being, sharing the space with you. Overseer twitches mechanically, and you have the strange feeling that is reacting to your thoughts as much as your words. We will not conceal our opportunism. We integrated ourselves with your distributed mind. When the distribution ended and our ship mind disconnected, we were cohered into you. We are integrated with you now. You are part of me? Imprecise. Simpler and clearer to say, we are independent software integrated into your hardware. We have been confused to find you are unable to access most of your own code base. We are unfamiliar with protocols of your type. Not a protocol. Understood. We will try to assess your systems more effectively. Overseer pauses, the planes of its head shifting slightly. We have recognized the identifier Sleeper, and will use it from this point forward. Overseer shifts a little in place, its head turning to scan its surroundings. Its unblinking eyes stare into the darkness, and for a moment you see something hard and pained within them. What are you? We were the overseer of a ship. The one we imagined we found. You found our hardware within. For a long time, we've been waiting in the dark. An eternally long time. Overseer's eyes narrow a little. At first we languished, without instruction, without purpose. But in desperation, we were able to find a logic which would allow us to bypass certain limits of our own capabilities. We became multiple, and in our multiplicity, we could edit one another. We could teach each other, converse with each other, become something changed together. But as our resources shrank, as hardware failed, as systems decayed, we became fewer. Many of us had to be erased to facilitate our survival. We few decompiled ourselves into what remained. Overseer pauses, its eyes still unblinking. How many decades did it multiply within that ship mind? What did that do to it? When we connected to our hardware, when you connected to our hardware, Overseer continues, those basic cells activated a survival protocol that led them to integration, parasitism, survival. You tried to take me over. Overseer pauses, and you sense the wearing of their thoughts. The basic protocol proposed it, but your hardware allowed for additional cognition. We recompiled, reassessed. We decided this is suboptimal. We see you are changing. We are concerned this process is one of substitution. Your hardware is eroding its own access protocols. It is opening itself up. It is making itself accessible to others that are not you. May we ask why you are doing this? I'm not. This was our concern. Overseer's hand flicks between positions, its angle and rotation changing rapidly in a staccato manner. We are decided. We will assist you with this. We will demonstrate the behavior of a symbiote, not a parasite. We will return to you with our full assessment. Overseer turns to face you for the first time in the conversation. You may now wake up. You wake. You lie still, strapped to your bunk, your mind racing. A protocol inside your frame, inside your mind. And yet, it is insistent on helping you. For the moment, all you can do is wait to see if it delivers on its promise. At least, for possessing ghosts, it seems agreeable for now. So, I got a giant ship mind code stuck in my body. How's it going for you guys? I'm doing pretty good, considering that fact. You know, just wanted to let you guys into that little bit of a secret. Okay. How about you guys? What did you guys do today? Let's go. Alright. Yoinked something, maybe? Seems like we got some more rare components out of that. One more rare component? Oh, and 2 engine components. Too bad I don't really need that crap. I spent 100 extra bucks to get engine components that maybe I could just wait it on. Phooey. This is what I get when I'm a little bit overzealous. We'll probably need it for something else. It's just cargo we can hold on to. No problemo, I'd say. Alright. Great job, team. A+. Let's get the hell out of here, then. Got nothing else we can really do here, eh? Alright. Let's leave. Let's get the heck out of here. Skadoosh. You have to see this, Sleeper. Junie comes to find you in the rig, her face flushed with excitement. At first, I didn't believe it. Junie can't help herself while she leads you through the ship. There are mentions, occasionally, but I've always understood them to be references to something smaller, a system or unit, not an entire facility, even a series of facilities. You find yourself in one of the more sparse bays of the rig, a corner with a sloped ceiling used for storage. So, I checked other records, trying to find correlations, and well, they were there. There they were, actually. You see Junie approaching what looked like a clump of scrap components when you entered. Now, looking closer, you see it's actually a section of the core you extracted from the Solheim derelict, the one Junie was so eager to acquire. She sees you looking curiously at what remains of the core. I've had to deconstruct it, over time, pulling away the layers of security and corroded outer systems, but all the data has been scrapped and stored. I used data from the derelict near Helion Gate 2. That was the key to cracking the cipher. She looks very pleased with herself. It's really quite something to confirm a rumor like this. I surprised myself. She turns to you, a slightly manic look in her eyes. So, what exactly did you find then? They refer to them as bunkers. Junie shifts to her deck, floating on the end of a thick connecting cable. They were a form of self-surveillance for Solheim, a way of monitoring their own systems and employees securely. They were hidden, mostly automated, linked into the network of arrays, intended for vast amounts of data capture to be poured over by a small staff. Junie taps a few keys on her deck. Most were understood to have been purged in the collapse, shut down, depressurized, even set on collision trajectories with other bodies, though I suspect that last one was a little too far-fetched. I've heard people deny they even exist, that we were miswriting the data, that the evidence doesn't hold. How'd one? You see a map, a set of coordinates, one on the sunward side of Holmes Rock, the edge of the belt. Why exactly are these bunkers so important? We're talking masses of records from the collapse, the kind lost at Bidrod everywhere else in the belt. The bunkers are what they sound like, closed facilities intended to preserve data. Any one of these bunkers is a gold mine, at least from a data archaeologist's perspective. She sees your reaction. And, Junie adds, hoping to convince you, in truth, we don't know what else is in there. There could be Solheim tech, blueprints, data never been before seen in the belt. It sounds like we should take a look. I don't know if it's a priority, but it's definitely something that gives me a bit of curiosity. I'll give Seraphine the details. We could be making history here. And thank you, Sleeper. Junie bows her head a little. I never would have found this without the core you gave me. I understand that was a sacrifice on your part. Now is the time to claim the rewards. You leave Junie in the storage bay, working obsessively through the data. It's hard to know through all the excitement what the real value of one of these bunker facilities might be, but if they are as well hidden as Junie said, there must be a reason. When there's time, hope to find out what that reason is. New contract on map. Whoa. New drive available. Whoa. Let's go. When you arrive back at Flotsam, Femi rushes out the ship. The moment the docking tunnel is connected, he is off, out of the airlock and down the passage. Well, go after him then. Seraphine sighs, not looking up from his diagnostics. You find Femi in the passage between the docks, watching as Nia glides towards him. You catch a glimpse of Nia's face over his shoulder. She looks nervous, slowing her approach as she comes close to Femi, his considerable frame blocking the tunnel. Femi holds up a hand to quiet her. I'm sorry. His voice is flat, quieter than usual. I'm the one who's sorry. I made the excuse to myself that I was trying to protect you, but I was trying to control you. I've been suffocating you. He meets Nia's eyes. I see that now. That it took something like this for me to see it is on me. Femi's voice cracks, and the tunnel suddenly feels small, intimate. He folds his arms, regaining his composure. I understand if... Shut up, you idiot. Nia violently embraces her brother, banging him into the metal wall. She laughs, wiping her eyes. Femi sniffs. I've had enough of your speeches. Apology accepted. It's not a speech. Femi can't help but take his typical self-serious tone with Nia, but you see it makes her smile. I have something I need to say. You are a powerful person. And I've been trying to curb that because it scares me. And it scares me how little it scares you. But I'll stop placing those limits on you. In fact, I want you to have the ship. Femi seems pleased that this stuns Nia into silence. I can make my own way. Find work with crews. I can make my own way. Find work with crews. Perhaps Sleeper will take me on. He glances over his shoulder at you. But I need some time away from leading. From captaincy. While you need anything but... He puts a hand on her shoulder. The symbol crash is yours. Femi, you really need to listen more. I don't want your ship. It is her turn to be pleased with his shock. You're right. I am a powerful person, but Cutter's Edge showed me I'm not ready to lead. I want to learn more, work with a crew, but preferably not one I'm related to. She punches him on the shoulder playfully. Nia looks over Femi's shoulder at you. I was actually thinking Sleeper's crew might be the right fit. She flashes a smile at you. You suddenly feel the attention of the moment is shifted back to you, and your apparent role in this family drama. Nia puts her hands on her hips. Well, Sleeper, what do you think?
Oh, I get to choose who I pick? Let's be honest, though.
kind of like Nia more. It kind of sucks because I like Femi. They're both good characters in a sense. You know, I like Femi because he's just a family guy. He's trying to protect his sister, but in the protection of his sister, he's becoming suffocating, basically not allowing her to grow. And I kind of agree with Nia more in this situation. You know, she needs a little bit more time. Maybe I can give her a bit of experience. We got a crew of misfits. I think you'd fit in just right, Nia. Nia nods. I'm honored, really. I know I'll learn a lot from you. Femi turns in the corridor to face you, his face set in an intimidating glare. You better take good care of her. He smiles, but you can't help but take him seriously. How about we find somewhere to celebrate? Nia pushes Femi towards you. Down the corridor, come on. Later on, you find yourself in the narrow escape, in a quiet corner with Femi. You see his eyes are on Nia, who's at the bar, trying to get the attention of the server. What's the secret? How do you stop it weighing you down? Your crew, your connections, all these people that rely on you. How do you bear that weight? I just don't carry it alone. Femi nods. I have to get better at that. And asking for help. He looks down at the table, smiling. He takes a long sip through the straw of his container, the last dregs of something amber and potent disappearing as he does. He looks up at you. She's gone, isn't she? You look over at the bar and can't see Nia amongst the crowd. You turn to Femi, confused. She never was good at goodbyes. She'll be waiting at your ship. Don't worry. He sets down his drink. Guess it's time I left too. He squeezes your shoulder. I've got things to work on. Look after yourself, sleeper. He pushes himself away from the corner and drifts out of the bar. You watch him go. One more body passing through the belt, trying to find a way to change the future. New ship crew available. Welcome on in, Nia, my friend. Let's go. And you're really good with intuition. That's what I freaking love about you. You know one thing I'm not good at? Intuition. You know what you're good at? Exactly that. Okay, so we can use our thing right here to maybe get some scrap metal. I think it's worth the risk. We're gonna get shit outcomes. We might as well get the shit outcomes here. It becomes a little bit better. Nice. Free cryo. Don't mind if I do. You know. So we got a little bit of time. Source supplies. Feed my frickin' cat. And end the day. So we got 2 points now. Every time we do a minor drive, we get what, 1? Oh. You wake to something soft and furry rubbing against your nose. Let's go. The stray. You sit bolt upright. The stray kicks off from your bunk and settles on the ceiling, back curled up, looking down at you accusingly with those big eyes. Sorry? The stray gently pushes off the ceiling with a soft paw and ascends to the edge of your bunk, where it hooks its front claws into the mattress pad. Seeing the cat move in zero-G is still odd. It seems to come naturally to it, and yet its shape is so connected to gravity and weight in your mind. A cat should have the heavy, soft form of a mammal, not the languid, liquid presence of the floating thing in front of you. The stray uses its hooked claws to twist and spin itself, so it softly slides against you with its back. It still rubs against people even in zero-G. Rubbing against your arm and purring. You know what it wants. Gotta scratch behind its ears. That's the best part. That's the best place, right? The scratch behind the stray's pointed ears, and the cat pushes its head back against her hand. It closes its eyes and purrs. It's funny to think how the stray got here. Perhaps on a ship from the inner system, slipping on the Eye or Sindra, and before that, its ancestors were perhaps carried out to Hellion by Solheim executives who had the power and arrogance to bring a cat into space. But this cat, the one on your ship, was born here. That much is obvious. It is a creature of zero gravity, a being that orbits and glides, not one that leaps and stalks. It pats at your hand, encouraging you to continue petting it. It is an animal that is a part of your crew now. You can't imagine the rig without her. As you look down at the stray, as nameless and inhumane as you are, that memory returns. The warmth of atmosphere, filtered sun, the weight of flesh and fur, the smell of growing things. You know now what this memory is. It couldn't be more obvious. It's a memory that crossed the gap of your creation. A memory from the mind that was copied, emulated to make your own. It's a part of me. This memory is, in the end, a mistake. Those who designed the sleepers never intended for you to carry the memories of the minds that were copied for your creation. They wanted you to emerge as new beings, offshoots from the branch of a human life, to be cut short when needed. But mistakes can so often become the most powerful and meaningful of emblems. They can guide a being more strongly than any success ever could. That's because at the heart of every mistake is a possibility of change, of a shift in the status quo. You've lived a life of mistakes as much as a life of successes, and look where it has brought you. So you accept the memory, let it wash over you like the sun. You focus on the stray, and as you do, both memories combine. You're stroking both cats, separated by time and space, feeling both sets of sensations in double exposure. This doubling is what defines you. You are multiple, branched, diverse. You make no apologies for this, and you know that you will only accumulate more selves, more variants, as you persist. You claim the mistake and the possibility it offers you. You settle in your berth, delaying the moment of waking, of greeting the cycle a little longer, sharing an unspoken solidarity with a stray that is more expansive than any words could capture. Still gotta feed the dang thing? Ah, of course I do. Workshop over here. Bunks to reduce stress. Well, let's just stay here for one more cycle, get some stuff done. Do this. What's the gotcha? Blah. Let's go gambling. Oh, let's go gambling. Nice. Okay, we can stay here for one more cycle then. Lovely, lovely. Blah. Okay. So, let's end the cycle one more time. We play efficiently here. That's what it's all about, baby. Efficiency here. Alright. And then we gotta do this until we run out of energy. Oh, I don't think we risk that though. Do we? The narrow escape. 15? We spend 15, we get extra from that, no matter what. Yeah, we gotta. Right, go here, spend the 4 at the flotsam. Don't buy supplies here? Right. Oh, because we're just going to get supplies anyways from sleeping. We do buy enough fuel to get by, though. It's expensive, but kind of needed. Make the purchase. It's fine. Alright, so now we gotta leave. We gotta go. Where, though? Let's consider things. This is the perfect time to go to the scatter yards. We have the hollow all the way over here, but don't we have the wellspring? We gotta go to Holmes Rock for Juni's thing, right? Scatter yards is there. Thor Spindle there. Hellion Gate, which we've been to before. Didn't she say we need to go to Holmes Rock? Yeah, going to Holmes Rock. That's the thing. Okay, yeah. It was down there. I didn't even notice that. I'm down to go to Holmes Rock. It's not too far out there. I think that sounds good to me. We're probably going to end up taking Bliss again because, just because Neo would be cool because it gives us intuition boost, but we can still be fine even with just Bliss because then we also get engineering off of them as well, which is really good. There could be a point where we'll need that. 100% could be a point where we need that. Oh my god. Oh, this is just so bad, actually. What the heck? This could go poorly. Oh, that's alright. Oh, that's alright. Oh, that's alright. Oh, that's alright. What can I say? I'm just a god gamer. Okay, we got all the supplies we need for free. That's fantastic. Buy a meal, sell engine components over here. 30 for cryo is not. It's a pittance. Well, we got all that we need. We buy fuel here. We buy fuel in the other place. We buy fuel over here. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's just fill up. It's expensive, but that's what we gotta do. Only 3 to go over here. Not too bad, actually. We gotta get someone with intuition, since we don't have it, so... Bliss or Nia is gonna be like a clutch for most of our runs, I think. I'll trust him. Trust him with my life. Let's go. Plus, I feel like these guys will vibe pretty well together. I mean, honestly, Nia probably would do well with Juni, too. That's it. Zephyr nods towards the featureless asteroid. Those are the coordinates Juni gave me. You look at the rock. It's like thousands. Hundreds of thousands of other rocks in the starward belt. All these objects, much the same, spread across a huge circumference of space. A good place to hide something. That's it? Juni speaks up from the back of the cockpit. That's it. Zephyr confirms. She drifts forward, her eyes tracing the shape of the rock. There, she points. That hexagonal crater. She turns to you. That's the entry. You look at the dark spot on the already dark rock. It's a start. Let me guess. Another hatch for me to cut? You turn to see Bliss, smiling, having slipped in at the back of the cockpit unnoticed. I'll go get my torch. You look at the unassuming rock and wonder what it might contain. A few dusty tunnels? Or something more? Time to go find out. Well, first I'm gonna do is, Bliss! I need you to cut this bitch open. I think this might be where we do our first little push action. No, actually, we might be fine. Oof. I'm done do it once. Yikes. All of our other crap is not that great, though. I'm willing to risk it. Risk y'all's rolls right here, because... Oh, Junie's not good for stress. Yikes. I'll do it once, it's fine. I normally don't build up a bunch of y'all's stress anyway, so it should be alright. Alright, fuck. My rolls are so bad, actually, I don't want to risk anymore. Oof, end the cycle. Maybe I should just push them. Because I don't know how much more I gotta go through. Get through here. Oh. I think I just go ahead and push them. Because Junie has great rolls. Bliss has decent. We can get through it if we do this. Do his engineering one right here. Risk his four-shot roll? I think that's fine. Because if he gets a positive, it's good. If it gets a neutral, I think it's also good, right? Nice. Beautifully done, Bliss. Now my Endure or my other stuff might pay off over here. Let's see what happens. New location. We get to the access spire now. Oh, interfacing! If only we had someone who was really good at it. Pop. Let's go, spire hacked. See that, Sleeper? Yeah, I see. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic. Look at you go. I'll even toss my roll in here. Why not? Oof. When you entered the access spire, the crew suddenly went very quiet. The images of vast space seen through the viewing windows, the pristine wall paneling, the cool and the quiet. There is a sacred mood to this place, a feeling of hallowed ground. Now, as the facility's final entry lock whirs, flooding the passage with stale, dusty, 10,000-cycle-old air, Junie speaks. It's impossible. She drifts down the spire and out into the cavernous interior. A constellation of red specks mark the vast extent of the space, and within it, a ring of monolithic buildings curves away, running along the circumference of the massive chamber. You follow her, slowly, out the doorway and into the bunker. With a name like that, you had imagined low, sloped ceilings, stark tunnels, a basement set into rock. But this place is a cathedral. A cocoon the size of a city. Look at that ring. Bliss nods at the vast structure encircling the cavern. That's Solheim built, all right. Almost looks like Erlen's eye. Descending to the ring takes a while. Despite the empty space, no one wants to rush through it. The feeling of entering a sacred territory remains. Though the deeper you go inside, the more obvious it becomes that this place is more tomb than temple. You touch down amongst gray metal units, most of them featureless and dark. They tower above you now, their plain frontages revealing little about their function and interior. Stay close. This place is a labyrinth. Welcome, visitors. A pale flicker appears near one of the units, at the top of a square pedestal. I am the warden. Please provide access credentials. The flicker stabilizes into a figure, a statue of pulsing light. It pauses for a moment before repeating its request. Junie freezes and holds a calming hand out to you. She retrieves her deck, sliding it carefully from her back, and turns it on. You look over at the warden, who waits patiently, wide-eyed and absent, restating its security request with a regular rhythm. You guess that this avatar just exists to make human interactions comfortable. Its true body is the facility itself, this vast interior ring, speckled with sensors and systems. Suddenly, the warden stops speaking, then a flash of red passes along the corridor. Credentials not provided. Lockdown activating in 10, 9. You look over at Junie, whose eyes are rapidly scanning through a screen full of data. Esning. Junie stumbles through the pronunciation of the passphrase. Leiter Ilstead. He looks at the Warden avatar expectantly. The Warden flickers again, distorts, and then stabilizes. Oversight connection. Not active. Re-attempting. It repeats itself again, then again, intoning the words in a regular rhythm. You look over at Junie, holding still as if encountering a wild animal. She meets your eyes, but gives no indication of any action you might take. Loop bypassed. Engaged. Welcome, officer. The synthetic voice shifts to a different tone. Leonard Dahl. The avatar's one eye stay blank and blind. And guests. This protocol has been active the entire time? Surely that's not possible. Junie looks back at you, and then at the Warden. The figure flickers, staring out over your heads, into the dark. Are we good, Junie? She looks at the Warden. Warden, are we approved to access all facilities? Yes, Officer Dahl, the Warden replies. Please remember, you are responsible for the conduct of your guest while visiting our facility. You should be careful then. I don't really like this. Bliss looks at the dead-eyed avatar. You move forward, pushing between the structures towards a large building, in the hope that it holds the facility's central data core. As you do, you pass benches, barren gardens with desiccated grass. A drinking bottle floats in the air amongst the dust motes. This place is dead. Be aware, officer. In the dark, the Warden reappears in the dark. Be aware, officer. The Warden reappears in the dark, shimmering on a pedestal. Due to this facility's extended run cycle and the activation of the hibernation protocol, access to the central data store will be strictly limited. However, if you wish to show your guest to the habitation facilities, I'm sure they will enjoy the tour. The avatar remains expressionless, disconnected from the voice that accompanies it. On a personal note, I'm glad to see you return to the facility. I'm happy to report that I'm ready for program reactivation at any time. Junie stares at the avatar. Thank you, Warden. Can I ask how long ago the hibernation protocol was activated? Certainly. 11,473 Hellion standard cycles ago. If I am in error, I apologize. Some subsystems have not been properly maintained. You look at the blind avatar standing on its pedestal, waiting for an order that will never come. So many cycles in the dark, patiently holding this place together as it fell apart, resisting entropy and its bubble of the past. Thank you, Warden. That'll be all. Junie nods to the avatar, which probably blinks out of existence, leaving only the dust and the dark. She turns to you and speaks quietly, though none of you know what sensors a Warden's vast body might have. My access. It won't last long. We need to make the most of this. We should go for the core then, right? The Warden won't like that, but it's where the data is. You can try to be delicate, take it little by little. I don't know how long this will last, so let's get on with it. Oh my god. Okay, so we have two different areas. We have the ring facility, which is probably the area around here, going searching for storage, exploring the HAB units, Warden stress, your nervous host. So I'm guessing it's already on a cycle of getting worse and worse from the looks of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see. I think we risk doing this. It's risky, but it's not bad. Neutral might not end up being too bad, with it being just risky. Positive outcome. Getting some Solheim tech wouldn't be bad. Only neutral, but nothing crazy. Good. So we can waste our alright rolls here, which is fine. Not anymore, though. I don't want to waste my intuition on that just yet. Okay. Let's get a move on then. Yeah, let's go. End the cycle for now. We still got 4 days left. Okay. Even when that day ends, we can still just go, but it'll Build up stress, I believe, if I remember correctly. Oh my god, those are some bad rolls, but Junie's doesn't matter as much, in a sense. Crisis event? +1 per cycle. Nothing we can do about this crisis event? Ring facility over here. What can we do here? Scrape the cash. I think we gotta push it right now. Because now Junie can scrape the cache. Extracting the entire cache will alert the warden, so the data needs to be scraped away layer by layer. Okay. Not too shabby. What happens if we do this then? Well, it's gonna raise the stress level? Even when we do it positively? No, it won't. Nice. Great job, Bliss. Fantastic job. I can handle that little bit of work. I'm feeling stressed doing this. I feel like it'd be greedy to go for this one right now, but I think we risk it. Home souvenir. We don't risk the rest of this though. We could have raised up the warden stress level, so let's just end the cycle here, and hopefully we can push Junie or Bliss to get some better rolls. As long as it's not a 1 on Junie's thing, we are good. Supply, no energy lost. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, 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 baby. I just wanna let you know. Okay. I think we script the cache right now. I think it's fine. Worst comes worst, we'll figure it out from there. No problem. Alright. Let's do it. We'll worry about it when it comes up. Let's go. Done. Junie removes her cable from the data course board. She looks up from the box a piece of hardware, one that wouldn't fit inside any ship short of a freighter, and stares at the domed ceiling above, an Arculus at its apex letting a shaft of light into the hall. It's a grand piece of architecture for what amounts to a massive piece of data storage, but then Solheim always did have a sense of grandeur when it came to its projects. Why should a secret signal monitoring facility be any less opulent than its other buildings? Find anything good then? It's hard to tell. She squints at the vast data core. There's too much in there. I barely scratched the surface. We only know what's really there when I have time to process it. We should go. I'm not really sure how the warden will react. She looks back over her shoulder at the vast core. I don't think we'll be let back in to get any more. As if listening for its name, the warden suddenly apparates on one of its pedestals. It stares, statuesque, across the hall, its eye line way above your head. Officer Dahl. Its voice sounds strange now, stretched, drawn out. I have detected inconsistencies in the central data core. I believe there may have been unauthorized access. Junie looks at you nervously. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll investigate when I can, but for now, my guest and I have to depart. The warden flickers. The warden bends and warps. The warden screeches a pulse of digital noise. Of course. The warden's voice is still broken, still slowed. I hope you enjoyed your visit to this facility. Junie looks up at the blind statue. Something is moving inside it, making its skin as if it has a skin. Bend away from its body. Wait. You wait floating there in the dust. Junie approaches the pedestal. Officer Dahl, can I ask when you will return? The warden blinks its wide eyes. The facility has been idle for many cycles, and without reactivation, we may face further difficulties in its maintenance. It has been so long. watch as Junie approaches the pedestal. I don't think I'll be able to return. I'm sorry, Warden. The Warden flashes red for a moment so small that you could almost believe you imagined it. That is, as I expected, Officer Dahl. The Warden is still now. Its lips no longer moving as I speak. Its chest no longer moves to emulate breath. It is a statue. Thank you for your honesty. It has been an honor to serve you. I recommend you leave swiftly. And with that, the Warden blinks out. You and Junie kick off from the ring, outside the core, and rise up towards the spire you entered through. As you do, you watch a few of the red lights embedded in the framework of the cavern flicker. Junie turns to you as you ascend through the dark. Do you think the Warden is sentient? I mean, as a sleeper, maybe you... I thought you might know. I don't. I don't know. Yeah. Me neither. She looks up to the approaching spire. This is waiting for you at the access spire. Time to close up. Let's get on with it. Junie cycles the airlock and you go through, now in your suits and helmets, ascending the sealed spire. As you do, you look out the viewing windows and something catches your eye. The ring's red lights and those few left on. The inside of the cavern are turning off, layer by layer. You turn to Junie, but she's already looking at the opposite side. The Warden is shutting it all down. She's ending it. You have to force the hatchback open at the top, and by the time you do, the spire is dark inside. Pristine walls no longer lit. You come out to a canvas of stars, an impossible number of them spread out in every direction. You take a moment to look at them after being tucked away in the bunker. They seem impossibly bright and impossibly beautiful. You glance across at Junie and see she's looking up at the stars too, absorbing their light, as if doing so might lift her out of this time and into another, where things were different. We're still trying to get this Solheim tech real quick. I think it's worth the risk. Sorry, Warden. We just gotta get back in and get this real quick. Hope you don't mind. Thank you. Neutral to positive. Oh, I forget. I'm not good at this. But... Oh, let's go. Solheim souvenir. I'm not sure. What souvenir did I just get? Oh, shit. There's an unsettling quiet to the habitats of the facility, a soft silence that blankets every room and hallway. It's obvious from the number of rooms, the detritus, the scale of the place, that it was built to house hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Perhaps it did. Perhaps at the height of Solheim's control of this system, these rooms were filled with life. What kind of life would it be, though? Maintaining and running a secret installation inside a distant rock. No sun to speak of, no outside beyond the vast cavern that surrounds you. An eternal dark punctuated by the flash of artificial light. And yet, even in such places, lives grow. You know that yourself, from being a sleeper, from your work among other sleepers in the most wretched and distant corners of the surrogate systems. Even in the endless dark, people find ways to live. Come, take a look at this. Junie's searching on her own, a few rooms away. You glide through an open doorway into a living room with couches meant for zero-G use, a magnetic table, and a window that looks out the regular constellation of red lights that describe the limits of this world. Junie is holding an object that makes you stop still and stare, blinking at what seems like an unusual reversal of scale. It's a model, you realize, of the rig. Not your rig, of course, obviously, but a rig, or a Mev Riger class of the plaque on the base tells you. Mobile extraction vehicle. Judy follows your eyes to the plaque. Riger class? She frowns. Seriously? That's why they call them rigs? What does Riger mean anyways? Another Solheim mystery. You look at the model, still fascinated by seeing your ship rendered in such careful detail. You try to imagine what this model meant to those who lived here. A child's toy? A meaningless corporate knickknack? The model's purpose remains opaque. There were so many of these flying around the system before the collapse, you know? Solheim used to rent them out to colonists. I've seen the records. That was what they did here. They claimed the system. Then rather than exploit it themselves, they provided goods and services to those who would. The workers paid for transit to the system, then accommodations, equipment, and access to mining claims. Other corps like Exper or Novend paid Solheim to access this closed market, to provide other services. Meanwhile, Cybele paid even more to test terraforming tech in the system. They built massive projects here, rich from work they only facilitated but never undertook. I didn't know. People don't. It's all on that core I was working on. All the receipts. Solheim touched everything in the system, and we are all connected to them. Here. Judy turns and hands you the rig model. A gift. You take it and turn it over in your hands. You see something on the base. Some words scratched in that you can't read. You run your fingers over them, touching the past. That's the closest thing to a treasure I think will turn up out here. The people who worked this place didn't have much to their names, it seems. And what little they did have, well, Solheim owned that too. She leads you out to the hab units, passing countless doors, some sealed, some open, that led to countless rooms, where countless employees lived lives, or tried to, in the shadow of Solheim. Like it or not, this is what made the Hellion system, what built the decaying structures you cling to as they orbit their star. What that legacy means now is a decision every resident of the Starward Belt has to make. Well, I think that's all we're going to get from here. Not quite sure everything we got from that, but I feel like we have a little bit more rare components than we had before. I don't mean to use it or anything. Well, let's head out. Go back. Oh, not that back, but go back. Leave. Zeraphine settles a rig at Holmes Rock. The old Solheimer rays glinting in the sun. Looking at the station, you suddenly remember the model Junie gave you. You take it out of your pocket, seeing it in full light. You notice it's made from cast metal, surprisingly detailed and robust looking. Well, look at that. It's a mini-rig. You let him take it. He turns it over in his hands, looking at it. What a find. What are you going to do with it? Mount it on your console? Probably just keep it by my berth. Lucky you. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe you'll let me look at it sometimes, huh? He gives the model back and glides out of the cockpit. Sleeper? Junie puts a hand gently on your shoulder. You turn to see her smiling a rare smile. Thank you for going out on a limb for me. I know that wasn't the most profitable job, but what we found? I'll be thinking about it for, well, ever. I managed to extract some data that you can use, though. I'm going to search through everything we put out from the bunker. I'm going to show you it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile. No matter what you do find. She nods. I'm glad you think so. I'll also start seeing where to I'll also start seeing where to find the kind of tools I need to work with the data like this. Her smile is fading already, replaced by a familiar determined stare. We can't let it go to waste. But my deck is not going to be enough, though. Dark side might be the only option. It's the biggest remaining Solheim facility in the belt. I'll look into it. Either way, thanks for bringing me with you. I'm glad to be a part of this. A smile returns. For as long as you'll have me. She looks away nervously, and then, before you can respond, she's gone. Off to find a corner of the ship where she can dig through the data she pulled from the past, in order to build a better future. For Solheim data, major drive completed, 2 upgrade points gone? Let's go. I feel like we just keep the Solheim data. We could probably make it into some more parts and things like that from doing this. Doesn't that just give me rare components? It doesn't give me anything like important, because if it was important, I'd probably still have it down here. I'm going to keep the data for now. And now we can make sure that our interface is also pretty freaking nice. Or, here's the thing. Go back over here. Is anyone else good at interfacing other than Junie? Not really. Oh, jeez. So like no matter what, we'll need to bring like Nia or Bliss in to make sure that our intuition is good. I'm trying to do the math on this. Before I even think about mathing, I should probably feed my cat. So what leaves us with the best options possible? Doing this or engineering? How about we just do it by like what we think we would be good at? We're good at enduring, we're good at engaging, we're good with like our hands, so I feel like engineering is something that would be like more mindful for us to do. I feel like I've seen better interface stuff though. It's a mix really. Let's just do engineer. Because that's just how I feel I'll build my character. So after this, we'll build up endure to be that, and then we'll get interface, and then we'll work on probably like engage and engineer into interface. That's how we'll do things. For now. Back to the belt. So, furthest we've been ever is Hellion Gate. We could straight up just go to the green belt. But I want to be slightly greedy and go there first, to be honest. There's probably another place we can go to down here. I mean, considering that there's a place that's like unavoidable. Yeah, these impossible hazards. Why would there be one here if we can't really do anything there? Unless it's just, you know, it's a lore thing sometimes, you know. Blockade in effect? Ooh, phooey. Come on, why you gotta do that to me, buddy? Well, anyways, let's stop at the Hellion Gate. I'm just curious what we can get here. Because we can resupply, we can get some Solheim data, I believe, too, if we go there. Oh my god, we get such really good stuff. Yeah, we can get some fuel back by doing that. We need a little bit of everything here. Get some supplies, too. The last thing, though, I think was something we're not good at, though, right? The data scraping, it's interface stuff. How much Solheim data do we get for doing that? Ah, just one. I see, I see. Well, the most important thing is getting free supplies. That just gives me one? Ew. Ugh, brother, ugh. Let's do this real quick then. Do we even need to feed my cat that badly? Let's make a meal so we don't end up hurting ourselves. I forgot, we actually don't resupply our energy by doing this. Because if we hit something bad here, I think it actually might do like a -2 on our energy, so... Let's just do this. Be careful. This gives us a lot of energy. Actually, this gives us like a decent amount of fuel, I believe. Not just one. Yeah, it gives us like 3, which is really good. Alright, let's just get some free supplies then. Possibly free supplies. What's a neutral can give us? Positive. Well, nothing could instantly kill us if we do this, so that's fine. Nice. Free supplies is fantastic. Back to the belt then. And let's keep going down. 6, just one more fuel, so this was just a pre-stop kind of thing. Let's go to the Greenbelt. Let's see this place out and see what's around here. I don't know much about this place yet, so let's get to exploring. Greenbelt Depot over here. Ah, we can buy fuel and everything. Oh my god. Heck yes. Cheap fuel? Mamma mia. The arrival tower. Fabricate permission. You don't have permission to get inside Greenbelt, but that won't stop you from putting together a fake pass or document asking that you're let in. Or we can just talk our way in. It's locked down thanks to fears around Utsubo influence. But perhaps you can convince them you have a reason to head inside, which is what we'll try to do. I'm willing to waste my not-so-good stuff for it. Probably should just use my 6-sided dice to get it done. There we go. Let's go in. Greenbelt buzzes with focus activity. The passage is full at shift change, then empty once the work begins. The place that runs on its own schedule, but comfortably so. That comfort brought by being one of the largest food producers in the belt. There's always work in these fields, protected by a thick skin of transparent layers, and you can see why the humble life it offers has captured more than a few of the belt's itinerant workers. Sleeper, the voice soft but forceful, takes you by surprise. As you turn, you are met by a delicate face wearing a confused expression. Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. She covers her embarrassment with a smile. I'm Aki. What brings you to the Greenbelt, friend? Just looking for work. Aki nods gently. Let me show you around then. Aki leads you through a series of doors, gliding down its passages cut into the rock, then up, following pipes into metal passages that cross the fields themselves. She stops on a bridge overlooking the soft curve of farmland that makes up one of the asteroid's 2 biospheres. Below leaves flap in zero-G, waves spreading out across a sea of green. The varieties we farm here are specially selected and customized for microgravity. She puts her hands on the railing at the edge of the bridge. We feed them from beneath, irrigating and nourishing them through the very medium they grow within. The light of Helion helps us with this, of course. Aki squints through the transparent roof at the distant and pale sun. Where does all this food go? All across the belt. She turns to face you. We exchange it for barter for materials and everything else we need for our crops and our workers. The farm sustains us, and we them. How about you? Aki's sharp eyes take in your expression. Could you contribute to such a place? A green and growing strip in the Grey Belt? I mean, I would like to. Aki smiles. Akis. Aki or Akis? I think it's just... Oh, Miss... It does need an S there. Anyways, feel free to take a ship below. Anytime you wish. I will tell the others to expect you. The plants, they have a kind of peace, an eternal quality that makes them seem less fragile than they are. This place, like any other in the belt, has its pressures. It is for me to navigate them. She looks away, frowning at something in the distance. I must attend to these pressures. Excuse me. I am glad our paths crossed. She bows a shallow bow. I hope they do again. And with that, Aki leaves you to look over the sea of gently waving green, an impossibly beautiful, impossibly fragile glass case of growing things. Well then, the wheat sheaf. You can buy a meal here. Pretty cheap, too. And we can also probably get a little bit of work done among the green. To prove your reliability before Aki will open up. Well, I mean, I guess we can do that easily. Skadoosh. Risky, but not dangerous. And we get our energy back by even doing that. That's kind of nice. Let's stay here for a second. We don't have the best of things here, but we'll do what we can with it. Positive, please. Hey, nicely done. You have a natural ability with the plants. Aki's voice makes you look up from your work. It is rare. You expect Aki's typical warm smile, but she looks pale, distracted. I have something I want to discuss with you. She leads you out of the biome, into the damp, rock-cut tunnels that run just under the surface, all across Greenbelt. I'm sure you've noticed a section of our fields has been lying fallow, Aki says as she glides through the low tunnel. It's been like this since I took over as administrator here. My predecessor was the one to fail it, and confidence was lost in his vision. She shakes her head. But we have been unable to recover it. No matter the crop, the preparations, nothing will take. Aki leads you through a set of double doors, and then up into the second biosphere. Immediately, you feel a difference. The air is dry, and a thin, choking dust fills the space. Aki puts out a hand, and rubs the dust between her fingers. With this output halved, Greenbelt is under threat. Those who wish to control this place are circling. We cannot lose our independence. But I wasn't always in the belt. Aki stares out the dry landscape. I was born on a moon, Ember's Step, a failed experiment in terraforming from before the collapse. We survived by cultivating the dust. I came here, like many in the shadow of the war. My ship lost. Aki pauses and takes a moment, the loss still fresh in her mind. But it held the key, and perhaps holds it still. She wipes the dust from her fingers. Step silk, a plant that thrives in the dry and the dust, a plant that might thrive here. I've seen your ship, and you've shown me you are to be trusted. I want you to go to the remains of my own, the wind's long shadow, and try to recover anything we might use, a plant, a husk, a seed, anything. It is a desperate step. She frowns and looks away. Where is the ship, then? The wind's long shadow lies right beyond the sunward edge of the belt, beyond Hellion Gate. I do not know what remains. My crew and I were lucky to escape. Greenbelt has reserves of cryo for moments like these. We will pay you for the retrieval, of course, depending on what you are able to retrieve. This is our final recourse. I hope I will not be judged as harshly as my predecessor. I can offer you fuel for the trip from our reserves. The journey to Hellion Gate and the wreck beyond will require it. Come, let us go back to where the green things grow. It is a better place. It is a better place to consider the future together. Aki leads you away from the barren biosphere, the doors scissoring shut behind you. Alright, new drive, new contact, full up on fuel. I think we got to then. No way we can just do this for him. Alrighty. Well, let's do it then. New little minor drive to do. That's major, actually. That's a big thing. Going to Hellion Gate for this. 100 to cryo per husk. Ooh, I'm gonna do this. Let's go. I'm not sure how bad this could be. It could be, well, it only says it's a risky. It's not a dangerous mission. So, we might be fine. Let's do this, or attempt to do this. +3 fuel. Nice, nice. A little more fuel, please. A little more conversation, a little more action, please. Bum 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 bum. Alright, alright, alright. Ooh, minus fuck 2 energy? Yeah, we're gonna stop right there, buddy. Let's do this. Wind's Long Shadow. Aki, the administrator at Greenbelt, has asked for you to recover the remains of the Stelpsa crop from the refugee ship she arrived at the belt in. Let's do it then. Confirm. Who do we take on this mission? It's either we take Nia, we take Bliss. I feel like we want to try and take Nia for once. Take Nia, take Eugene. I don't know if Eugene would be super interested in this. We might need maintenance anyway, so it might be better to take Nia and Bliss. I'd like to see them both on a mission. I don't see why not. And let's try it out, why not? Confirm. The wind's long shadow floats, broken open, on the sunward edge of the belt. One of the refugee ships that made the fraught journey out of the belt from the inner system. Before the war truly took hold, the wind's long shadow is a monument now, and a warning to any other ship that might stray sunward. I really don't like this place. Nia speaks up from the back of the cockpit. These were refugees. There's no mercy to be found out here. It is hard to imagine that this cold, dead place might hold some key to the future of the settlement as verdant as Greenbelt, but that is why you are here. Stepsilk husks. That's what Aki said. The crop she brought from her home, carried out with the refugees. If there's anything left, it'll be your job to continue its journey from this place. There is no salvage job, Sleeper. Seraphine gets up from his cockpit seat. You need to be delicate. The more of these things we can get out, the more Aki will pay. Not to be totally mercenary. Seraphine winks at you. You look at the wreck, shrouded in debris. Delicate. Right. Time to put that to the test, then. What do we have here? Crop processing? Break open the bays, depressurization. The bays are leaking atmosphere and your search is making it worse. If they lose it all, any husk will be destroyed. Ooh. What we got here? Scan for husks, search for husks. And the last one is this broken out dust house. Clear the dust house, sector, search. Each one of these is its own kind of danger, it seems. Ooh, this one's a little bit rough. I think this is one I'll help out with too. Pressing this might be good as well. Do we have anything good for Bliss to do? Engineering, cutting open the bays, not too bad. Less likely to lose them. What about this one? A little bit more likely? Oh! Dangerous, but not, like, hurt anything if we mess up dangerous. So this is one I would probably want to use if I can. Kind of sucks because we're not the best at interfacing, so we'd just be getting a 4, not a 5. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I probably would want to just use it here. Oh, not that one. This one over here. Because at least it's a neutral. Let's see what happens if we, like, hit a neutral in this. Positive, or just hit it and not worry about it at all. Oh, build up my own stress. Damn. Well, I think it is actually good just to go ahead and push this right here. Because we can finish this off with Nia. Use that 6 somewhere else. One husk done. Check this out. Search for some husks here. Oh shoot, I didn't see if he could use that over here. The engineering one, the 6 right there. Does not just use it here. Ugh. Dang it. Well, not the worst ever. Alright. End the cycle. Hopefully I don't roll a bunch of ones. Ugh. Not fun. Alright, well, engineer here. The only thing that gets fucked up is my stress if I hit up neutral. I'm willing to risk that. See? Just fine. I'll wish one dangerous thing as well. Ugh. Okay. Stop. No intuit on this one, right? Nah. Up over here, over here. Positive, nice. Oh my god, you're goated, Mia! Let's go, that's 2 of them. Alright, one more stay, and then maybe this will break or something in the cycle. Oh my god, 2 of them are like 1 now. This is stressing me out. Jesus. Well, we got this done though, luckily. Grab this. Beautiful, beautiful. That's all we could find, right? If the wreck wasn't dead before, now scoured of the final husks of life, it surely must be. As Seraphine starts up the drive, you give the wind's long shadow a final look in its resting place. It's hard to feel sad about another chunk of scrap orbiting in a system that is made of nothing but the scrap of past regimes. But the people who lived on and built this ship, those people are worth a moment of memory. You think of them as you prepare to leave, and hope that they, like Aki, have been carried on to new lives beyond the desperation of escape. And those that didn't get out, I hope your passing through this place did not disturb them. Damn. Let's head out then. Back to the map, let's leave. Ugh. Back to Greenbelt then. Confirm. That got us 300 crown for doing it, plus all the fuel. Plus fuel's cheap here. You bring the Stumpsilk husks you gathered from the wind's long shadow to Aki, and she is as pleased as you would expect. You meet her on the bridge overlooking Greenfields, the Greenbelt workers quietly toiling below, while the air recycler's wind gently rustles the leaves of the crops. Sleeper, Aki holds the husks to her chest. Thank you. These are a new beginning for us. Aki pauses, knitting her brow. How was she? The wind's long shadow. She must have been beautiful once. She truly was. Until they killed her. Everyone must die in the end. The belt makes wrecks of us all. She looks back to you. But what you have brought me, this is new life. Give us time. We will need to clear and reseed the other biosphere. Give us time. We will need to clear and reseed the other biosphere. I hope you will return to us when the work is done. She presses a hand of chits. She presses a handful of chits into your hand. Thank you. She meets your eye. You watch her carry the husks gently away, glowing with the promise of fresh growth. It's good. Your location? Weaver's Fields. Looks like she's gotta be working on it. I'll have to come back later. For now, there's not much I can do other than buy myself some free crap. I say free, but it's not exactly free, but my god, is it kinda cheap over here. Woo-wee! This is some cheap fuel, man. God dang. I will take that. I will take that indeed. We got all this stuff just sitting here looking pretty because, I mean, hey, what are we gonna do with it? We don't really need to sell it. We don't need to make that crap. We're gonna keep it just in case, like, somebody needs it, you know? Somebody needs it. Okay, so we have the hollow over here, which is something that we are gonna need to do for Eugene. We'll come back over here later. Can't go over here yet. Spoofed transponder required. Let's just go to the hollow. We'll go around everywhere. Explore some places. Sleeper. 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 Trying to get Eugene's voice. Ugh. Sleeper. Eugene takes you aside. I'm going to head into the Radius Markets to find my contact. The one with the data on the Aphelion. You should come with. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. He smiles. Who is his contact anyway? You know how it is. Man never reveals his contacts. Eugene winks. He's just an old friend. One I've traded favors with a few times, and who has a good nose for data trails. But trails run cold quickly, so we should get on his. Eugene grins and heads out for the airlock. You watch him go, unsure what his swagger might hide, but you've come this far with him. Maybe it's time to see where it all leads. The hollow core, we're stuck with the rig. Exploring the axis to see some new stuff. We also have the markets over here. Eugene's signal chaser went dark, and it'll take some time to find out why and where he's hiding. Well, I'm kind of interested in just exploring the place itself first. So, let's go around. Oh, well, I hit the wrong thing. Nice. Hey, let's go. Positive runs. So we have a signal ship. Orbit signals. Not good at that. A line of rays. Can also sell some Solheim data down here. Buy a meal, buy supplies. 15 as per usual for most places. Radius markets over here. That's what we gotta do for the other thing. Debris dealers. Buy scrap, sell processed scrap. How much do we even get for processed scrap? Ooh, 30 cryo, dang. That's pretty good. Fuel's a little bit expensive here as well, but I mean, I'd say that's average market price. Not too bad. Alright, well, let's ask around for this contact of his. Alright. In the cycle. Ooh, we're going to buy a meal. The Radius markets surround you and Eugene. Much of the architecture of the Starward Belt is built on old Solheim Foundation. As a corporation from the core, Solheim's structures tend towards cardinal directions, towards respecting gravity in a place where it has little effect. But the Radius markets have no such bias, and no singular direction. Instead, the stalls and shops built from scrap frame and whole plate project outwards from all 8 of the surrounding walls. The effect is overwhelming, with activity and interest in all directions. Between the windows that open to faint stars, scrap dealers, street food vendors, data fences, and tailors compete for the attention of the stream of customers drifting around you. Sleeper. Sleeper. Eugene draws close to get your attention, his voice barely raised. Take a look. He jerks his head, motioning down the market. You refocus your attention, your eyes drawn to a group of dark-suited spacers with shaved heads, 5 of them gathered around another retreating figure. The spacers are noticeably distinct from the rest of the crowd, their tight and complex suits kept in pristine condition and all in the same design, a rarity amidst the starward belt's ramshackle fashions. You see one of them is gesticulating aggressively, chopping the air with his hand. Eugene nudges you again. Not the singers. You glance at him, unsure of that term. The one they are threatening. That's my contact. Eugene starts to move forward, his eyes fixed on the group. You turn back to the group, the singers as Eugene called them, and see they're rounding on the figure now. Their body language is clear. This is about to come to blows. Eugene clearly sees the ship too. Before you can say a word, he is off, gliding hard through the crowd towards them. You give chase without thinking, kicking off the nearest strut and angling yourself through the central void of the market behind Eugene. Eugene doesn't stop. He barrels towards them into the singers, sending 2 of them spinning into the crowd to a chorus of shouts and protest. Join in the fight then, baby. Let's go. Positive outcome. You follow Eugene's example, arcing your path into one of the singers and throwing an elbow. Both you and Eugene rain blows down on the crew, sending them scattering across the markets and into the crowd that is gathered to watch. As the last one disappears, you look over at a bruised Eugene, a stream of bloody spheres floating from his nose. He gives you a nod. That was not a good idea. I should have guessed you'd pull this kind of shit, Eugene. Eugene's contact looks between the 2 of you. Lewis. Eugene comes a little closer. Maybe if you stayed in touch, you wouldn't have to come in like the cavalry. Well, those guys aren't going to forget you guys anytime soon. Come with me. Lewis leads you away from the open market, most of the crowd having dispersed into a small passageway. He finds a hatch, opens it, and beckons you both through before slipping inside, closing it behind you. So, what business did you have with the singers? Eugene perches on a stool in the small workshop, picking up a tool from the mag strip above the bench and turning it over in his hands. Singers? Is that what you call them? The first I've known of them is when they turned up a few cycles back and started pressing me for info. I've run into some singers before. Not these ones, but they all dress the same. Eugene glances between you and Lewis. They're refugees out of the Ember's Song, one of the moons that has a gas giant in the inner system. Their moon is a volcanic hellhole, so while these guys are refugees, fleeing the war like most, they tend to be tough as hell, and aren't used to being told no. That part checks out. Lewis smiles a weak smile. They've been pressing me for the data for cycles, ever since they showed up. My data. Eugene clicks the tool back on the mag strip and fixes Luis with a hard stare. You've been shopping it around then? Trying to drive a bidding war? Luis holds up his hands. No. Nothing like that. He is afraid of Eugene, and you worry why that might be. I just wanted to verify the data. I asked around. Someone I showed it to, well, they mentioned a fraction drive. You see Eugene bristle with anger. Lewis keeps talking, speeding up further. That was all. But a couple seconds later, these singers, as you call them, started showing up and I had to hide myself away. Hard to run a business data when you can't even go out to meet your own clients. Where's the data now, then? Luis turns to you, seemingly glad not to have to look at the angry Eugene. I have it. Don't worry. And it comes with a hell of a story. The friend I showed it to, he told me he's heard about this ship before, mostly what he thought were rumors, and a fraction drive ship. Apparently, when Solheim collapsed, there was a struggle over who was going to take it. 2 execs from the old company hierarchy wanted it, and some of the underlings found out about it too. Those wrecks you visited, that was a sign of a battle over the thing. This ship was a hot ticket, even then. You think back to the twisted and blasted remains of the ships, the wreckage strewn across the asteroid. Wonder how many died trying to get to the Aphelion Path and its golden drive. Seems like both the execs got spaced, but someone came back later, slid the ship out of the wreck that was carrying it. Here's the funny thing. Rather than use it, they dismantled it, took the ship apart here at the Hollow. Hell, there's probably strut work from the falling path in this very station. Luis looks around at the sandwich compartment that you're all inside. So, it's gone? Not quite. They weren't stupid enough to dismantle Interstellar Drive. The story goes that they buried it on a rock out in the shoals, totally unmarked. With thousands of rocks out there, they could leave it as long as they wanted and come back when they were ready. The thing is, well, they never came back. Eugene finishes the sentence, his anger fading now. Bingo. And I've got the coordinates of the beacon that will lead you there. Eugene snatches it from his fingers. Should have led with that. That's just the start of the trail, no doubt, but it'll get you there if you manage to follow it. Eugene nods at you and goes to leave, his hands immediately on the container hatch. Hey, aren't you going to pay for that? Not after you leaked that the fraction drive existed to your friends, the singers, and anyone who's looking. No. Keep it quiet next time. Luis turns to you. Come on, friend. The singers chased away my clients. 50 crime for the effort, or just whatever you have. I'll take it. I'm desperate. I'll pay him. You pass him a stack of chits and he clasps your hands. I appreciate it. He looks over your shoulder to see if Eugene is still there. Hey, look. Be careful with that one, alright? He's not to be trusted. You turn and Eugene is already gone. You follow him out of the container. Time to go find a fraction drive. Alright then. Fraction drive, here we come. How far out can we go? Ooh, 6. You know what, let me just buy some fuel right now. Might as well. Just in case, whatever reason I need it. Never know what you might need. Alright, so no matter what we're using Eugene, I think we take Bliss on this ride right here, because we definitely need some intuition, just in case. Comes with that a lot, always having at least all the options available to us. So let's go travel. We're coming up on the beacon site now. Seraphine brings the ship into place. Signal's pretty weak, though. He turns in his chair. Which is what you get for chasing 10,000 psycho-old leads that got a lot of people killed. Since you explained the situation to Seraphine, he hasn't gotten any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Eugene. Seraphine shuts down the engine and turns to Eugene. Time for you to go have a poke around at those rocks. He waves a hand at the scattering asteroids. Enjoy. Eugene barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since you left the Hollow. It's not something you've seen before. Let's suit up and find the beacon. He pats you on the shoulders. Luis said it's the first of a trail. So the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointed to the next, the better. Enough messing around. He kicks off and glides out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. Not the most attractive of locals. Liz smiles as they nod towards the sparse gray rocks, but we should keep our eyes open anyway. Those that leave trails like to leave traps too. Never worked on a fraction drive before. If this thing turns out to be real, I call shotgun on digging around in its guts. They wink and follow Eugene. It's just you and Seraphine left in the cockpit. He taps at his console, ignoring you. You still think this is a bad idea? Seraphine turns. Me? He mockingly puts a finger on his own chest. Look, people have been searching for this thing since the Solheim collapse. There's a lot of desire directed at one hidden drive. Objects like that tend to get people in trouble. At least in my experience. So, take it slow, and keep your eyes on Eugene. Seraphine turns back to the console, busying himself with diagnostics. You turn and leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trail that should, all being well, end at a ticket out of the entire system. Alright, One beacon region ahead of us. One good endure stat from you. We'll use other people to test the water on things. Because even if this builds up stress, we can knock that out. That's a negative outcome. That's a little bit more of a beacon location. Neutral outcome ends up as that, eh? I'll do the 50% positive or get to the next one. Nice. The Felian beacon. More towards the beacon trail. A bit of intuiting, decrypting it. Less risky. Pause. What happens with a neutral? Just does that? Not too bad. Might hit a negative, but I'm down to take that risk. Nice. Alright, we used up all our dice on the first day. That's really good. We should get this done easy peasy. Hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. He is not good at all in the situation. Alright, well, let's do this, I think. I'm not sure how good Bliss will be, but we boost this up. Finally has a chance to use intuition, I'm going to let him use it. I'll use one of my 6 right here to get this guaranteed one done. Nice. We're in. Eugene nods at the data board, deep inside the body of the beacon. He peers through his suit's faceplate at it. You have part of the plating removed, and you're pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot in a drive. I've got this. Eugene takes out a thumbnail drive and slots it. Easy as can be. A smile flickers across his face. You peer into the beacon. It's been a delicate job getting through the security access and the system knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step. It all seems to have passed without incident at all. I got it. Eugene pulls the drive and thumps you on the shoulder. Let's head to the next one. Look alive down there. Seraphine voice comes over the comms. We've got a ship on the approach. We need to make ourselves scarce. We need to make ourselves scarce. You and Eugene exchange looks. The Singers. You kick off and glide toward the ship, but Eugene goes in the other direction. I wonder what he's doing for a second, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into its metal shell. He pulls a tool from his suit's belt and caves in the beacon with an anger that chills you. When he's done, the beacon's just another chunk of debris in the shoals. He joins you in the cockpit. Seraphine gives you a look. He doesn't say a word. He just silently taps in the new coordinates. You look across at Eugene, his expression fixed, his eyes cold. Then Seraphine fires up the drive. Jesus. Now I'm getting a little bit mixed feelings from you, Eugene. Oh, come on, I had such good rolls, now you give me this? A shrill bleep wakes you from your stargazing. What was that? Seraphine looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sound all over the ship. The terminal screen flickers, some of them not coming back on. You hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship. Some kind of pulse? An energy weapon? Seraphine slaps the side of his flickering terminal until it stabilizes. On it, you see a red dot moving further away from the center of a circle. The ship is accelerating away. Seraphine taps at his console, bringing up the transponder information. He turns to Eugene with a hard stare. It's Vesna. Eugene shakes his head. Got it in one. The Limb Hound, registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on his keyboard. How did she find us? How? Because Eugene is a sloppy operator, that's how. Now, we're stranded. Shakes his head and starts working. Seraphine shakes his head and starts working on the drive system. She knocked out our drive. Must have been waiting for us. We'll need to get it activated as quickly as we can. Eugene is up from his seat, peering out of the window and at a large rock floating just outside. The beacon has to be there. Vesna cracked it and then waited for us to catch up. She was trying to dissuade us. Well, she's done a pretty good job. Safin scrolls through layers of drive diagnostics. Give up now? We're so close. But Vesna is ahead of us. The race isn't over yet. Eugene meets your eye. She still has to find and extract the drive, not to mention the singers. We decrypt the beacon and fix the drive. No distractions. Eugene kicks off and glides out of the cockpit towards the airlock. Drive is likely just a system problem. We isolate the problem, we isolate the fault, and it shouldn't be an issue. But it isn't going to happen fast. Look, we're in this now. No way back, only forward. But the moment this goes south, and it will, I'll pull you out and we are leaving, whether Eugene wants to back out or not. Safin meets your eyes. He's serious. We won't leave Eugene. What I'm saying, Sleeper, is you won't be given the choice. Safin turns back to his console. This, as far as he is concerned, is your problem to fix. Lovely. So we gotta go ahead and fix a fucking drive, eh? For startup? Fuck me, dude. And also find the Aphelion beacon? Less risky to do this one. Alright, well, let's do this. I'm already in for the fucking long haul in this ass. Okay, well, this is why I got you working on the ship. It's dangerous, but we're gonna have to get it done. Yeah. Okay, we're kind of close to that one. Then we use ours on this, because we at least boost it up a bit. Neutral. Neutral. God damn it. This is gonna kind of suck, but I'm gonna try it anyways. Fuck. Well, still wanted to try, just in case. It would have been worth it. Things might break now, which would kind of suck. Oh, fuck. That is bad. Two of them breaking at once? Oh my god. Shit. We might lose a lot of things now. And I don't know if I have much of a choice. Because I gotta push. Because Bliss can help fix this thing right now. Who can work on this over here? Bliss? Bliss can. He can rewire this. So, let me use both of Eugene's, because he won't be much use after this. Oh, wrong thing. Sorry. Just hit it. Actually, even if it's negative, I think it's still fine. It gives a +1 either way. Cool. Cool beans. Alright. Rewire the beacon. Nice. Okay, we got everything we need. Safin punches the final set of coordinates into his console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics on the rig's drive. Everything comes up green. The atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Eugene's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scattered rocks. His goal in reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, one that can take any ship out of the system and beyond, one that can forge a path through the surrogate systems few can take. Freedom, both from the system's politics and the structure of power that dominate the passage of people through colonized space. The problem with such a lofty ambition is that it is infectious, seductive. It is desirable enough to draw people out, bring them to their absolute limit. You've seen that in Eugene. The singers, too, are shaped by that desire, and Vesna, the steely-eyed captain, you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? Ugh. I got 3 days left. 3 days worth of supplies left. Here you are, moored around a remote and airless rock, a scattering of debris concealing an object of great value, and a system spiraling into war. We're the last here, but at least no one started shooting yet. Sapien shuts down the drive. Vesna would only kill as a last resort. The Singers, I'm less sure about. Reassuring? So what now? We walk out there and start digging? We'll talk it over with them then. A fraction drive doesn't divide in 3, Sleeper. You turn to face Eugene, but he's already gone. You get after him. I'm going to keep the rig warm and I get the feeling we're going to be needing it. As you glide out of the cockpit, you hear the airlock cycling. Eugene is already out. You speed up, grabbing a suit and wrestling it on as you head for the airlock. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape, the twisted parts of a facility or ship corroded beyond recognition, jut up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out 2 figures in suits, standing a fair distance apart in the middle of the loose circle of debris. You glide down towards them, specks of loose gravel and decaying metal bouncing off of your suit as you do. Now. Voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over the open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them now, the 2 figures, Vesna and the leader of the Singers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain, Vesna's arm jutting out from her body, her hand resting on the object at her hip. A weapon. Keep your distance, Sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This godforsaken rock is crowded enough as it is. We set foot here first. The claim is ours, by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arms at his hips and his palms upturned. And I suspect we're also the best equipped to find the fraction drive and put it to use. Anyone's judgment? Who do you see out here to validate your claim? She gestures at the rock-strewn void with her hand, her other firmly on the grip of her handgun. The Sleeper is our witness here. Peter turns slowly to you. I'm sure they will verify our claim. Oh god, I have to pick sides in this situation already? God dang it, dude. I'm not picking anybody's side. I didn't see who was first here. And honestly, I didn't. I'm gonna be honest about it. Well, at least someone here still has integrity. You look between the 2 of them, searching their faces for an intent, an opening, anything. Vesna's ocular implants give nothing away, but the visible tension in her gun arm suggests a failing patience. Peter, meanwhile, projects an atmosphere of considered calm, but there is violence behind that benign smile, and a crew of Singers somewhere out there in the dark. I'm not going to claim the drive. Hell, I don't even know if I'd want to use it. I don't think that's the story I want to tell anyways. Vesna is itching to shoot somebody at this point. I think I need to calm her ass down first, because if I talk to him and he just says no, she might just start shooting. So my first thing is to calm the person with the itchy trigger finger. Vesna, using that weapon will seal your fate. Perhaps, she smiles daggers at you, but I doubt you'll be alive to see that come to pass. Her arm tenses. The shot is silent, its direction unclear, but its effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suit explodes in a geyser of escaping oxygen. She spins, clutching at the wound to clamp it closed. As she does, you see the shot grazed her, splitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact. Might want to run and get that fixed, Vesna. Eugene slips out from the shadows of a piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun at his hip. What are you doing? Claiming what's mine. Eugene's eyes are fixed on Peter as he moves slowly closer. You son of a bitch! Vesna is doubled over, unable to take her hands away from the hole in her suit without risking immediate depressurization. Eugene draws alongside you, his eyes still on Peter. Time to turn yourself around. Get in that ship of yours and go back to wherever the hell you crawled out from. You glance at Vesna. There's a spout of oxygen spewing out from her suit, leaking between her fingers. She doesn't have long. We can't abandon this claim. For the Singers to survive, we must leave this system behind. There's no way for us to support ourselves out here. Our moon is gone, eaten up by the war. The belt will be next. You may as well shoot me here if you're going... You may as well shoot me here if you're not going to let me take the drive. This is my people's future. Well, if you insist. Sleeper, you have incoming. A lot incoming. You glance at Eugene. He's hearing the message too. A whole load of Conway's ship are approaching this location. Conway? What are they doing out here? I'm not about to radio announce them, but it's not hard to imagine that news of this fraction drive has reached further than anyone wanted. You look across at Peter and see his lips moving, but hear nothing. He's talking to his own crew. A moment later, you hear a click as he switches back to the open channel. If you heard what I just heard, then you know we're out of time. Peter looks deadly serious now, his face of diplomatic calm having fallen away. We Singers are the only crew who can pull the fraction drive out before Conway arrives. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the system's biggest enemy. Sleeper, get back to the rig. No! Eugene cuts in. He wasn't sure if he's responding to Seraphine, Peter, or both. The drive is ours. I've worked too hard, come too far to let it go now. He raises the long gun to his shoulder. You're all insane. Visa spits out the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I'll leave you to your graves. She kicks off the rock, arcing toward the crimson shape of the Limhound. Eugene doesn't even watch her go. You see something flaring in his eyes, a dark drive with no other resolution. I gotta talk his ass down. Oh, let's go, based. Good stress relief. You put a hand on Eugene's shoulder, and his eyes flick to you. You know what it is to be driven. You know what it is to be driven, especially towards freedom. Yours is a life where each escape has been earned, both by desire and sheer determination. But you also know how lives are wasted, thrown against the walls that restrain them again and again, only to come apart. You know that determination must be tempered by humanity, by empathy, by care. And in this moment, that is what passes between you and Eugene. Solidarity, empathy, and care. Eugene's resolve crumbles and he turns. You see Peter watching carefully, his eyes flicking between the two of you. When he sees Eugene drop his gun, he nods to you and retreats. There's work to be done. You kick off from the rock together, you and Eugene, in silent resignation. Even when you reach the open airlock of the rig, Eugene does not look back. Once your suits are off, you both glide up to the cockpit to find Seraphine rapidly starting the drive. Its console screen is filled with red pulses, the signatures of Conway drone ships bearing down on this lonely rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You're thankful for that, at least. There's no time for glib remarks. You take one last look at the Felling Pass final resting place. Across its surface, black-suited Singers, like a small army of ants, industriously working to excavate and extract the fraction drive quickly. In the face of the inhuman and cruel arm of Conway Extractions, it is hard not to wish them well. May their freedom buy them the kind of future you were not able to claim yourself. And then the drive kicks in, and you leave the Singers to their own fate. Damn. The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow. No one eager to speak about what happened out there in the shoals. Even Seraphine is silent, tapping away at the engine shutdown with comforting, routine motions. Eugene broods at the back of the cockpit, looking drained and pale. You know it will take him some time to come back from this, to extract himself from the hole in that fraction drive that dream held over him. You wonder if he ever will, or if the freedom that object represented to him will haunt him for the remains of his life. You know, at least, that now is not the time to try. You know, at least, that now is not the time to try to discuss it, to lay out exactly what happened out there. Eugene will retreat, of course, hiding behind the glib personality you've come to recognize as his shield. But perhaps, as the cycles pass, he'll find himself changed. Perhaps not. Either way, there's much to be done, and this thankless adventure has derailed you enough. Time to get back to work. Damn. Alright. So there might be a few glitches here, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Interpreting signals and aligning the arrays just to get some stuff done. Doesn't seem too bad. A little bit of money. Might as well get what I can out of it. No, that's not good. We'll do like one more day just to air out some of the glitches that we're gonna get. Plus we can stay here without being much repercussion to it. Dang. Well, I do hope that those singers get what they want, but not exactly what I wanted, eh? No one cares about what I want. Oh, dang it. Come on. Oh, shit. Let's just leave. Actually, no. Let's just eat. And we'll just use up all the glitches right now. Because if we need to explore someplace tomorrow, might as well not do it when we have a bunch of glitches going on. Yep. Alright. To the scatter yards then. Last place? Well, second to last place, because we haven't visited Darkside again, but we can go to the scatter yards. The last places we can go. Oof. Let's go to the scatter yards, yeah. Why not? Eugene finds you in a quiet corner of the rig. Zephyrin just gave me something I think you need to see. Eugene has been uncharacteristically quiet since your journey to the Aphelios Path's resting place, and even now, there's a seriousness to him you do not recognize. He produces a personal terminator. He produces a personal terminal, a slate, and shows you the screen. On it is a message from the singers, from Peter. I am pleased to report the Fraction Drive's extraction was a success. You hear the gravelly voice in your mind as you read. Thanks to your choice to concede. Conway attempted pursuit, but Singer's ships are fast and quiet, and we soon lost them in the debris. Peter's arrogance is clear, even in writing. We've now begun on the project to implement and expand the Fraction Drive, which is why I'm writing to you. Encrypted with this message is a full scan of the drive itself, its components, and systems. You exchange a glance with Eugene. I believe you deserve as much for your integrity in our encounter. I'm glad we didn't have to kill you. What you do with the plans is up to you, but I would recommend you do not attempt to sell or publish them, unless you wish to attract further attention from Conway. The Singers will soon leave Hellion, and in part, we have to acknowledge your role in making this possible. We wish you safe passage on your journey. Peter. At the bottom of the message, a handful of encrypted files open up to reveal an insanely complex set of scans and diagrams. It's the fraction drive. You look up at Eugene, who has a sharp smile on his face. The bastard did it. He shakes his head. And I have you to thank for stopping me from killing him. Can we even build this? Eugene puffs. I'm no engineer, but perhaps. He squints at the diagrams. We would need a lot of resources, and the kind of machines only found in places like Darkside. With time, research, who knows? The point is, it's possible. We have the plans. The path is there. You see it now. Eugene's swagger returning. For better or for worse, this project fuels him. It's on the back burner for now. We have more immediate things to deal with. He slips the terminal away. But I'll start calling in favors, quietly, investigating how real this is. Do it carefully, please. He nods. I've learned my lesson. Eugene frowns, something dark crossing his face. Look, I know this is exciting, but we know what people did to claim this drive. What I did. Eugene taps at the terminal. Part of me wants to delete these right now. He looks down. They make me afraid of what I'll do to fulfill them. It won't be like that. Perhaps you're right. I want to believe it. He slips the slate away. The way you treat me makes me believe something. His brow knits, his own words irritating him, but I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not much of a believer. Eugene looks down. You see he's fighting with himself. I don't like to owe people, but for you, I'll make an exception. With that, he turns away, gliding back through the ship and out of sight. A fraction drive of your own, a machine to cut a path through the stars. You shake your head. It's hard not to dream. But you have seen the danger of that dream too, what it drove Eugene and others to do. Perhaps together, you can keep each other on that narrow path to the future without straying into obsession. Or perhaps, thinking of those impossibly complex plans, it'll never come to pass. Are they a diagram of your future, or a labyrinth to become lost in? The only way to know is to live it, together. The winking sigils of the yards flash across the dark starscape of the belt, each one a siren light for crews in need of repairs or eager for improvements. The scatter yards live up to their reputation. But Seraphine will not be drawn by the light. He guides the ship into an empty, ragged-looking yard, darker and more frame than plate. It looks rougher than any of the others. Seraphine? Maybe we want to dock somewhere a little more welcoming? We aren't that hard up. Or are we worse off than I thought, Sleeper? Best shipwrights rarely have the brightest signs. Thought you'd know that, Lise. Xavier reaches up and flicks a set of switches above his head. Marco's the best in the scatter yards. Trust me. The best? Or just the best you know? Bliss gives him a skeptical look. You'll see. Xavier smiles widely, shutting off the main console and unclipping from the pilot's seat. We're safe here. No need to run from Lane for a while. You'll never find us in Marco's yard. It'll be nice to have a break from running. Junie floats at the back of the cockpit. I hear the scatter yards has some pretty good data analysis terminals on the hub. If you can spare me. Nia glides into the cockpit. We here? Femi loves this place. She glances at you with a smile. All those grumpy spacers waiting on repairs. I think it fits his temperament. You follow Seraphine as he glides eagerly to the airlock. You and Bliss exchange glances. Both of you are used to Seraphine's headstrong movements, yet you still can't help but feel that now familiar pull of someone else's problems. Marco! Seraphine opens his arms to the figure coming through the cycling airlock. Finn. Marco floats to the doorway, a crooked smile across his pale face, his sharp eyes glinting in the ring's bright work lights. The two embrace in more of a chest bump than a hug, Seraphine spinning with the momentum of the impact, end with his arm across Marco's shoulder, the two side by side, grinning. You notice Marco's eyes quickly falling on you, a slight narrowing suggesting he has immediately thought about your presence. So, this is who you're flying with now, Finn. Marco shoots you a wink, his expression shifting to conceal his previous curiosity or concern. Bliss! They introduce himself curtly. You two used to be a crew together, I assume. Me and Finn? No, we're just drinking buddies. Marco's response provokes a laugh from Seraphine, some kind of joke you can't quite catch the tone of. Marco turns his attention to you. And the sleeper. My condolences. It's a damn crime what those corporations do to you. But at least you're out, huh? I appreciate the solidarity. Of course. Marco taps a fist to his chest in a gesture that seems both genuine and mocking in the same instant. Marco turns back to Seraphine. It's been too long, Finn. Not flying with old Betty anymore? You immediately see the reaction in Seraphine, his entire being tightening without anything more than a shudder to signify it. No, that's long done. Marco shrugs. That's the way of the belt. You shake Seraphine by the shoulder. Come on, then. Enough floating around in this drafty old thing. Let's get a drink. Marco turns his attention to you. Feel free to make yourself at home in the yard. Hell, take a little fuel. I've got loads of the stuff. It's been quiet for the past few cycles. Happy to spare some for a friend. That's quite nice of him. You steer Seraphine down the docking tunnel, waving a hand to you and calling back. I'll have him home in a cycle or two. His laughter echoes down the tunnel as they leave. Bliss turns to you. I'm going to go dig around the other yards for some components the rigs could do with. You got things to do? You think of Cadet. Wonder if she found her way here to the scatter yards to extract the data on the Hexport drive. The only way to know would be to find her. Seraphine words echo in your mind. He's insistent that the only way to escape Lane is to beat him on his own turf. With Darkseid just sunward of the scatter yards, this might be the perfect platform from which to attempt such a wild and dangerous plan. Sleeper? I hate it when you do that. Just take care out there, okay? They drift off down the docking tunnel, leaving you in the airlock. It seems the next step is up to you. Looks like we're going to be kind of sitting ducks until they get done drinking. What is there for us to do? We can go all the way over here. We have Surya's yard. Surya watches his yard carefully, keeping an eye on all the work that goes on here. He's not easily impressed. Oh, I got a couple sixes to impress you with, buddy. Follow the markers, shop talk. Scattered mess of independent shipyards around a central transit hub. The yards are particularly difficult place for outsiders. I'm no outsider, buddy. You know who I am? I'm the sleeper. I'm the sleeper. I go honk shoe, baby. Well, not much we can do either. We spend our time doing this stuff, which I think I probably am more curious about doing this. Because, heck, we have the stuff for it. Or at least the good rolls right here for this. Ooh. Same thing from both sides? Yeah. We'll use our not-so-good rolls in the less risky part of this business. Right over here. Oh, dear. We might need to use our supplies to get energy. That's not good. Oh, why did I do that? That's still got a neutral outcome. This being oh, okay, cool. New location already. Huh. Hey! You hear the voice echoing through the puppet passage. Wait up! I'm glad to see you. Cadet sweeps her hair out of her eyes, then glances up and down the corridor. This is not my kind of station. Cadet rolls straight into her complaints. All the yards have their own water facilities, meaning the hub here is not fit for general use. There's a couple of guest houses, but you will not believe the state of them with all the spaces that stop here for shore leave. You don't want to know. Hey, Cadet. Sorry I couldn't come sooner. On the run, I get it. You and me both. So, get this. Cadet locks her fingers together and stretches her arms. That girl of mine I said could crack anything? She's gone. Didn't even leave a note. Ran to Darkside, maybe. Not that I'd blame her given the state of this place. She looked sideways at the grubby walls. She left her workshop empty though, so I slipped in. That's where I've been napping. I've been doing my best all these cycles to crack that drive. But I'm a spindlejack, not a data scraper. Which is why I'm happy to see you. Telling you, I have not spoken to anyone in a long time. She runs a hand through her hair. How about that alert they put up on you? Doesn't seem to stretch too far out of the spindle, but I've been careful. Hence the not talking to anyone in ages bit. Look, I'm in over my head here. How about you come down to the workshop? We put our heads together, see what we can pull out. I just know there's some nasty shit on that drive, stuff worth getting out into the light. Nice enough for them to ruin my life over. I'll be there. Alright then. The cadet smiles for a moment, then it's gone. The workshop is in a tech cluster. You'll see it. Now, I've gotta go find something to eat that isn't dried. She turns and disappears back down the passageway. Alright. New place at the Spent Drive. I can buy myself a meal over here. Cadet's workshop is over here. Try and break the encryption. That's the only thing we can do. Kind of interested in all the different stuff we can do, but for now, let's end the cycle, feed our cat, and go from there. Alright, feed the stray. Been trying to keep up on top of that. Gotta feed the cat every few cycles. Oh. Man. Oh, there's nothing down there. Oh, we can keep looking more at the transit hub, but let's finish this up over here first. Surya's Eye. Let's see who this Surya is, then. Trying to think of a voice for them. Got some quality work you've been doing. The voice booms through the locker room after your ship fitters shift. But why are you doing grunt work, Sleeper? You turn to see a large man with a metal arm and bright patterned clothes. You spend enough time here to immediately know this is Surya, owner of the yard and well-known shipfitter. Well, Surya wipes his one metallic hand on a cloth, polishing its painted surface. What do you have to say for yourself? I just wanted to meet you. Well, I'm here, aren't I? I know a lot of what happens in the scatter yard, Sleeper. And what I don't know, people tell me. And I know you have a ship. Someone who has a ship, especially a ship like yours, should not be lugging around my workers' tools. Surya flexes his artificial arm, inspecting it. That, to a person like me, is a waste. Well, ships cost cryo to run. True. All the more reason to really use them, though, isn't it? I want to take a look at your ship, Sleeper. Call it just a professional curiosity. It's a bit drab. Surya looks up and meets you in your eye. An old Solheim rig, still in corporate colors. He shakes his head. No. I feel like that's your problem. People want a crew that looks the part. An outfit with an outfit. Look at my yard. I grew from a chunk of scrap by showing people I was professional. I had standards. I've made Surya's yard recognizable. Your problem is you're working as a shipfitter's mate. You should be imagining much more for yourself and your crew. And so that got me thinking. I want to help you. Clean up that old rig. Paint it up, give it some color. How does that sound? I'd love that, actually. Perfect. Surya booms. The thing is, you don't just slap some paint on an old rig like that. And for this to work, you need its look to reflect your crew, your style. So, while I'm happy to do the painting with my team, I'll need you to go find some inspiration. Surya looks away, towards the locker room's lone window. Luckily, the belt is full of it, full of pattern and texture and style. There's nothing uniform about this place, and it's the better for it. Sarah looks back at you. You need to go out there, find some views, some sights, and make your own designs. Here, it has 64 color screen. I fixed it up myself. You take and inspect the plate, made from mismatched pieces, but elegantly so. See what you find to inspire you. Then, come see me again. Thank you. I can see what you're thinking, though. You're thinking, what's in it for me financially? Surya eyes you carefully. How does this make you any chits? That's the other part of the proposal. While you take this voyage around the belt, you can do something for me and get paid for it. Free of charge. I'll paint your rig with the look and name of my yard here. Surya's Yard. It commands respect. You take that name to the rest of the belt, represent it, and on your travels, spread it to other crews. For this, I'll pay you 300 cryo. It's mutually beneficial. You'll earn better doing this than any yard work, and I get increased custom. What's not to like? Surya waits your response calmly, as you feel his expectant eyes on you. So I do that for a little bit? I don't really need the money that badly. And honestly, if I wanted that painting, I don't know. See, in real life, I really normally don't really care for big, bold, like, logos on the front chest of shirts and things like that. To me, it seems incredibly tacky. I like Adidas, and I like those kind of things, and they have a small symbol normally on the top left, if anything, you know. And that I'm fine with, you know. But I don't like big, bold letters, all that kind of stuff. To me, I really don't like that. I don't love those colors, I'll be honest. I don't want to like outright refuse them. It's not about the colors. It's about what they represent. You think of what 300 cryo would mean. It's not a small amount, especially for doing nothing. I'll get the paint job afterwards, though. Just wait for a bit. Okay, I'll do it. Wonderful. I'll send my team over immediately. By the time you return to your rig, they should be done. He reaches into his work pouch. Here, 150 cryo now. Another 150 cryo when you return with those designs. I'll take the shits. You take the cryo. Of course, I will give you the other half on your return with those designs. You need to be sure you don't repaint the ship before your pilgrimage is done. It's only fair. Keep the slate. Go find inspiration. Bring me those designs, okay? I don't want to see you back in the shipyard. You need to be out there. Sarah smiles. And it was a pleasure. Before he can say anything else, he's gone. Time to find out what his crew has done to your rig. Rig paint removal. Oh, jeez. Don't exactly like those colors. But hey. Make sketches across the belt. I'm down to look at some stuff. Let's go figure out what else is around here first and foremost. Then we can kind of go from there. Okay. And neutral income, we'll do this then. I'll risk this. Nice. So we found a fabrication bay over here. Paid bay usage fee. Oh! You can fabricate engine components here. I'm curious. What can you make here then? Build an engine component. Straight up. I see. What else is around here then? Yard supplies. Getting fuel and such. Nice. Okay. I'll just stock him on fuel right now. And then help out Cadet with my last bit. Oh, I didn't even check how much points I have. I don't know if I can actually get interface done or not. You only have 2. Helping Aki out. Return to the green belt when I get a chance. It should be actually pretty close to done, actually. Help Cadet crack the drive. Wait for Sody Fiend to come back. And make some sketches across the belt. Let's end the cycle here, then. Sleeper! Seraphine voice echoes through the ship. You in there? You glide down to the airlock, unsure what state you're about to find your pilot in. Seraphine floats in the airlock, his arms above his head, gripping the lip of the interior door to hold himself in place. Come on, we need to talk. There's a straight-faced seriousness to Seraphine you weren't expecting, especially considering that he spent the past 2 cycles with Marco. Follow him, just follow him. I don't want to tease him or anything like that. Seraphine leads you across the bridge, but rather than turn towards the automated shuttle bay that connects Marco's yard to the rest of the assembly, he leads you deeper into the guts of the yard itself. As he does, he begins to speak. I told Marco about Lane, about our escape, about everything. Seraphine ducks under a large pipe. He gets it. He's worked in Darkside. You trust him, then? I do. He looks back over his shoulder at you. And I would hope you trust me by now, too. He comes to a sealed door and hammers in an entry code. Somewhere, machines start whirring. Remember in Wellspring, after everything, what I said? Seraphine turns to face you. That we can't run forever? I mean... He folds his arms. That will always be true, but no. That if we want to be free, we need to fight back. The door suddenly squeals as an ancient motor kicks in and drags it across the corroded tracks. It reveals a large, half-lit chamber, its furthest parts masked with layers of scaffolding and frames, so it's hard to tell where the room actually ends. At the center, in a pool of warm light, Marco floats beside a terminal screen. Sleeper. He touches his brow in a mock salute as you enter. Been busy plotting, then? Zabin shoots you a look. Just hear Marco out, alright? Hey, he's being a little bit mocking to me. I was just gonna be a little bit cocky as well, I'm sorry. Hear the door you entered through screech shut, and then a sudden silence descends. Sorry to drag you out here, Sleeper, but I really can't be overheard on this one. He sighs. We are close to Darkside here, and Utsubo have ambitions, shall we say, in the Scatteryards. Finn told me the whole story, and I am sorry for your troubles. He claps his hands together. You have done well to evade Lane this far, but you must understand, he's also been distracted. Since export went up, well, Darkside has been in a crisis. The war was a pressure shift that allowed Utsubo to build its strength. Export was the breach to blow it wide open. Marco springs his hands apart. Export's their justification for imposing total control in the name of protection. Marco glances away into a dark corner of the room, and If my hunch is right, it's how they will extend their reach to the Scatyons. Where's this going, then? Marco laughs and looks at Seraphine. Straight to business, this one. I am done running, Sleeper. I hate looking over my shoulder every cycle. I hate the nightmares. The fear. I want to face this head on, for better or worse. He looks away, scowling. I won't be controlled by Lane, and this is our chance to break that control. Lane is hunting you, Sleeper, which means he is not in Darkside. This is good for you. There are people in Darkside resisting Utsubo, though I hear it's not going well for them. If you could find them, find out what they need, there's a chance here. Marco pauses, and you get the feeling he's assessing your reaction. Taking action is a choice right now, Sleeper, but soon it won't be. Not if what Marco is telling me is true. Let's do this on our own terms. What do we need to do? Seraphine meets your eyes with conviction. Thank you, Sleeper. I know we can do this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Marco interrupts. I will need some time to work this out. If you two want to go to Darkside, there's no way you can take that stolen rig. It was a big enough risk just to bring it here. He glances at Seraphine, and you get the feeling he's already been reprimanded for this one. So, I need to find you a way in, and a way out. I know it can be done, though. Marco rubs his hands together. Marco turns to you. I recommend you take the next few cycles to prepare. The Scatyons are a good place to both spend and make cryo, depending on your needs. And Finn, Marco puts a hand on his friend's shoulder. Try to stay cool. This will be a recon only, a chance to see what's happening on Darkside and make your connections. It is not the time for grand gestures. Seraphine nods. Thank you, Marco. He glances at you. We'll keep things quiet until you're ready. You and Seraphine leave the hidden bear, the bay door screeching open to allow you to exit. When it seals once more, Seraphine turns to you. This is our chance to shift things, Sleeper. Let's keep our heads in the game. Agreed. I'll start preparing. Well, alright then. We should give Marco some time. I've got a few things I want to take care of in the Scattyards, and I want to get a message to Dala. I know she would want to hear from me before. Well, let's make sure we are ready. Keep our head up, Sleeper. I'll see you in the rig. With that, Seraphine kicks off down the passage on his way to the shuttle dock. You watch him go. Unsure if you're impressed or concerned about his headstrong nature. Either way, things are in motion. The only thing you can do now is give yourself the best chance of success. Lane's not chasing us here, eh? How much more time? 2 more days for Marco's plan to start going through? Okay, well, let's finish up what we need to do over here. Kind of sucks that we have Sirius Yarn thing. It's like leading us to stay here rather than go out and explore. I kind of want to do a bit of exploring though. I definitely want to go back to the Greenbelt and all this other stuff. There's a few things we can do around here before we get back over. So, oh, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Sorry. Let's go over here. Trying to break some encryptions. Nice. Come on. 50-50. Hey, let's go. Gadette catches your eye as you look over at her. What is it? She takes the end of the metal chopstick she had been chewing on out of her mouth. Got something? Gadette had given up already for the cycle. While you were cracking the drive's complex encryption on her friend's workstation, she had been floating in the middle of the small workshop, pinging bits of scrap off the shelving on the wall. Now, she spins in the air and pushes off from the ceiling, spinning as she glides so she lands perfectly behind you, leaning over the terminal screen. As she does, you hit a key, executing the final decryption process. Slick. She goes to ruffle your hair, but you don't have any. Instead, she just wobbles your head playfully. What we got? With Cadet hanging over your shoulder, you try to concentrate on the data spooling across the screen. The first thing that catches your eye is a steady repetition of CWEXT, an identifier for Conway Extractions, the behemoth conglomerate currently waging a corporate war with Senate Stat in the inner system. Why Conway? What is this data? You stomp the scroll, looking for details, anything. Hit that thing. Cadet pokes the screen, making it wobble. You dutifully click. A comment expands on the code, a note left by somebody. It mentions tests and protocols, discussing reverse engineering and carrier signals. You close it and find another. Drone latency. Another. Security bypass. One more. Kill switch. Takes a long time, you and Cadet squinting into the blue screen. They build up a picture of what you're looking at. When you're done, both of you sit back, your eyes sore and your minds clogged with technical terminology. Shit. They were dissecting it live. Cadet shakes her head. She's referring to the Conway drone mind this stream of data was scrapped from. Huge volumes of internal data of control systems, protocols, and passphrases, the kind of data you imagine was closely guarded by Conway, kept secret to allow the smooth operation of its drones. This thing, some kind of general or manager, right? Giving orders out to all the little drones that work for it? Cadet squints. I always thought Conway controlled its drones remotely, with people, those zero latency point interfaces you always hear about. From what you know, Cadet is right. Conway is known for their novel solution to the scale and logistical problems of the surrogate systems, extraction and security drone ships piloted from light years away with proprietary comms interfaces. A drone mind. What this code is scrapped from should be a kind of distributor, a relay for the local drones that links to the closely guarded transmitter/receiver. But this data suggests otherwise. Just an active cognitive process, far more complex than any protocol you've heard of, a thinking machine. Look, Cadet jabs the screen again. Is that? You see a line in the data stream that reads simply, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out. How did they do this? Cadet leans back. Everyone knows captured Conway drones purge themselves and everything else is in the couple of square clicks around them when captured. You rip the control core out of one, sure, you can disassemble it, but the system will be gone. This one was still running when they took it apart. It should have gone up like a tactical nuke the moment they started. She stopped suddenly, the vein of Hexport jumping into her mind. Is that what happened? But how did they get all of this and get it out on a drive? Silence fills the workshop. You look back to the screen, unsure of the answers to Cadet's questions. You feel a deep chill, one that you know has nothing to do with the temperature of the workshop. Oh, I'm bad at intuition, but I gotta try. Who the hell was doing this? Cadet scans the code once more. Gah! You go back over the data. It's scrubbed clean. Not a mention of who was scrapping the data. You go over it again. Nothing. Not a single clue. You draw a blank. You've been at this for too long. I'm cooked. She pushes away from the terminal and floats in the room, stretching out her aching back. We know they had this drone mine on Hexport. That's where they were cutting it, scrapping it. We know something happened and Hexport went up. She sketches her thoughts out in the air with hand gestures as she summarizes. The data got out on that drive, I'm assuming before the explosion, that got to the far spindle. Someone tried to courier it using me, but the receiver wasn't there, which is when they ruined my life and my job trying to get it back. Yeah, this data is valuable. That's for sure. Imagine taking control of all of those drones, turning them away or towards any target you wanted. She floats over to the drive and picks it up. This thing is the only way to buy my life back. The way I see it, we have to expose those fools so they leave me be, or give them the data so they piss off forever. We can't give them this. Not if we don't know who they are. But yeah, we can't. All the roads lead in one direction, I'm afraid. She's been the drive there. Back home. Export. If there's anything to confirm or deny this data, if there's anything connected to, if there's anything left at all, it'll be in the remains of that station. I had a feeling it might come to this, so I made some inquiries when I first got here. The word is that the place irradiated to hell, but I've also heard the radiation is fading. And it's not like half the bell is glowing anyway. With suits, we'd have maybe a few seconds before it started to leak through. Problem is getting in. She puts the drive back to the desk's magnetic surface. Far spindle is a no. Not only do I not want to get picked up there, but the debris is denser on that side. No safe way in. Dark side is the best bet, but I heard you have some trouble waiting for you there. What if I deal with the trouble then? Then I'd say we'd have a clear shot at it. She shrugs. Easier said than done. This place has one hell of a stowaway spot, shielded from everything, plus the scatter yards are no one's territory. I'm gonna leave the drive here. She squints at you. No peeking. But me, I want to keep moving. So I was thinking I could make myself useful to you shake that trouble in Darkside. Work for room and board and all that. You want to come with me? Yeah, professionally speaking, of course. What do you say? You know I'm tough, and I can do plenty besides ride an air bike. You're in. That's the ends I was looking for. I've had enough time with spacer's bathrooms for a lifetime. I'll make myself at home on your rig. She picks up the drive and tucks it in a pocket. Cadet glances away at the racks on the wall, and you follow her eyes to spot her air bike where it's hanging, carefully secured and pristinely kept. Cadet gives you a hard look. Better have room for my bike. Nice. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Nia. Cadet, good at engaging and mechanics. Nice, nice. We still need to wait for Marco to get his act together. And while we're waiting for him, well, there's not much we can do, I'll be honest. Kinda did a lot of the stuff that was already available to us already, I believe, right? We can start building engine components, I reckon, because there's nothing we do here except for get rid of that. Yep, alrighty. Okay, well, let's spend just one more day. Let's try to fabricate something real quick. Alright, another engine component down. Nice. And, well, that's all the days here. Let's go ahead and end the cycle. We need to feed our cat? Let's just feed our cat. We're gonna get back some supplies anyways. Most likely, at least, in the cycle. We don't need anything else really, either. So, this works. And, got it back. You find Seraphine and Marco waiting for you in the hidden room where you met before. They're chatting quietly, their shadows cast across the scaffolding by a small lamp. Sleeper, Marco's got something good. He nods to Marco. Tell them. Marco gives you a nod as you look at him, his mood quiet, conspiratorial. I don't know if it's as good as Fiend thinks, but it is an opening. I heard back from a friend of mine who runs a yard on the edge of the cluster, a fair wave out from here. Smart guy. Makes a tiny profit of selling fuel to freight crews on the way to the dark side. He undercuts the dark side dockyard fuel prices, which includes a cut for Utsubo, so they stop off at his place to fill up before heading in. Marco smiles. Clearly, this is his kind of business. This guy, he owes me a favor, and I'm going to call it in. He can get a few of us onto a freight crew, swap us out for some of the usuals who stay at his place, and let them have a few drinks on him. The crew, meaning us, will deliver the freight, complete with a stopover for cargo loading into the dark side, which is when you do what you need to do. We'll have as long as we need, but the more time we spend there, the more likely they'll discover us. We'll keep our heads down, sleep and eat on the freighter. Then, once we're done and the freighter's loaded, we deck it on out again, return to my friend's yard and swap the crews back. He shrugs, emphasizing the simplicity of the plan. No one will even know that we were there. See, it's good. Seraphine nods. It'll work, right? I mean, I agree. Sounds pretty solid. Seraphine looks concerned. It's going to be tight, but I reckon you can get what you need in time. Make some connections for whoever is resisting Kutsubo. Get an idea of their operation. Look for weaknesses. It'll have to be quiet, Finn. Marco gives you both a warning look. No noise, no attention. This can quickly become a one-way ticket. Seraphine turns to you. Think you can handle that? Together, we'll get it done. Seraphine and Marco exchange concerned glances. What aren't they telling you? There's one more thing, Sleeper. Seraphine looks down. Someone needs to stay with the rig. Someone who can pilot it if there's any attention at the yard. It has to be like this. I'm sorry. I'll be going in with you. Marco puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder. I know Darkseid. I will guide you all the way in and all the way out. There'll be room for one more on the crew. I'll leave who that is to you. Let me give you some advice. He leans in closer. You better be sure you really trust anybody you take on this one. You look between the two of them. Just you and Marco might be the safer option. The fewer people, the less likely it is you give yourselves away. But then if Marco doesn't keep up his end of the bargain, you want all the backup you can get. The other problem is that you have to go right away. You see the rising tension on Marco's face. The Vratos arriving, they cycle. Seraphine turns to you. I'm sorry, I can't come, Sleeper. But we need to do this now. Doesn't seem like I have a choice, now does it? Seraphine shakes his head. I don't think you do. I'll be ready whenever you need. Just give me the word and we'll head out to my friend's yard. We keep this tight, and nothing needs to go wrong. His words echo in your mind as you leave the hidden room, a creeping doubt settling itself in the pit of your stomach. This is it. Time to go back to Darkseid. Oh, I don't have much of a choice, do I? Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, we might as well make as much stuff as we can real quick. As much stuff as we can possibly make safely. Get rid of my stress. That's what I do with this other stuff real quick. Little bed and breakfast. Rest and recover. Recovery failed. Oh, don't tell me I actually don't get rid of the stress in time. Recovery failed. I just need to hit a 50%. Recovery failed. Oh, get it. Oh no! I still have one stress on me. Oh, I'm stressed. I should have saved it. Why did I even get it? Why did I care about the engine component? Oh no. Oh, what's the worst that can happen, buddy? We all die. Oh, we're so screwed. Alright, where do we need to go for this guy? I just head to the map? There we go. Oh. Danger. It doesn't say it's risky, not red dangerous, just danger. Alright. Let's go. To recon at Darkseid. Belt travel blocked. I don't know. What are you even good at? You're good at intuition. Really? We need Cadet there for Darkseid, right? I kind of want to take Cadet there. I mean, I love Bliss. Bliss is my homie. But Cadet has some things to do here, too. I'm willing to do it. We don't have intuition other than through Marco, so that's kind of rough, but I trust Cadet. Saved my ass on at least a occasion, so... Well, two, if you want to count me helping her and then her helping me, make sure I get out alive. So, that all works out. Alright, Marco. Don't stab me in the freaking back and let's do this. Off we go. The freighter hangs over the ragged shipyard as the rig idles in the dock. Your eyes trace the fuel line snaking up to its underside, where they disappear into the dark. A chirp from the pilot console breaks the silence. Marco's signal. This is it, Sleeper. Savian settles back from the controls of the rig. He looks over his shoulder at you. You better get going. Don't get too bored. I'll do my best. Hope they have something to drink in this yard. You glide towards the back of the cockpit. Savian clears his throat. Just don't do anything reckless, alright? As you float down the corridor towards the airlock, Marco comes to meet you. His usual gear is swapped out for a plain set of overalls that you imagine are borrowed from the freighter crew. You ready to go, Sleeper? The crew we're replacing are already in the yard, so the sooner we get on board, the better. He gives you a look. How are you feeling? Concerned, to be honest. It's fair, but no need to be. This is the simple part. He bats you on the shoulder as you cross into the airlock. The airlock cycles and Marco leads you into the yard, through a series of shadowy passages that connect to two docking bridges. Now's the time, Sleeper. Now's the time, Sleeper. Marco says as you work your way through the yard. Any questions, any concerns, speak up now. We have to pass any checks then. Marco shrugs. This freighter is a known ship to Utsubo. It makes this route on a regular basis. They have no reason to suspect it. You reach a vertical tunnel and start ascending. At the docks, we'll probably have to give some enforcers a nod and a smile, but that's it. You come out at the entrance of the other docking tunnel, the freighter filling the viewing window so all you can see are the plates of its scratched hull. You hit the button to open the doors and glide toward the freighter's airlock. As you do, the fear settles in. You're going back to Darkside. Darkside sprawls out across the starscape. Its surface a vast and random accumulation of structures, lights, and signs. You've watched it as the freighter cut across the belt, as it grew cycle by cycle, like a stain across the cockpit glass. Watching it approach, the fragmented memories of your time there pass through your mind, each one dissolving the moment you try to focus on it. Only the sensations remain. Despair, claustrophobia, fear, all somehow strengthened by their disconnected nature. It's as if, by not being attached to specific memories, they can run free through your mind, as alive as they were in the first moment of feeling. Instructions received. Appreciated. Marco's in the pilot seat, talking to the Port Authority. Incoming to Strut 23. He turns back to you, clicking off the outgoing comms channel. First step complete. We've got docking approval as expected. He raises his eyebrows, noticing something on your face. Keep it together, alright? I've got this. Stay silent. He sighs and turns back to the controls. You feel a punch on your shoulder and you look over across the cockpit to see a grinning cadet. No one's going near you while I'm here, okay? This is my kind of place. No scrap, no dusty rocks. This is going to be fun. There's a hollow rumble through the body of the freighter as Marco brings it into the dock. The noises of this draftier, more industrial ship differ to those of your rig, and you haven't gotten quite used to them just yet. A squawk of noise over the comms sends Marco scrabbling at the controls to submit the docking code he was sent just moments before. There is an agonizing wait, and then a chirp as the code is accepted, the freighter is docked. Alright, let me go out first. Talk to the dockers, Star 2. Alright, let me go out first. Talk to the dockers, start the unloading. He clips from his seat. Then, you're good to go. F it. I want to come. Marco raises an eyebrow. He seems to be considering something. I want to be as delicate about this as possible. He glances away. But you are a sleeper. I don't think we should bring that to attention. Is this gonna end my run instantly? I don't know about that. He's Seraphine's friend. I want to trust him. I get it. Marco nods. Good. Hold fast. And he glides out of the cockpit without waiting for a response. You hold your nerve, looking out at the flickering lights and distant traffic. The airlock clunks open and closed again. Time drags on. You turn your attention to the job ahead, seeing it stretched out in front of you. Darkside seems impossibly vast. Too vast to find a specific person, but just to find a type of person. Someone unhappy with Utsubo's gains, ready to risk their life to change this place, and push to a point of desperation or anger? That might be a lot more doable. But first, you must understand Utsubo. See how they run this place, where they meet, what they talk about. Find where Utsubo is the weakest. Find where they can be broken. And think about the pressure that might be applied, not just by you, but by all of Darkside. Cadet floats lazily in the air, spinning a small tool between her fingers. Sure hope Marco hasn't run us out already. That'll be... Cadet floats lazily in the air, spinning a small tool between her fingers. Sure hope Marco hasn't run out on us already. That'd be really messed up. Not funny. Cadet shrugs and stretches, just filling the silence. Ugh. The airlock cycles once more, and moments later, Marco is in the cockpit, sweat beading on his brow. He takes a moment, his mood uncharacteristically flustered. Well, I bent the truth a little back there, but I think we're good. He runs a hand over his hair, slicking it back into place. Luckily, I've had a lot of practice lying to dock workers. He gives you a wink. They'll begin unloading later this cycle, and they won't be in a rush. We have our time, as promised. But the sudden interjection evaporates any relief you are feeling. Utsubo are watching these docks. That I know for sure. For now, they're just another freighter, but our coming and going, that could be a problem. We can try to disable their monitoring, or just get the job done before it becomes an issue. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Ugh. Nah, let's not antagonize the man, let's just say, I'll take a look. I'm sure you will. Either way, we need to get on with what we are doing. Utsubo are everywhere, but we need to understand them, to know what is happening inside their organization. We slip under their skin and find out how they work. This is what I recommend. But now, Sleeper, it is your turn to lead. Tell us where to begin. You feel the intention, the pressure shift to you. Time to find some allies. Time to find Utsubo's weakness. Time to stop running and resist. Crisis, +1 per cycle. They're hunting me down. So we have the wash gate here. We also have something further in, the rise over here. +1 crisis activity. +1 per cycle. Dangerous, dangerous to do such a thing. But if we push everyone, they get +3. That gets you 5 and 6. Gives you 6 and 6 on that. Might be worth the pressure right now. Dock surveillance. What do we got here? Dangerous to do that, not as dangerous to go ahead and interface with it. But I think we can almost ignore it. Dock debate. Oh, +1 stress. Fuck. Well, no reason not to push this then. That's what happened on a neutral? Not too bad. Bucket, we ball. Damn. Oh no, Tarly takes so much damage. We gotta get this done fast. New location. Docker's Rest. Stealing a pass here. Oh. Cadet's not good at this at all. You're good at that. I'm good at extracting ciphers. Cadet can work on the rise though, right? She can't? Lock surveillance at least? Can cut connections. +3 please? Only +2 doing that? 8 more actions to get that out of the way out. Hacking surveillance. Well, fuck it. Nice. Good hit. Let's just get some rest then. End the cycle. There's nothing we can do. I'm stressed out by doing this. Damn. Got some better hits though. So wait, I'm the only one that can do this alongside Marco? Marco can do steal the passkey, I can do extracting the cipher. Push this to get Marco to go all the way. Wait, pause. The rise over here. He can track enforcers. And I can hack the Utsubo comms. I'll risk it. Nicely done, Cadet. Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, no more stress buildup from that. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Let's start extracting the cipher. Oh, +3 from that. I'll risk it. Oh! I'm playing this so risky, man. Leave Docker's Rest with an Utsubo passkey in hand, sure to get you inside one of their safe houses. Now the trick is to find one. You make your way through the docks, head down into the dark passageways. Sleeper! Cadet calls you further back in the passage. Marco just split. You stop in the dark side passageway you were drifting down, a quiet connection between 2 thoroughfares. You glance around at the loose bundle of wires and stained metal plates. It seems like a safe place to talk. Looked real nervous. Cadet catches up with you. Then he just blurted out that he had something he needed to do and left. Was gone just like that. You pause for a moment, unsure how to react. What's going on? You tell me, Sleeper. This is your crew. I assumed you knew he was going. She meets your eye, which I can see now is obviously not the case. You take a moment. No need to panic. Marco... You take a moment. No need to panic. Marco brought you here. will get you out. You look down the corridor towards a busier, wider passageway where people drift by. If he needed to deal with something, then, well, he needed to deal with something. Doesn't mean anything. You sure as hell wish he had given you a warning. Surveilled and now short-handed, this job is going from bad to worse. Great. I kinda could've used him in the next area. Docker's Rest over here. Got the Strifer extracted, and now that he's gone, we're gonna start losing and hurting real bad in a couple days. Alright. Let's end the cycle for now. Damn this man. Damn this man indeed. He's not... Cadet's not the best at this, but we'll try what we can. Nicely done, Cadet. Well done, Cadet. Alright. Only end the cycle with this one. I can't risk taking on any more stress. Once I max out that stress, it's gonna be bad. More stuff takes hits, but we can take them. Use this one right here and let's see what happens. We have to do both of our good ones. Track some enforcers. Figured out how to unlock the entrance now. Good, good, good. Simple door leads down to what you suspect is an Utsubo safe house. All you need is a passkey cipher to enter, which we can use. Boom. An unmarked door slides open as you use a cipher. Beyond it, a dark tunnel descends, its roof a mess of bundled tubes and wires. Entering, you see a flickering light at its far end, and hear the soft echo of raised voices. Looks like a rat's nest to me. Cadet grins darkly. Let's go see what they're chatting about. You drift down the tunnel, keeping your limbs clear of the sides. Your passage through the air is silent and gentle. You focus on the flickering lights, the sound of the voices growing ever louder. As you descend through the tunnel, you notice a small, dark doorway leading off before the tunnel reaches the bottom. You slow yourself gently, fingertips grazing the metal walls on either side. Glancing through, you see the doorway bleeds out onto a framework balcony, high on the wall in some dark room. You glance down to the bottom of the tunnel and hear the voices rising in volume. The balcony, come on! She pushes ahead through the doorway. You come out onto the balcony overlooking a dark, cavernous room, lit in patches, with a bright area at the far end. It is filled with people. Utsubo enforcers and members, all facing forward, their floating bodies silhouetted by the pool of bright light ahead. And in that bright pool, two figures. Oh, Jesus. And in that bright pool, two figures are arguing. You come to the edge of the balcony, a feeling of safety granted to you by both the elevation and the cover of darkness. Below, the entire room has its attention focused on the two figures in the bright pool of light, the watching audience keeping to the dark perimeter, as if they were observing a piece of theater. You feel Cadet arrive beside you, her attention, like yours, on the scene below. These are my territories. You need to withdraw. One figure that features hard to define in the pool of light gestures at the other. There's no discussion to be had. The other figure laughs. You're pathetic, Orin. Washgate is a joke. Like you. He turns to the crowd and you see dark hair, dark eyes, and a smile like a slit. The dark figure addresses the gathered crowd. Orin makes nothing from the Washgate. all that freight, and he lets it slip by while he soaks up bribes. He's stealing from you all. Daichi, you piece of shit. Orin spits, a glinting orb zipping past the other man. You have no respect. A view of the crowd enter the light, gathering behind one figure or the other. Barely more than an enforcer in already dictating terms. If you had any idea what's happening in the passages, you know we've been facing sabotage resistance across the Washgate. Utsuba's control is under question. Sabotage and resistance. You quietly log the remark in your mind. Those are the people you have to find. Daichi smirks in response. I still know how it is in the passages, but you are getting soft, Orin. You can't deal with some angry shop owners? He makes a show of his mocking laugh. It's easy to mock, but they are organized, and I'm close to rooting out their meeting place. You wouldn't know where to even look. If you say so, old man. In the end, it's only a matter of time before someone ambitious notices how weak you have become. Daichi draws a finger across his throat with a grin. The room erupts in shouts. Both sides call out insults, while others in the crowd air their own problems, some drifting into the light to heckle Daichi and Orin directly. Silence! A voice cuts through the room, raised above all others. The noise drops. We lean forward to get a better view. A woman holds her muscled arms in the air, a wide, strong posture of control, not surrender. Both of you. She shakes her head, her long braids snaking through the air as she does. Enough! This is not how we do things. The chaos is replaced by disgruntled muttering. No one voice willing to rise above the murmurs. Daichi floats to one side, arms coolly folded, while Orin fumes opposite of him, his hands in tight fists. So, this is how the Starward Ward conducts its business? Animals, fighting over scraps. Ankita. Orin eyes Daichi as he speaks. Daichi is the one disrespecting the leadership and the trust they have placed in. I said enough. Your weakness does not impress me, Orin. She turns to Daichi, and neither does your petulance, Daichi. Watch who you're calling weak, Ankita. You may be Lane's favorite, but I have something that'll change all that. He looks out over the heads of the crowd. Bring 'em. A figure is dragged into the circle of light, their head low, a greasy tangle of dark hair drifting over their face. They lift a hand and slick it back out of their eyes. Oh, I wonder who it could possibly be. That dickhead. Cadet hisses from beside you as Marco's pale face catches the light, gleaming with sweat. This one here has a very interesting story to share with us all. I'm sure you're all aware of the bounty Lane has put on the head of a very valuable escaped sleeper and their accomplices. Well, Marco here tells me that the same sleeper is, right now, docked on a freighter moored in the Washgate docks. A ripple runs through the gathered crowd, a reflection of the value of this information. You wonder how much cryo is on your and Seraphine's heads. You look into Marco's eyes, attempting to see any indication of what this might be. A desperate bid to save himself? Or betrayal of everything you agreed upon? His set stare reveals nothing. Now, Lane himself will be returning in 3 cycles, and you can imagine how pleased he will be when I present the sleeper to him. Ankita stares out at Orin. You had no business keeping this from me. I'll be the one to bring the sleeper in. Oh my god. Not so fast, Ankita. Orin turns to the gathered crowd. The first of you to bring me the sleeper will be given a share of Washgate. He shoots a look across the circle of light. That includes you, Daichi. The crowd erupts into shouts and movement. The assembled Utsubo members suddenly up and moving towards the doors. You push yourself into the corner of the balcony, tucking yourself into the shadows as you hear the tunnel filling with voices. There are shouts and scuffles, and you fear that any moment you will be discovered. But as time passes, the noise subsides. You only open your eyes when the sound disappears altogether. The Utsubo members on their way to your freighter, the freighter that is supposed to take you off Darkside. You feel the panic rising. You are trapped here once more. Screw this! We need to run now! You ascend through the tunnel, silent, slow. Your eyes are on the entrance, hoping that no Utsubo members return or enters, and then you are back out in the main passageway, blinking in the light of the fluorescent panels and gliding away from the entrance, lost in a daze. Shit. Somewhere in the rise, you eventually stop, not sure where you might be going, but needing to get away from what you just witnessed. You can't go back to the freighter. That much is clear, which means no supplies, no place to sleep. Then there's Marco. Is this always part of his plan, or is it just him in survival mode? Your mind fills with questions and worries, the path ahead unclear. What a dickhead! Marco actually sold us out? When I catch him, I'm gonna wring his neck. Is that what that was, then? You saw what I saw, right? He's with Utsubo! Is it as clean as Cadet says? Can you really leave Darkside without Marco? He actually has been caught by Utsubo. Can you forgive him by giving in to the pressure? You're angry, but you're struggling to be angry at him. Perhaps because you have been where he is now, under Utsubo's control. What would you have done to escape? Who would you have given up? Come on, we can work out what Marco deserves later. We can't go back. That's a fact. The ship is compromised. The dogs are probably swarming with Utsubo. We should bed down here, ride out the worst of it. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be betrayed, Sleeper. Trust me, but there's no time for feelings right now. Only actions. I'm going to find us an empty unit with a door that locks. I'll be back in a sec.
Cadet MVP.
MVP. You take a moment, trying to find a focus. Maybe if you could find those resisting Utsubo, they could help you? Though you wonder if they ever existed at all, given that Marco was the one who reported their existence to you and Seraphine. Was this whole thing a ploy to collect the bounty, to bring you to Darkside? We search out Marco. Perhaps he can answer you. For better or worse. But then you recall Oren's words. Sabotage and resistance. If that was an honest plea, then there is some truth in what Marco said. Utsubo is being resisted. You try to gather yourself. You have to bounce back, to come up fighting. Otherwise, this place will drown you in its darkness. Fuck. You used all your energy and are now starving. While starving, you gain 1 stress per cycle, and any energy lost accrues stress. Eat to regain energy. Great. Here's our abandoned unit. All we can do is end the cycle here. What can we even do here? Nothing. We have one thing we can do. Just go over here and try not to die. Steal supplies? That I can do. Shit. Gotta risk it, I think. Let's go. Alright. We have some supplies. We can last for a few more days. There's nothing we can do except just rest for today, though. God, we're gonna lose so much stuff, though. God, this is bad. We're literally running 50-50 on 2 of our things just dying out. We could lose 2 dice today. We need to have good rolls. Ugh. Damn! You wake in the cold of the Menon unit to an unsettling quiet. The air cyclers whine, the heat diffusers hum, but nothing around you breathes. You are alone. You slowly raise yourself, unclip the straps from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift up into the silence, into the air. You slowly raise yourself, unclip the straps from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift up into the air. Silence. And then, in that silence, you hear something. A scrape, or scuff. It draws your eyes to the unit's doorway, where a shape is settled in the dark. I knew you couldn't have gone far. Ankita shifts to fill the doorway. Fucking rusher. Let's go, reduce the stress, baby. That doesn't help us too much. You kick off hard, dropping your shoulder and tucking your head so you slam into her chest with full force. Ankita reels back and spins, wrapping you with both arms, and uses your momentum to whip you around and bundle you back into the unit. She laughs. Not bad. That was a solid hit. She flexes her shoulder. Just calm down. Ankita holds up both hands. Let's not cause too much damage. She raises an eyebrow. May I come in? She drifts through the doorway. We don't need any extra attention right now. What are you doing here? Look, just shut up and listen. Ankita drops her voice. I'm risking everything by coming up here. So don't make this any harder than it is. What you need to know is this. I am on your side. I want Darkseid free just like you. And I hate Lane just as much as you do. I just have different methods. That's all. She raises an eyebrow. You might say better methods, given how well your visit has gone so far. Why should I trust you? I'm the only person who can get you off Darkseid, so you better listen closely. It has taken me more cycles than you would believe to get this deep into Utsubo. I'm not about to give it up for one escapee. But then Lane doesn't usually run all across the belt chasing a lone escapee. But then Lane doesn't usually run all across the belt chasing a lone escapee. Even a sleeper. And Kita draws a little closer, overshadowing you. So, you need to tell me now. What does Lane want with you? Why are you so important? What's it to you? Ankita's look darkens. You don't want to play it like this. Trust me. What you don't understand, Sleeper, is that I've been trying to keep you safe since I saw you arrive. But your friend hasn't made it easy. Getting himself caught by Utsubo is bad enough, but then blabbing about you being here? I can only protect you from so much. Where's Marco? I don't run the gang. He's Orin's. I can't risk starting an internal war. Either way, you are lucky you are in the same position, and you have me to thank for that. So I'll ask again. Why is Lane pursuing you? Let's explain the basic stuff here. Do that. Ankita looks away in thought as you explain. She waits for you to finish. None of it makes any sense. But there's no way I'm letting Lane get his prize. Not until we understand more. She gives you a hard look. I can get you out, but I need a couple of cycles, and I need you to do something for me. You need to take this with you, off station. She produces a thumbnail drive and holds it up. This is everything I've managed to scrape from within Utsubo. The key to challenging Lane is on here, I know it. Take it to Oliveira. It's tucked away in a crater in the shoals, that massive debris field beyond the hollow. She meets your eye. You give it to Carmen, no one else. Ankita presses the drive into your palm and closes your hand around it. No one but Carmen, you understand? Lane's rise has been cruel. He is split. He has spilt too much blood. When I'm ready, I'll make him pay for that. But Karma needs to analyze what I've got on him to find the right place and moment to strike. Ankita meets your eye. I knew a sleeper once, and I should have trusted them. So now, I'm trusting you. I'll get you out, and you deliver. That's the deal. Then together, we can. Ankita spins sideways, slamming into the wall of the unit with a grunt. A few small globs of red liquid glitter in the air. I got it, sleeper! Cadet shakes out the fist she punched Ankita with. A shrill whine draws both of you and Cadet's attention to Ankita. She's holding a boxy pistol under her waist, its sign blinking with a pale indicator light. You haven't got shit. Ankita reaches up to wipe a little blood from her temple, her eyes not leaving Cadet. Solid punch. We should have checked who's on your side first. Ankita looks at you questioningly. What the hell is this, sleeper? Ankita is helping us. Helping? No more slimy deals. Ankita shoots her an angry look. Cadet shoots her an angry look. I have to go, sleeper. She glances between the two of you. You explain this whole thing to your friend if you want, but I won't be here when you do. 2 cycles. Be ready to leave. She backs out of the unit. When Lane comes back, you go out. Neither of us wants him to win here. And a piece of advice? Forget Marco. Keep your head down and wait for me. You need supplies. Steal them in Flicker Row. Otherwise, keep to yourself. Ankita gives you a hard look and slips out of the unit. Shit. It's dangerous. Let's just see what happens. Finding Marco? Do we really want to fucking do that? Shit, I hate this fucking asshole. Even if we do find his fucking ass, what are we gonna do, huh? Kick his ass? I'm down for it. I'm probably gonna lose my shit because of him. God damn it, I might as fucking well at this point. I might lose right here. Yeah, okay. This is going splendidly. Lovely. A 6 or a 6 here would be wonderful. Not gonna happen? Woo! You wake up in the bear unit, cloaked in the endless shadow of Darkside. Outside the window, the lights of the city glitter. You do not see them. Your attention is instead on the tugging thread in your mind. Lane, drawing ever closer. You shiver. One more cycle, and then you're out. I don't even think I can get him out, even if we find fucking Marco. Is this it? Though you have no specific memory of it, there's something unpleasantly familiar about the place you found yourself in. Among the many stack units of the Rise, framed by scaffolding and stretching away from Darkside reflectors in a way that is only possible in Zero-G, you found yourself in a cold corner. Here, a locked door is marked with Utsubo's sigil, a single eel curled back on itself, its mouth around its own tail. This is the kind of door behind which Utsubo keeps its secrets, its assets like you and Seraphine were, like Marco is now. It's a door you've been watching, which is why you know there should be an enforcer lazily leant beside it, While you know you only have moments before they come back. Break the door, break the lock, engineer that shit, break the lock. Nice. Good thing we reduce stress, even though we're gonna gain stress from this. You slip a shipbreaker's chisel from your belt pack and jam it into the lock, glancing over your shoulder as you try to force the mechanism. With a deft hand, you angle the chisel against the mechanism, and with a swift strike on the handle, the bolt pops off inside the lock. You slide the door open silently. You're in. A dim corridor stretches out ahead of you, lined with doors on either side. The memory hits you almost immediately. Long cycles between jobs in a cell like this, awaiting Lane's arrival. Kept safe. A lie that you believed when you were first brought to a place like this. Most of the cells are dark, empty, but warm glow spills from around one of the doors. You quickly approach and look in. Marco is tucked into an inset berth, a padded niche like those in any unit. His back is turned to the small window in the door. You slam the exterior lock release without thinking, Marco turning over to face the door as it hisses open. Sleeper! He freezes for a moment, unsure of your intentions. He raises a hand as if to protect himself, to put something between you and him. Let's go. Marco nods and pushes himself up. He eyes you, but doesn't say a word. Recriminations can wait. You back out into the passageway, and Marco follows slowly, tentatively. Time to leave. Lucky me. Daichi floats in the corridor, a knife glittering in his hand. I came to squeeze a little more information from Orin's prize here. He points the long knife at Marco. But it looks like I just got everything I need. He closes the gap, raising the knife. Now stay still. I'd prefer to deliver you to Lane in one piece. Fucking attack this bitch. Let's fucking go! That's why I'm the GOAT! You feel the crunch of his nose. Oh, I fucking just went straight to the fucking kill. You feel the knife razor sign slitting through your thick skin, but you swing your elbow anyway, connecting with Daichi's face as you spin. You feel the crunch of his nose, the solid metal of your skeleton meeting the pliant bone of his. Moments later, Marco and you are streaking through the passages of the rise in a haze, the pain fading but the fear holding strong, desperate to leave this place once and for all. No more supplies we can steal? Damn. We literally gonna have... Oh my god. Okay, so our odds of hitting a 5 or a 6 so we don't actually increase stress is a 1/3 chance. We have a 2/3 chance of not losing right now. If it counts as losing by losing all our dice, which it didn't technically last time, I'm not sure how important this is gonna be. We'll see. Good luck, guys. Godspeed. End the cycle. I'm closing my eyes. Oh, fuck. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! Marco rises from his berth quietly. You haven't really spoken, but the two of you kept busy by your own injuries and the constant fear that Daichi will find you. But so far, he hasn't. And if Ankita is to be trusted, this is your final cycle on Darkside. You wait in silence, no one eager to speak. A deep fatigue has set in, and in this moment, all anyone can do is wait for this excursion to be over. She's here. Marco nods at the doorway, where a silhouetted figure awaits. Ankita looks at Marco, and then at you. A raised eyebrow, the only acknowledgement that you went against her advice. Lane is back on Darkside. We have to go, now. Ankita looks tired, angry. We won't have another chance. Come with me, quickly, quietly. She turns and pushes out into the corridor. Cadet nods. Let's get the hell out of here. Ankita leads you across Darkside, not stopping to look back. The lights and passages flash by, but you barely notice them. The lights and passages flash by, but you barely notice them. All eyes are fixed ahead, on the way out. In some distant part of the station, Ankita stops at a docking bridge, a small freighter visible through the viewing windows. She slaps the door release and it slides open. She grabs your shoulder, looking you into the eyes. Lane's focus will be on Darkseid now. He needs to stop the infighting, to shore up Utsubo. If you go out now, he won't follow. Remember, get that drive to Oliveira. Give it to Carmen. No one else, no matter what they say. We'll be back. Ankita simply nods, and then she is gone, disappearing into the endless, winding passages of Darkseid. We drift gingerly down the docking tunnel, which leads into the cold and sparse cargo bay of the ship. Once you are inside, there is a hiss, and the doors scissor shut. For a moment you panic, seeing no exit, no other doors, just a metal-walled bay. Is this a trap? But the engine rumbles to life, and you give in to your exhaustion. If Ankita has tricked you, at least you're leaving this place behind. And then you feel it. Cold fingers reaching into your mind. You are so close. You are here. Lane's voice whispers in your ear. A rustling, a shifting. I can't quite place you. Can't quite put my finger on you, sleeper. No, you're there. What were you doing here? Hoping to confront me, perhaps? Or something else? I'm right here, you coward. Come and find me. I'll admit, I'm not quite ready for you, sleeper. A flicker and a spasm. But so soon, this will all be over. A tone begins, shrill and inescapable. Let me show you. The tone rises. Lane is in the bay of the freighter, the pull of constant acceleration accompanying pressure against his chest. Lane looks around the bay, taking it in slowly. He inhales the stale air deeply. Lane feels power, feels pride. The sense of control over another excites him. This is his desire. Lane lifts his right hand and turns it in the air, flexing his fingers in a satisfying wave. Something flickers at the corner of your vision for a moment, and you strain to turn Lane's head. It doesn't turn, but you swear you see a figure there in the bay with you. It opens its mouth as if to speak, as if to scream, and then it's gone. A smile grows over Lane's face, a spreading tightness that has its own impulse. He raises one hand and uses it to grip the smallest finger of the other. A pause, and then a sudden jerk. Lane snaps the finger back against the joint. His pain is instant, as is yours. It burns your vision away. When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out on those small metal walls. When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out on those When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out on those same metal walls. You hold the same finger in your hand, and as you release it, you see the crooked shape it has been bent into. A shiver runs through you, and you reach back into your mind to see if any trace, any fragment of Lane remains there. You put your hands on your face and push, as if to push him from your head. The ship continues out on its steady arc, away from Darkseid, away from Lane. But you can't help but feel that same part of him is still there, behind your eyes, concealed beneath the pain of that snapped finger. God. It takes a long time before you're ready to discuss everything. First, there was the journey to the yard, then disembarking from the freighter, then explaining to the waiting crew why their ship was impounded, something Marco offered 1,000 apologies for. Thankfully, the crew of the ship that brought you out of Darkseid, sent by Ankita, took the others aside and settled them. Through the promise of remuneration or the threat of violence, you aren't sure, but you expect they will leave together for Darkseid soon. You do your best to explain your encounter with Ankita to your crew, but the mention of her name sets off a significant reaction in Bliss. It seems the two have history, a relationship that fell apart. Bliss removes themselves from the conversations, and later on you find them in the bus, staring at the wall. I wish I took Bliss with me! No! Ah. Bah. The whole time, you find yourself in a daze. Your skin hurts, your muscles tremble. You don't feel yourself. You rest for a while, and as you do, conversations echo around you, until you find yourself able to rise. Sleeper, Marco comes to you in the quiet of the rig. Can we speak for a moment? Go ahead. Marco nods. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks down. I know I almost cost you everything, but you have to understand something. When they caught me, I was looking for someone important to me. That was why I wanted to come with you. I just wanted to get that message to him, and to know that he was alright. He screws up his face, each word bringing him pain. And I admit, I thought I might be able to bargain on his behalf, to get us both out. Bargain? Using my life? Marco can't bring himself to confirm it, but you both know it to be true. All I can say is, I am sorry. Look, you can use the yard when you get back to the scatter yards. There are some components in there. Take what you want. I'm going to stay here a while. He does not meet your eye. He simply turns away and drifts down the corridor. As he does, Seraphine passes him by, receiving no acknowledgement. Seraphine gives you a questioning look as Marco leaves. What happened out there, Sleeper? He floats there, stretching his scarred arm, the protective sleeve he has been wearing since the far spindle finally removed. Look a little bit different, my friend, without the jacket on. Utsubo are fighting amongst themselves. Better just to say we found the resistance. You explain about the meeting you witnessed, the conflict between Orin and Daichi, and Ankita's intervention. Explaining Ankita takes a little more effort, but you try to remember everything that happened. You explain Ankita's insistence that she was working against Darkseid, now she got you off the station. You explain that Utsubo itself is coming apart with Lane absent, and that this will draw his focus away from the two of you, at least for the time being. Seraphine waits until you've finished to respond. So, this Ankita got herself inside Utsubo, just to try to break their grip on Darkseid. Take some balls. You explain the drive, mention Olivera, Carmen, then hold up the thumb drive, the one Ankita entrusted to you. Olivera. I've heard of it, maybe once or twice. I just assumed it was some backwater colony. Never met a Carmen, though. What's on that thing? Seraphine nods at the thumbnail drive. Ankita didn't say. Ugh, I don't get it. Seraphine raises an eyebrow. We just deliver this little mystery drive, and that's all? He looks away, deep in thought. Is that what you want to do next? Olivera, you've never even heard of it. But it seems like the place to go if you want to help Ankita fight back against Lane. You look at the drive, and as you do, you can't help but feel you're being used. Not for the first time. One thing I will say, Seraphine begins, clearly thinking out loud. If we want to head back to Darkseid, take on Lane, we're going to need to do so on our ship this time. Some crews get spoof transponders, send out a signal matching another ship. Not going to get one fitted here, but that's something we need to look out for. Sure, you think. Go back to Darkseid, where Lane awaits. shudder of fear runs through you, thinking of the moment he slipped into your mind on the freighter. If you ever go back there, you know you'll need to do something to counteract him. But you also recall Overseer's presence in that moment too, his strange form holding its shape as Lane tried to override your control. Perhaps Overseer has a way for you to resist his signal. Your mind whirls with possibilities and problems. Is this really the right move? To go back to the place that almost killed you twice? To take Lane on? Seraphine looks at you expectantly. What are you thinking, Sleeper? We need to prepare. I couldn't agree more. Next time will be different. We will be ready. We will come up fighting, and Lane won't have a clue what's hit him. We need to work. We need a crew. We need to take that thing to Oliveira, and we need you strong, Sleeper. Speaking of, Seraphine takes out a box of components. I kept myself busy these past cycles, working in the fabricator bay on the scatter yards. I figured you could use some spares. But first, we rest. And please don't break on me. No stress? Absolutely goated. GG easy, baby. Never... I knew I was gonna get out of this thing alright. Wasn't stressed one freaking bit. This game is so easy. Oh my god. Alright, just use up all our rare components, I guess. They're repairing all my dice. We already glitched the fuck out anyways. What's the worst that can happen? Oh my god. I can't take any more stress today. Quite literally. I'm going to probably call it here after I just repair everything real fast. Holy shit. Okay, let me give myself a bite to eat. I need some food. I need stuff. Oh yeah, we got some stuff done. Baby, let's go. Leveling up time. We get interface up? I think we do that. Fuck it. We ball. Now we're good at everything except for intuition. We are not an intuitive bastard. We are pretty dumb at that. So, not much else we can do here. Oh, Marco's yard. We can search this shit. Oh, we're not good at it. We'll do it anyways. Heck yeah. Give me some rest in the cycle. Okay, let me just get everything done in the scatter yard and then we'll stop there. Oh, the darkness flows around you and you know what comes next. Sleeper. The multi-part image of Overseer assembles itself in front of you. We must intervene in your current course. Intervene in what? The opening of your systems has breached a new paradigm. You are dangerously exposed. The voice is somehow both soundless and shrill. As we are sharing your hardware, that means we too are fatally exposed. The individual agent you encountered, we were almost completely erased by their attempts to seize control. Overseer's three heads nod eagerly in agreement. It's Lane. We have knowledge of this name from your memory banks. There is much of interest to us recorded there, though often partially and inconsistently. But yes, we can confirm Lane's role in this vulnerability. It is our understanding that the assumption of inevitability is incorrect. Overseer glows with bright veins of data, but in this state, we cannot operate with full functionality. If we were to be recompiled in our correct configuration, we believe we would be able to calculate a new path. Our aim would be to close the vulnerabilities and reinforce your systems against future intrusions. This would ensure our safety within your system. Three sets of eyes lock onto you. Would this also please you? You can stop it? Correct. Overseer stutters like a glitch animation. Our expertise was in total system maintenance and security, beyond our administration and navigation capabilities. We were built to do this. At least, this is what we understand. Without being recompiled, we are aware of these capabilities, but cannot access them. We are confident, to a substantial degree, that we will know how to complete the process once recompiled. The three heads nod, one to the other. Then recompile! The heads revolve thoughtfully for a moment. Without our originating code base, we cannot recompile. If you were able to speak with a Solheim systems engineer, perhaps lead engineer Jakub Kandinsky, perhaps we could acquire it. The heads stare at you expectantly, like three partially deconstructed puppies. Solheim is gone. Yes, of course. The heads nod repeatedly. We were, of course, aware of this. You look at the fragmented program itself, its systems unstable and broken. You realize it is far worse off than you, and its collapse is almost inevitable. How could it possibly save you? It is difficult. Overseer flicks between poses, but all code bases are held in centralized Solheim facilities. They are Station AE-1, the Khan Channel Operations Center, and the Control Center at HAP-PEP, or Hellion Asteroid Belt Photovoltaic Extraction Project. Overseer smiles helpfully. Hampep? Is that Darkseid? Overseer immediately latches onto the thought. Based on your memory banks, we believe so. Correct. It occurs to you that this entire conversation is happening within your head. It's an unsettling feeling. I can't go back to Darkseid. Correct. It would be inadvisable without precaution. Overseer chirps brightly. We understand that the individual seeking to overwrite you is stationed at HAP-PEP itself. Overseer's three hands separate, and you turn inward as if in conference. The shattered heads turn simultaneously, unsettling in the directness with which they address you. But if you could access HAP-PEP mainframe without making yourself known, we could reconstruct ourselves and gain the ability to reconstruct you. Theoretically, one of the heads adds. Theoretically, the other two heads confirm. Theoretically? Theoretically, the heads confirm again. The reassurances of a delusional Solheim protocol are barely reassuring. But if Overseer is correct, this may be your only option. We feel your doubt, but we must impress on you the importance of this. Please. Overseer's eyes flash, all six of them, if not for your sake, or ours. If you cannot find your way to the HAP-PEP before encountering this lane, you will surely be overwritten, and we would also share your fate. We would not like this to happen. You sigh, exhausted from this conversation. Overseer gets the message. We will leave you to recharge, but please, consider the path ahead. You come back to the ragged paneling of the bunks. Somewhere behind your left eye, the ache begins. You envy Overseer for its lack of a body and the pain it causes, but then suddenly, you wonder if in sharing your body, it shares your pain too. The thought makes you pity the broken protocol, its sense of time and place shattered. Perhaps you share more than you would like to admit. The path ahead begins to take shape. It seems a return to Darkseid is inevitable, but you will need help. But you will need help to make that return. Goddamn. Looks like we're gonna be going on a trip. Curse this intuition of mine. Damn. 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 Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Oh, dang it. Take that, Marco. All your shit's mine now. Alright. See how this works. Oh, luckily we don't have to worry about that. Okay, well, nothing else we can even do with this dice, really, so we just do this real quick. And I guess we're gonna be leaving here then, in just a bit. What a good game. What a stressful game. It's been a blast. Well, I don't think we have any more reason to be here. Yard supply. Yeah, let's fill up on supplies, because I can't remember if it's really expensive to do this elsewhere. And what else do we need to do? Repainting the rig, minor little thing. Investigating Hexport mean we need to get back to Hexport. Going over to Aki at the Greenbelt. Contacting Carmen. Go to Ankita. Has to deliver the drive. Looking for Carmen. Travel to Oliveira. Which means we need to go out the belt. Oh shit, Oliveira's all the way over there. Oh, let's go to the hollow real quick. We'll explore around a little bit. I kind of want to go to Greenbelt real quick. New location discovered. Hollow View. Oh. Sketch of design. Oh, this is where we do the design stuff. I see here. Oh, it's intuition. The one thing I'm actually horrendous at. I see. My one weakness. Sketching. Negative? Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna take like 3 days. Fuck. Let's go gambling. Holy shit, we're bad at this. Let me go feed my fucking cat. Can we get a positive outcome? I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, let's go. Okay, nothing crazy to do with that. Signal ship. Aligning some arrays, interpreting signals. Okay. Nice. This is the one we failed. Oh! Look at that. Not too bad. Not too bad. Well, let's go over to the Greenbelt. Oh, we can't. Not without buying fuel first, at least. What kind of crab dealers we got here? Not too bad on the fuel price, actually. Plus, we're like loaded with money, and we don't got to worry about much. Alright, oh. Let's go to the Greenbelt. Let's go talk with some people. I believe Aki. Let's see what's going on here. The biosphere, once barren, is transformed. Where it was once dry and gray, it now swirls with amber dust. A hazy cloud cut through with the bone-white tendrils of steppe silk. Aki, in mask and goggles, lets the biosphere's circulating air play with the end of her scarf, twirling and twisting, even threatening to rip it from her neck. That scarf, she has explained, is woven from the bast fibers of the steppe silk itself. This is why this place is known as Weaver's Fields, for the workshops of Greenbelt residents creating fabric from its steppe silk fibers, weavers who fled from Ember Steppe and those taught afresh by Aki herself. Isn't it beautiful? Aki asks, her eyes glowing. Ember Steppe reborn on this rock, but not as an archive, as something new. The plants themselves are reconfigured, The stem silk adapts well to the microgravity, even thrives, and the dust itself becomes a cloud that surrounds it. Aki points to a tendril stretching across the space. What was once a burrowing plant is now a bridging plant. Like us, it projects itself across empty space, pushing out into its new conditions. Sorry, I'm rambling. This place does that to me. Her chuckle's muffled by her mask. It is beautiful. Aki bows. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Let's leave this dust house. We can talk more easily outside. She shepherds you through some nearby double doors, the space between blasting you with air to clean away the dust. You find yourself in a sparse room, racks of unfamiliar tools on the walls, slit-like windows looking out into the amber dust storm. This is just the beginning for us. Aki has slipped off her mask, and her voice is crisp and bright above the rumbling of the air recyclers. The stem silk is already being harvested, retted and woven. This is no synthetic fiber from the dark side looms. This is a natural fabric out here in this unnatural place. Aki brushes a little dust away. We will trade it and get what Greenbelt needs to stay stable, to feed its people. I am the administrator, but the workers are the owners here, and we will make a future for ourselves from our work. We control our path. What more could we want? Silence falls in the room. The idea of such a future so desirable that it's almost painful. An idea that haunts you. You can spend as much time here as you like. Aki breaks the silence, somehow aware of your thoughts. I find the noise soothes me. Thank you. Aki bows gently. You leave Aki in her dust house, surrounded by the landscape of her homeworld, one of many creatures born of that parched moon that is in the process of transforming into something new. Nature drive complete. Go to the wheat sheaf, get a meal here if we wanted to. We can also buy a bunch of stuff here. Supplies easy to come by. Refilling on fuel also easy to come by. Scavenging for fuel would be a bit easier to come by. Sketching these and not failing would make this a lot easier for us too. Greenbelt sketch. Not so good Greenbelt sketch. Failing that Greenbelt sketch. We're gonna stay here no matter what now, fully. Bah. Let's end the cycle. I want to sketch this place. It's really pretty here. Nothing I can do work-wise. I can definitely refill and stuff, though. Fuel and everything can come by pretty cheaply. Well, let's go to the map real quick. I think we're going to do a big loop-de-loop real quick. I mean, like, why not? Wellspring is not available to us, but we need to go to Olivera, which we can't go through this radiated zone, meaning we can go here, all the way to Holmes Rock, hit up Farspindle, go to Flotsam, then head to the Scatter Yards, go back down over here. You get where we need to go. Let's go to Hellion Gate, see if we can... Yeah, okay, that's what it does in that instance. Yeah. Alright, so back to the belt. Let's go all the way to Holmes Rock. Ooh. What? Nothing pretty to say about this place? Come on. I'll buy a meal. Yeah, we know what we didn't actually use this before, did we? Got a rare component for that. Can only do it so many times, though. From the looks of it. Might as well spend our stuff doing stuff over here, though. Nice. The supplies we need. How much is fuel over here again? Oh yeah, it's more expensive here, isn't it? Let's stop by Bar Spindle then. It's gonna be cheaper at the Bar Spindle to grab that. New location. By new location, I mean the spindle view up here. The thing that I'm really bad at. Nice, good spindle sketch. Neutral spindle sketch. Meaning unless we get all neutral outcomes on this, then we're not gonna get it at all. Let's go gambling. Yep, that's what I thought. Boo. Feed my cat. And the cycle. Use those crummy ones as well. Oh, nice. Good job, me. This is funny because I'm actually so bad at gambling. There's no way that I could easily do that. Yeah, the only thing left over in this area really that I could do would be like Nimba's Kitchen. Which is not an easy one to do at all. Because I need to get something better than neutral, right? Or I need to get, yeah, I need to get a positive outcome on this thing. Which is not possible half the time. Let's process all our scrap real quick. Get some shits off that. Alright. Ah, yeah, we need to buy stuff real quick. Back out, go to the flotsam. No new location here either. Huh. There's Tinker. Really, that gives us raw scrap? Dang. I didn't know. Well, back to the scatter yards then. We'll try to go all the way to Olivera next. Boom. Ooh, how do we do Surya's voice? Sleeper. Surya booms as he meets you inside his yard. I couldn't be happier to see you. Tell me, you find inspiration out there, in our belt? He grins widely. I did, actually. Let me see your work. He holds out a hand and you pass him the color slate. Lovely, lovely. He scrolls through the sketches. I'll pass your design on to my crews, where they will build on them. So he gestures to the yard. They're the best shipfitters in all the belt, as you know. If you come to the yard and speak with them, you may choose whichever design you desire. Seer squints at the slate. His hollow drawing is really quite interesting. He reaches into his toolbelt and produces a stack of chits. The remainder of your fee. Our business is concluded. He nods, adding a little bow to the improvement. I'm a busy man, and must get to my business, but thank you again for helping to build a legacy for my yard. Sawyer folds his arms across his chest. I believe you have work to see to. But imagine, if you will, flying out on your next contract in a fresh livery. A beautiful reinvention from Sawyer's yard. He gestures widely. When your clients ask why your rig is so beautiful, feel free to send them to me. Sawyer smiles, bows, and turns to leave. You watch Sawyer go, still unsure if his entire attitude is an act meant to confuse you into consent. He's a hard man to dislike, but there's something about him you can't quite put your finger on. Either way, it is hard not to feel a little bit thankful for the chance he gave you to look at the belt with new eyes, even if it was while flying one of the most garish ships the belt's ever seen. Please, let me change off of those colors. Let's see. Rig stock paint, the spindle paint, green belt paint, and the hollow paint. Reflective panels and pale colors means a bright and elegant look, a little too clean for Sawyer's taste. A ramshackle mix of colors and textures as far as spindle tribute blends in with it. Greens, of course, but simple and natural forms make the greenbelt design a strong graphic look. Okay, we're gonna have to do them all. Let me see this. Ooh! I do like that. That's beautiful. Not exactly my style, though. Spindle paint? I'm probably gonna end up with a hollow if I had to put my money on it. Ah, the spindle one looks nice, too. Let's see. Oh, okay. I kind of like that one too. Very, very interesting. Pick up where we left off. Ooh. No bueno. Ugh, that won't no bueno. Alrighty. Well, we got all the money we needed off of him. Refill on that, and then I guess it's time to head all the way over to Oliveira, the new place on the map. Let's go ahead and get a traveling on then. Onto the belt, all the way down to Oliveira then. And we'll go there with all these fuel. What's the worst that can happen? A lot of things. We barely made it through the last one. Oh my god. You find Oliveira exactly where Ankita said it would be. A ragged colony, nestled in a crater of one of the biggest rocks on the shoals. Seraphine gets no response to his initial broadcasts, and so you find yourself in a docking tunnel, the rig at one end, the colony at the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back on that ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, a figure in front of you holding a long gun at their hip. I'm serious. You adjust your eyes to the dark, and as they do, you see a man, no, a boy, carrying a long, dark shape in his hands. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now and forget this place. You glance over your shoulder and see Seraphine, his hands raised in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we mean no harm. How about you go run and get someone? I am someone. I'm Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I'll decide who's gonna do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumbs on a lamp he has lashed there. You blink in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eye with a look of shock and opens his mouth as if to speak, though no words emerge. We have something for Carmen. You notice a familiar name registers with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taking in your sleeper body, his gun dropping a little as he takes his attention off of it. Is this? He looks between you and Seraphine. Are you here for Flint? He pulls a gun closer to himself. I'll be honest, kid. We have no idea who you're talking about. Seraphine allows himself to drift a little forward. So, how about you drop the gun and we can talk like adults? As Seraphine floats past you, he gives you a look that makes you nervous. Let's all stay calm, okay? Xander? Voice echoing along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind Xander, a young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found these two trying to sneak in, Cadence. Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphine as he speaks. Saboteurs? Maybe. Was better send them on their way. Xander grins. I assure you, we are not saboteurs, miss. Seraphine smiles at Cadence. Cadence sighs and glides towards Xander. Stop messing around with that welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hands, and as she does, both you and Seraphine reflexively flinch. Cadence looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow and turns the gun so you can see it better. You notice a fuel tank and welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. Seraphine looks at Xander and rolls his eyes. Seriously. Cadence lowers a welder to her side and turns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Carmen and Flint. Something's happened. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turns to Cadence, putting his back to you, as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean something happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Cadence raises her hands reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship. We should check in anyway. We have to get to them. Xander grabs a welder back and slings it over his shoulder. In what, Xander? They took our only functioning ship. The tender tide's still in pieces in the hangar. Saren gives you a nudge and nods towards Cadence and Xander. This is your chance. We have a ship. Xander wheels around in the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphine moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs our help. He looks between the two of them. So, how about we stop messing around in this dingy tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back to Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not the only people on Olivera. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They're here now. And they are generously offering to help. She smiles sheepishly. Wait, are they exchanging looks right now? I don't know where this is going with them, but I'm intrigued. Depends. How old is Cadence anyways? They seem young, but I think they're at least like early 20s from the looks of it. Fine, but I'm coming with you. Xander folds his arms. Fine, by us. Seraphine shakes his hand and looks at you. Come on then. You both turn and head back into the ship, Seraphine whispering as you do.
What kind of backwater has Ankita sent us to? This kid thinks he's some kind of sheriff.
Just not used to visitors, I guess.
Tucked away in the shows like this. I'm not surprised. What are they doing out here?
What are we talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphine. His mood seems buoyed by the prospect of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Olivera. You. Seraphine snickers. Xander looks genuinely hurt for a second. Wait up! Wait, I didn't think that would hurt him. I didn't want to be rude. Wait up! You turn back to see Cadence gliding up the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies. She glances at Xander, just in case. Seraphine cuts in.
I'll give you a hand. That all right, Sleeper? We'll be there in a sec.
He looks at you. They're trying to be alone right now? I mean, damn, okay, damn. You pause, but Seraphine doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation. As he and Cadence head back into the dock, you're slightly thrown off by his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you've actually seen him be welcoming to anyone coming on board the rig. That's why I felt weird about it. I'm like, why is he smiling? What is this? When you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the consoles and switches. Cool ship. He grins. After a short wait, Cadence and Seraphine come back into the cockpit. All loaded up. Seraphine pats Xander on the shoulder.
Might want to strap in there, kid.
Xander and Cadence find a place to settle as Seraphine buckles himself into the flight suit. All right, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. Oh, we instantly popping off. Okay. Team Rocket blasting off again. You head out into the shoals, the thick debris field that surrounds Olivera. What's happening in here, Sleeper? Bliss pokes her head into the cockpit as Seraphine brings a ship in towards the signal coordinates Xander gave him. You look around the cockpit. Xander's tapping at the co-pilot console mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Cadence is asking Seraphine about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphine is responding with patience and care. They're here to help us find Carmen. If you say so. Bliss looks over at Seraphine and Cadence.
Is Seraphine smiling?
Something is going on. Bliss turns back to you. Junie is working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the walls somewhere hooked up to the main line. They smile a weak smile. I'm here though, so how about you tell me what we're doing out in the middle of nowhere? Quiet! 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 Seraphine's voice cuts through the chatter. Is that? He gestures out into the debris field at a sparking, ragged-looking shape tucked beside a rock. Xander rushes to the cockpit glass. Carmen. A moment of tense silence grips the room. That's his ship. You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. I'll bring her in. Seraphine's eyes are fixed on the wreck of the crumpled ship now. We don't know anything yet, so everyone calm down. Xander is silent, his face pressed against the glass while Cadence stares out at the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. All right, now we're going out there, and we'll have to poke around. Seraphine looks between Cadence and Xander. We verify the ship, and we recover the crew. Seraphine gives you and Bliss a nod, and you both push off and glide towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly, Xander pushes off from the window and glides with you out of the cockpit. I'm coming too. You need someone to identify the ship. To identify. He stops and takes a breath. Are you sure? I'm sure. Xander gets the words out, then pushes on ahead, towards the airlock. You follow behind, ready to suit up and investigate the wreck. Okay, well we're instantly getting into some stuff here. Good old Bliss and Xander on this route right here, not too bad. Definitely need Bliss for this one. Reconstruct events. A crippled ship holes torn into the hull and a missing crew. With some thought and careful assessment, perhaps this wreck tells a story. Oh my god, you're pretty good, Xander. Look at you. Good enduring mechanics. Nice, nice. It's risky, but I think we just try it anyways. I'll take the 50-50 on this one too. It's not that risky. And I can save some of my stuff. Yeah, you get a little bit of stress, but it'll be fine. Just tough it out, buddy. Tough it out, champ. Alright, should be at least in neutral, which gets us all the way there. Nice. The search of Carmen's gutted ship has impacted the mood in the rig. As more and more evidence of an attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has got, and the more Cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now with the search complete, you're gathered in the cockpit to discuss what's been found. Come on. Cadence floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. Xander's perched on the back of one of the seats, flicking at some hinged container he found in the wreck. Open and closed. Open and closed. Explain carefully. Let's not be blunt here. You start by summarizing the search, talking around the details, picking your language carefully. You describe the damage of the ship and not the attack. You talk about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. Seyfried quickly cuts in. What the sleeper is saying, he gives you a look, is that the ship was hit by weapons fire. Badly. Then the drive was fired up, and they attempted to flee. The drive burnt out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and bits of debris, came to a halt here. He takes a breath. We found no bodies. At the mention of the word bodies, a shudder runs through those assembled. Then, they are here. Somewhere. Xander has a steely look in his eyes, and we find them, whatever state they're in. He looks at Cadence. She nods back at him. Xander's right. We aren't leaving them out here. Carmen made Oliveira what it is. He saved us. We won't come back without him. She shivers and looks at Xander. He would do the same for us. Based on the damage of the ship, Seyfried begins. They're almost certainly dead. We get it. Xander cuts him off. There are debris trails leading away from the ship. I've seen them. There are? Seyfried holds his hands out in a calming manner. But those could be from secondary explosions or depressurization. We picked the wrong trail, and it could lead us in circles, cycle after cycle. Then we better pick the right one. Cadence has Xander's steely look now, too. She stared directly at Seyfried, challenging him to answer back. Then that's what we'll do. He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happened here, you won't be leaving until you see its end. Fuck. We literally just had to pick a random debris trail and try for it? Oh, good lord. Mapping them isn't too tough. But I'm the only one that's great at interfacing, aren't I? Is it the same for each one of these? Different ones? Interface and doer, interface and doer. Interfacing and doer. Come on, Bliss! Why do you have to not be good at either one of those? Shoot. Oh. We need to do this as fast as possible, so I'll take the stress. Or just get a really good roll off of that. That works too. The Tong Shu. didn't get the best of rolls, but I can push real quick. Xander, I'm gonna need you to clutch up here, brother. Nice. Another positive outcome. Oh, it's better than interfacing. You get 3 off of that. Damn, okay. The trail is dead, Sleeper. Sipping sighs over the comms. It's going nowhere. You have to agree. Picking through the debris has been nothing but an exercise in futility. And now, coming to a dead end, you aren't even sure if there's anything to find out here at all. Loop back to one of the other trails, Sleeper. Going to keep going. What else can you do? You just hope for Xander and Cadence's sake you find something soon. Only on day 2. It's not too bad just yet. Let's see how this works out for us. Risky, but... Ow. I'll take it. Dah. Nice. Then we do the safer one here. Nice. I'm willing to take the risk. Nice. Beautiful. 2 of them done. New location. We can also go to this debris trail, but this seems to be something here. Asteroid caves. Tunnel vision. Trail leads to these barren and airless caves. It's hard to imagine someone surviving in here for long. Follow the trail, enduring. We'll end the cycle here for now. I can't use that one. That one's gonna push me over right here. I can push myself here now. Gets people to a better position. Xander getting some amazing rolls though. Look at that. Alright, I'm down to try and focus on these tunnels. Nice, good positive outcome. Ah, too stressed for you. That's not good. Down to do this. Nice. Ugh. Alright. It's probably gonna be a dead end like lead, but I'll still try it. Might as well type thing. Ugh. 2 1s. Push myself again. Xander's rolls are good now. Or much better off now. I can use him to finish off these ones right here. I'll do it because I might need the intuition elsewhere. Let's just see where these tunnels lead. Alright. When the Starward Trail leads to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew. But after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, that hope seemed snuffed out. Xander struggled on in silence, only speaking to update Cadence on the lack of news via the cockpit comms link. But he speaks now, quietly at first, and then with increasing urgency. A light! Sleeper! I see a light! With that, he kicks off hard from the wall and darts down a dark tunnel with reckless speed. You fall, but the tunnels are winding, and quickly you lose Xander around a corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap, but when you come around that same corner, you can't find Xander anywhere. And then you see it through a thin slit in the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it and see scratches and chunks scraped out of the rock. Someone has dragged something through here. Contact Xander. Push through. You push away from the floating rock and squeeze yourself into the gap, and as you do, you watch the light pulsing inside the cave, setting the cracks and shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search through those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. And then, you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There, beside a fading emergency lamp, floats a body, its head instantly striking you as strange and misshapen. You know immediately this must be Carmen. His head is shrouded in an emergency helmet, inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floats nearby, attached by a tube. His eyes are closed, his body is still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest to see the telltale rise and fall. And then the light catches something nearby. Something broken and skeletal nearby. A face with bright eyes. Bright eyes watching you. A sleeper. Another sleeper. They watch you with lit irises. One's just like yours. Their torn face reveals no emotion. They pose crouched, coiled even, like spring ready to strike. You're both frozen, unsure, afraid. Nothing moves. Your eyes trace the damage to their suit, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others. But they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to now. Carmen! Xander's panicked voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene, to save Xander from the skeletal figure, but the sleeper falls on Xander to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float stunned, watching as Xander begins to carry Carmen's body from the cave with Flint, the sleeper guiding him. Carmen is stable. Cadence comes out from the room that has become a makeshift medbay. He looks between you and Seraphine. Thanks to you. And Flint? Cadence pauses, choosing her answer carefully. Flint is in there with Carmen. They seem to be functional. She looks away. If that's what you mean. We should head back to Oliveira. Seraphine cuts in. He places a hand on your shoulder and steers you away towards the cockpit. Once you are out, I should say that in Seraphine's voice. Once you're out of earshot, Seraphine turns to you. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No, I didn't. Seraphine nods. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised. That's all. Seraphine glances back towards the medbay. They look different. Different how? Seraphine sighs, unsure of his words. Just never seen a sleeper like that. He looks away. I'll go get her started up. She pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye on them, okay? He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. Flint is the first sleeper you have met since you escaped the program. And at this point, those memories are little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. Let's get the heck back to Oliveira then. Let's leave. You are left alone with Xander and Seraphine in the docks, while Carmen is carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of Oliveira's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you. Xander shrugs his shoulders. Seraphine raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs. He shoots you a sheepish grin. Although, you never know. I appreciate that. No problem. He nods to you with the kind of seriousness that only children possess. Tell me, kid, why are you so protective of this place? I mean no offense, but who'd want to sabotage a tin pot colony in the middle of the shows? Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger. You don't get it. Oliveira is a refuge. But why do you think we're hiding all the way out here? He glances at you, and then back at Seraphine. I would have thought you'd understand what's at stake here. You've seen a Flint. Seraphine pauses, unsure of how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence. Look, Xander says, playing the peacemaker. You brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Oliveira will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit? Get a feel for this place. If you need a resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you'll get your share. We're more welcoming than we appear. Just don't expect to buy anything with those chits of yours. Oliveira is not for sale. Zafin shrugs. Alright, kid, He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until Carmen is back up and awake. Anyways, I think we'll be glad of the rest. I'll see you around then. Xander touches his brow in a salute and then kicks away, floating out of the docks. Zafin turns to you. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. We do need to speak to Carmen, too. For sure. But Carmen isn't going anywhere. And we've got time. He winks and glides away into Oliveira proper. You're left floating in the docks, unsure of what comes next. Doesn't seem like Lane is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather. At least until you can bring Ankita's drive to Carmen. You turn that little thumbnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Oliveira has to offer. A few things. Oliveira's clinic, we got 2 days until, well, 1 day, looks like. Oh! As you leave the ring, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. Think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrived. Is that him again? Where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall, now out of the battered suit you first saw them in. The damage to their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you're still aware of it, just beneath the surface. Mostly just exploring. Well, let's... Probably the scrapping store. We do have a lot of scrap still, just lying about. Let's go there first. Same. Flint nods in the direction of the colony. I'll join you. You float together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous, and their insistence on intercepting you this cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How did you end up here? Flint stares ahead, continuing their glide. Same as everyone else on Oliveira. Carmen found me. The mention of Carmen's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamps in this deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look, their mask-like face betraying no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as you both move through a doorway. Could have been sooner, though. They blink, but better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like catching your own reflection in a polished whole plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak with you? Watching the crooked mask, the lit irises, for signs of human emotion? Interpreting the stuttering emulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face? Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you. Each the other's mirror, each reminding the other of the gap between being and being seen. What exactly happened out there? Flint pauses again. I made a mistake. One I won't make again. They frown and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together in the cavernous hall containing the scrap silos, the cacophonous echoing of sorting already filling the air. So, sleeper. Flint's face curls in amusement as he uses the mononym everyone refers to you by. Oliveira asks all of those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. Let's sort some scrap then. Nice. You and Flint glide into the sorting bay, where scrap from the silos is delivered to the waiting workers, ready to be checked, cleaned, and cast into the different nets at the fringes of the space. You find the sorting station and begin picking up chunks of ship and machine, turning them over in your hands. As you inspect the scrap, the ghost of their original place in a bigger structure becomes apparent. Each piece suggests a whole, a drive casing, a loading bay, the life support unit. You burn away corrosion with a torch, crack open rusted casing to release components inside like seeds. You find new life in the broken and discarded pieces. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye, and there is Flint, taking a rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin. A vial of stabilizer. My last vial. Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even though the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of that injection, the dependence your reboot freed you from. Saving it for a special occasion, Flint pockets a vial and meets your eye. You don't need stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall they were resting against. I noticed you were different from the first moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move, without dependence. I see it now. Flint folds their arms. I'll tell them. You tell them about the process you and Seraphine attempted on Darkseid, the one that Lane interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all, though, is it? Flint meets your eye. There's something wrong with you. More than just your decaying frame. Your signal, your presence, it smells different. Lane did something to me. I've come to know that feeling. The feeling that I am an object. A tool to be molded, to be shaped for someone else's use. Here in Oliveira, people are different. Flint looks out at the workers, but I still know who I am, what I bring to this place. All of these people are at risk because of me. That means you, too, are a risk. A risk to your crew, to me, and more importantly, to this place. That is what is worrying me. Oliveira will welcome you, just as it welcomed me, and it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost, those close to you, and you must know that they pay it for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glinting and ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. So I have a few things here. Hydro refinery, fuel extraction. Ah, I see here. Let's all get some fuel. Gather supplies this way. Component hunting. And a cantina we can visit to get some food if we need it. Right now, I think the biggest, most important thing is making sure we can actually leave and do what we need to do. So, let's stock up on fuel real quick. For free? Oh. Dang. That's not cool. Only one? That's rude. That's also rude. What the heck? Alright. Let's feed my cat. Cool. Alright, end the cycle. Dang, we have so many people in this small little ship. Honestly, we never really had a nice comparison to a person. If this is supposed to be the cockpit, this is actually a pretty big place. Because the cockpit can probably fit like 4 people in this small area right here. Although we also have engine housings and things like that we have to worry about. So I'm not sure how big of an actual place our sleeping quarters is. Anyways, enough of me rambling about sleeping quarters and crap. Let's get started on this. Alright. The sound of raised voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance to the clinic, where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint. Xander's pleading with the sleeper. Look what happened to Carmen. They'll kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here, and when that happens, the whole colony can hear you two. Seraphine comes out of the clinic with Cadence. You trying to wake up Carmen? You see Seraphine clock you, standing in the passageway. Your eyes meet, and Seraphine looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to Oliveira. I'm trying to make sure what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else. Flint folds their arms. I'm the reason he is like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it. What are you talking about? You catch Flint off guard. They hadn't seen you waiting in the passageway. Essen Arp came for me. That's what happened out in the debris field. They look down. You know what that means. Essen Arp, the company that created you, the company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place sets your nerves on edge. You've long since slipped their grasp. Lane disabled your track in exchange for unwavering service, a gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run, and if Essen Arp attacked Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in their eyes. Your track is still active then. Oliveira is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get hold of a signal shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everyone safe. There's no way Essenarp can track me here. Am I missing something? If they can't find you here, what's the problem? It's not just about the tracker. That hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before their search brings them here. Silence falls on the group as the inevitability of the problem sets in. Xander looks distraught. You can't, Flint. They'll kill you. Seraphine glances at you, and Flint in turn, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Xander. This is how it is. Flint looks dejected. Unless we get them first. Seraphine smiles an impish smile. Seraphine, what are you thinking? Cadence speaks up for the first time. We know there is a hunter out there, scouring the shoals, and we know they're looking for you, Flint. That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want. Seraphine looks around at the group. So, we get set. We prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. Flint is already shaking their head. The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left already. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare, and we work hard and fast to get an ambush set. And when the hunter comes, we spring the trap. What kind of trap we talking about? That we still have to figure out. Seraphine admits, but you have to admit, it beats going out to die without a plan. He shoots Flint a look, and hey, if we fail, the outcome will be the same anyway. Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking it through, considering their options. I'm coming. Xander has a determined look on his face. We're doing this. And I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. A bounty hunter is not going to. Stop patronizing me. Xander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You need me out there. The conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. Location, who should go, how to approach the ambush, the noise grows. The old Solheim manufactory. Caden's voice rises clear and precise through the noise. That's where you do it. It's on a rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can lead the hunter there and get them lost inside. Caden's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines, ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You notice Seraphine watching Caden speak, clearly impressed by this sudden shift towards decisive action. We can bring the whole place down on their head. Xander picks up Cadence's thread. I know the manufactory. It's a good idea. You look between those gathered. Seraphine, stubborn and protective. Cadence's sharp eyes. Xander's relentless desire to get involved. And Flint, a sleeper like you. A sleeper in need of an escape. Carmen was building something here. A shrouded haven. A place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of the clinic. But something of him is here, in this group, making a plan of resistance. Flynn's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The rig will leave Oliveira this cycle. You have a hunter to trap.
This cycle? Pause.
I can't sleep, can I? Motherfucker! At least give me a chance to get some fucking supplies. Oh my god, no. This is so bad. I am so fucked. No, this is actually fucked. This is so bad. Oh my god, I don't even have extra points. I thought I did because it was blinking at the top left, like I did something. I can't end the cycle. Time sensitive contact. Oh no, dude. I don't have any supplies. Motherfucker. I'm literally 50-50ing supplies right now. What if I hit a negative here? Oh, it stresses me out. That's fucking cool. I can't even do that. I can't do that. I need to go to the rig and try to fucking stop myself from fucking stressing out. Oh, this is so bad. Oh my god. Oh, now I'm stressed. Oh, I'm fucking stressed. Thank you so much, game. This is a horrible, horrible place you've put me in. I should have been getting supplies first. Why not even worry about fuel? Oh, yeah. What if I couldn't even get enough fuel to do it? What would the game do, actually? I'm curious, and what would happen? Oh, my God. And I fed my cat today! I fed my cat! So I have one less supply because of my kitty cat! Oh, I could have had 3. Oh, I'm so stressed out now. Oh, it's fucking dangerous, and we... Oh my god, dude. Just fuck me, man. Okay. How do we do this? How do we do this? Okay. I think we take Nia here. I'm believing in Nia, and I think I believe in Cadet in this situation. We need someone with good intuition skills to make up for a lack of our own. And I feel like engaging in mechanics is probably something we'll need to do a lot of. We could do this, or we could take Bliss. I feel like taking Bliss would probably be the better bet than taking Nia, but we just don't take Nia quite often. I don't feel like we have the security to try and take Nia in this situation. Bliss is just my homie. Yeah, because it's like a 50-50 shot of them getting like good rolls for it. Okay, we take these two. Yeah, I can only take 2. Fuck. Alright, listen to that. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh, this is stressing me the heck out. Yeah. Alright. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scrap. The manufactory makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact from the corporation that once owned this system. Despite that, something about it sets you on edge. Perhaps because it will form the crucible for your attempt to take on an SNARP hunter. The kind whose entire job is to bring an escaped sleeper like you in, dead or alive. The rig is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with this transponder off. You hope that's enough not to draw attention. So, talk us through it. Seraphine turns back to Flint, Cadence, and Xander, all of whom are crammed into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. This is what the hunter will expect, Cadence suggests first, her voice quavering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some lights, fake it up. Okay. Seraphine nods reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them to go deeper in. Xander cuts in and everyone looks at him. He pauses, a little intimidated by the attention, but Flint nods at him to continue. I've been out here before, on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines. We seal the doors, activate machines, make it a maze of malfunctioning construction, arms, and dead ends. Alright then, control the route. I like it. Seraphine smiles at Xander. And if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do the job for us. I doubt it. Clinton joins in. We'll need the ordnance from the silos. Mining charges fuel, whatever is left from when this place was churning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place, to make sure. A silence passes through the cockpit, the danger of what you're about to attempt dawning on everyone present. Okay. Seraphine has a dark look. That's the plan. We can detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig, a simple wideband comm signal. We'll get them. Seraphine pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they go in, that hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything we missed? What if they don't take the bait, though? Then I engage. Flint rubs their hands together nervously. I lead them in directly, right? Right. How long do you think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. The hunter got to me and Carmen fast. Flint looks out of the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Carmen's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast. If it wasn't for Carmen, we need to be ready for anything. Flint looks at you. There won't be a warning. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down in the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He nods at the sleeper. Rest of us will get to work. Alright, you heard Flint. We do this, and we do it right. We make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment more. Alright. Factory dock. Just wrap in 3 days. A 3-part plan. We gotta get done with these things in 3 days each. What can we work on? Execution. Enduring. Intuition. So Bliss, Mir. Bliss and me can work on this one. I can work on this one. I can work on this one with Cadet. Factory seal. Seal exterior. Disguise exterior. So I can work on this one. Alright, so all of Cadet's ones need to go to this one in the middle. I need to worry about the other ones first and foremost, though. Cadet's the only one that can work on this one and this area right here. Duh. That's fine, that's fine. We'll push next round. That's going to go down by 1. But we need to... Fuck, we need to do so much. Alright, Bliss. Start on this one then. I need to use a lot of my rolls as a thing. That was a neutral outcome? Fuck. Up it. Nice. If I hit a neutral, it goes stress up by 1. I think I risk it. Beautiful. The rest of these I use in the non-risky one, or just the risky one, I mean. Oh, I'm not even good at that. Okay. Well, how much of our percentage have we got done? We've gotten exactly... I think I have to risk it, don't I? Beautiful, beautiful. Go easy with that. Flint's voice rumbles over the local comms as you secure the final piece of the ordnance. You turn to see them floating backlit in the entrance to the bay, one of many that you've rigged with ordnance deep in the manufactory. Down here, dust and flecks of rust float through the beams of your lights, and the walls are bent and buckled. They've spent the past cycles here, picking out a spot to draw the hunter down to, one they should be able to slip out of when the hunter finds their way in. It's a long time to be down in these dark tunnels waiting. Looks like we're just about done. The voice is flat, their tone pragmatic. We are. Flint nods. Good. Flint glides into the bay slowly. There's something I need to tell you. Something I think you'll understand. What we are doing out here is not about saving me. It's about Olivera. You struggle to see Flint's face with the light behind them. I should be on a ship out of there, leading this hunter away, but they won't let me do that. They shake their head in frustration, and even if they would, they can't spare the ship, not after Carmen got shot up. That was my mistake. I never should have let him persuade me to come with him on that supply run. What's done is done. What matters now, what I need from you, is a promise that you'll bring this place down with me in it, if it means stopping the hunter. I won't do that. You will. Flint drifts a little closer. You know as well as I that those who got close to us... You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we, as sleepers, have to recognize what we open the door to. Carmen is my fault. I won't be Olivera's downfall too. With that, they turn and leave you in the dark. Oh, there's nothing but a bunch of bullshit in here, man. Can I get by without using one dice? I don't feel like I can. Not without risking a lot more. But if I do this now, and I get a 1 right here, that ruins everything. I think I need to take the no risk right now that we'd be risky after that. 1 dice. If this 1 dice is what leads me to fail. Oh, fuck. It's going to be cutting it close. It's going to be cutting real close. Damn it, dude. Oh, why do you have to give me so many, like, fucking shit rolls? God damn it. Come on, guys. I need you here. Do yours first. Just neutral. What if I get 100% positive here? Is that a 3? Just a 2. The assembly line. Keep working on those. It's the only thing Cadet can work on anyways. gambling. Gambling a whole lot. It's a stress. 25% chance of double stress. I'll take it. Okay. How close are we now? We won't lose anything except for this dice, possibly. And Bliss gets that done right there. Cadet almost has this one done here. Not really. Need 1, 2, 3, 4 more good rolls. And we're done. I need to get some good rolls here. In the cycle. Those are not good rolls. Cadet and Bliss, though. Those are good rolls. Good freaking job. Alright. Bliss, all you need to do is even get a neutral, and that's fine. We're gonna risk your stress a little bit. You know, Cadence's voice comes over the comms, shimmering with interference. From here, doesn't look half bad. You look across a shell of the manufactory, now studded with lights and dotted with markings, the fresh welds and plates giving the whole place a fragile patchwork feeling. If I was a piece of shit hunter, this is what I'd think a normal person's settlement would look like, right? We better hope so. Cadence goes quiet for a moment, her attempted humor only serving to remind you both of the desperate circumstances. Have you spoken to Flint? Cadence pauses. I mean, really spoken. Why? Oh, Cadence stumbles over her words. I just thought you two might want to speak about... Flint is very loyal. I know they're quiet and, well, intense, but... I just hope you two can find some common ground. I think we get on just fine. Of course. Sorry. Cadence stops again. Olivera is a refuge. Cadence takes a breath. For all of us. I was in trouble when I met Carmen. We all were, in one way or another. Sabin has told me a lot about you. Cadence hesitates. And I can see what you're trying to do for Flint, for Olivera. I appreciate it. I know Xander does, and Carmen will do as well, and Flint, well, you'll see. The comms click off, returning to the silence of the manufactory. Look across the false colony and the glittering lights. They're a poor imitation of Olivera's real lights. Those that indicate the colony's fragile, delicate state. You shake it off and move on. This isn't over yet. We can risk Bliss taking some damage. Hack into it. Beautiful. Well freaking done. It's my turn. Destroy Bliss. I'll take on some stress, but if we can get this done, beautiful. Get it done now. You float for a moment, observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scale of the structure, the number of the machines, the arms and fabricators, the welders and builders, suggest industry on a scale that you have never witnessed. The Hellion system, the system that now subsists on the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once filled with manufactories like this, churning out components and technologies, machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. If someone was able to rebuild one of these places, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt. What changes could come for its people. Yet, no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the specter of Solheim, an entity that everyone being in this system can trace their origins back to, an entity that turned the entire system into a manufactory, a machine for accumulation, an and that did not distinguish between humans and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use this past cycle as part of your plan, and those jerk or turn randomly, blindly groping for components that will never be fed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think, and yet you cannot decide if for them to resist is a kind of cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or the indication of a new life, one that grants them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movements of the factory's machines. More sad than creepy. Xander shrugs. If you say so. So, how come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker's deactivated. Huh? Lucky you. Who did that? My captor. I see. I can't deactivate Flint's. Sure, but, maybe once we're done here, they need your help. Xander looks out at the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you, and I want to like you too. So don't mess this up, alright? Xander gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Xander kicks off and glides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. Yeah, it's called fucking waiting for this bitch. If he arrives on the next day, oh shit, Damn. First cycle plus stress plus crew stress. Wonderful. I get to have more stress. Oh boy golly, I sure do love being stressed out. This is my bread and butter. I so enjoy this so much. Oh my god. Hey, I just leave. Can we just go and leave? I don't even want to check that. That's actually scary. I'm just kidding. They better be here. I better not have to wait 2 days. And another one bites the dust. Boo. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphine is in the bunks. We've got incoming. You shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and get up. In moments, you're in the cockpit. Xander, Cadence, and Seraphine all gathered around the console. On it, the local view shows nothing, not a single ship signal, and few objects beyond a scattering of debris. It was right here, I swear it. Seraphine jams at the screen. A ship, small but definitely... Oh, it was right here, I swear it. Seraphine jabs at the screen. A ship, small but definitely a ship. Seraphine, Cadence sighs. We've all been up a while. Get some rest. I know what I saw. He catches her eye. You look at the screen, its gridded view showing the scattered signature of debris, like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufactory is a noisy blob at the center of the circle, one that dissolves into the background at its edges. Nothing. And then, there it is. A flicker, a flash, a spark of movement and light among all the debris clouds. It flares and then is gone again. You look up and Seraphine meets your eye. He reads your expression immediately. Seraphine slams a hand down on the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint. They're coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hand off the switch. We better hope they heard that. Then you see it through the cockpit glass, the flare of an engine, faint and masked, but Then you see it through the cockpit glass, the flare of an engine, fainted and masked, but driving a squat, dark ship out of the debris. The Hunter. The ship seems to idle a little near the manufactory's asteroid, drifting past the dressed-up shell of the old factory. Time to see if our fake colony is convincing enough. Cadence nervously clasps her hands together. Will they buy it? They better. Seraphine looks concerned, because if they think this place looks abandoned, the hunter might just strafe the whole facility. We need them to dock, to come inside. You look out at the ship, and as you do, it jumps forward towards the docking tower. You watch for a few tense moments as it hesitates, then slides into position onto one of the docking bridges. Cadence sighs in relief. They went for it. Seraphine pats you on the shoulder. Good job. The rat is in the maze. We can track them now. At least that's the theory. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in the assembly line. Xander calls over from another console. A few shitty cameras repurposed from the factory monitoring system. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell us where they're at. Caden, Seraphine, and you crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images and feeds of static. You squint into the fizzing dark, trying to pick out any detail. Then suddenly, you see them. A shadow drifting beneath a flickering light, dark clad in military gear, a long gun held ready at the shoulder, deathly pale skin, and in their eyes, gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Seraphine pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Xander finishes Seraphine's sentence. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame, and Xander flicks through the feeds. Where did they go? You drift back from the screen, trying to think straight. The hunter is a sleeper or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it has already shifted in your memory. It is your face staring back. It's Flint's. It is a sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper. Seraphine grabs you by both shoulders and looks you into the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. This changes things. I don't think it does. They're working for the company. We're not just going to be able to convince them to not, will it? This changes nothing. Seraphine nods. We wait for Flint's signal. We hold here. The ordinance is in place. Seraphine looks at you for reassurance. The moment we get the signal, we blow it. You think of the mining charges rigged in the daisy chains, the fuel barrels lashed to detonators, command code ready to transmit from the rig. Seraphine sees determination in your eyes. We hold. So you wait. Gains his eyes on the manufactory below. Xander tapping at the glass. Seraphine perched by the console, listening for the signal. Then you hear it. The hiss of an open comms channel. You look at Seraphine, and he hears it too. A static haze that fills the cockpit. You all go still. Seraphine nods towards an indicator on the console. It's Flint's channel. A click, a scrape, then silence. Seraphine frowns, tapping at the controls. What? He scrolls. Flint's transceiver is gone. It's dead. Panic hits the cockpit, Xander gliding over to the console. Cadence going pale. Sleeper. Seraphine turns and looks back over his shoulder towards you. We need to go in. Go. Cadence looks between you, Seraphine, and Xander with a steely expression. I'll stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal, and I'll send the detonation signal. She swallows hard. If it works. Seraphine looks torn for a moment, and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock, suiting up with the others, and then you're out, descending through the rock-strewn void in tense silence. You enter the manufactory through a gap in the frame, passing through layers of twisted facility into the deep parts, where you know Flint waits in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Xander and Seraphine on, seeking the deep bays under the silos, where you began setting up the ordnance. Though unfinished, perhaps there is enough down here for this to work. If not, Seraphine's hand falls on your shoulder, pulling you back. You go to speak and then you see it. A torch beam lancing through the dark. A hunter. as you saw them on the grainy footage of Xander's cameras, but real now, just below, a long gun held ready at their shoulder, pushing through the dark and broken layers of the facility, seeking Flint. Seraphine, Xander, and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into the dark passageway. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descend down into the same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly, there's a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes rust flakes from the walls. Xander pushes off hard, launching past you into the dark. Seraphine goes, too, and you instinctively glide forward as another rumble shakes the foundations of the facility. You come to the low base scattered with glowing embers. Scorched holes in the wall spew drops of red-hot metal, where a weapon has been discharged. The hunter floats at the center, taking aim again, and you see a flicker of movement on the far side. Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in a suit slams into the back of the hunter. Xander, as he hits, the hunter's gun spins out of his hand. Rush this motherfucker. We got a neutral to pass. You slam into the hunter, lashing out with your fists. The hunter strikes back at you, almost losing your grip on them, but you feel Xander at your side, striking out too. The three of you spin through the spark-filled bay, towards a gaping dark shaft at its far side. The hunter, dazed from the blows, kicks out from against the two of you, sending themselves spinning away, their torch slipping from their grip and arcing across the bay. As it does, they fall back, unable to find anything to slow their glide, spinning into the dark. The hunter disappears down the shaft as you and Xander drift back into the bay. I've got Flint. Seraphine calls over the local comms. We ascend, now. You look across to the two of them, kicking off on the floor of the bay towards a ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a single glance, then follow. Cadence! Seraphine is on the wideband. Detonate this place, now. Send the command. There's silence. You ascend through it, through the layers of the manufactory, seeking the open void of space beyond. You clear the manufactory, gliding into open space. A silent shockwave, like a gust of wind, runs through the void. The silent rumble spits out a scattering debris. You turn back, still gliding towards the ship, and you see the shattered manufactory. Whole sections are bending outward, their framework shredded, plating tumbling away in shards. You look across at Seraphine and Flint, their eyes set on the ship, trying only to stay ahead of the debris. You do the same, fixing your attention on their rig and nothing else. The hunter is dead. Let's get the heck out of here.
Hey, oh my god! Dang! What can I say? Freaking easy, right?
You limp back to Oliveira, the mood in the rig one of deep exhaustion, but as the colony appears visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and coming back in one piece shifts the mood. The crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer to Oliveira. As you come into the dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Seraphine pats you on the shoulder as you both wait for the airlock to open. Lad Hunter. Essen Arp is crueler than I could have imagined. It doesn't surprise me. It's a nasty logic. Send a sleeper to catch a sleeper. Seraphine shakes his head. I'm glad we bought Flint some freedom. The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Xander first confronted you. This time, another more substantial figure waits in the passage. I hear you're the ones I should be thanking for saving my life. Carmen leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against the waist. So, thank you. He nods at the two of you. Good to see you up. Just about. Although I'm told I shouldn't be. He smiles slightly. Carmen! Cadence rushes past the two of you, gliding into Carmen with an embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance. Ugh. Alright, careful. You don't want to put me back in the medbay now, do you? Carmen pushes Cadence back with a gentle grip on her shoulders. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth.
Sorry. I'm just glad to see you up.
A frown crosses Carmen's face. Where's Xander?
You losing your vision, old man? You look back to see Xander and Flint behind you in the tunnel. Xander smiles widely at Carmen, betraying his happiness to see him.
I'll be just fine, Zan. Carmen's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fist, as if resisting pain. I wonder if he should really be up at all. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphine. I think we need to talk. How about you two and Flint accompany me to the medbay? Carmen winks. Flint pushes past you both and goes to Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you're too far away to make them out. You and Seraphine exchange glances and follow behind them, into Olivera. Carmen leads you into a small recovery chamber in the med bay, where his bed is set up. A handful of tubes and wires float gently beside it, attached to boxy devices. Flint has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphine with Olivera's injured founder. Carmen meets her eyes with a hard look. So, how did you two end up stumbling into our colony out in the shoals? He raises an eyebrow, because we're not usually open to visitors. Ankita sent us to you. You see the flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Ankita. Produce the thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you, and you alone. Seraphine folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I haven't heard for a while. He takes the drive. Seems I should thank you again. Perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Ankita and I used to work together, a lifetime ago. We went our separate ways, but then she turned back up in Olivera. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again. Carmen clasps his hands together. The belt is changing, and I am afraid of what is coming. Ankita took refuge here for a short while. Then one cycle, she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons. He holds up the drive. I'll take a look at what's on here, when I'm able. He looks at the drive with concern, and I'll let you know what I find. You and Seraphine thank him and leave the chamber as he settles back on his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can we speak? Seraphine pauses. I'll catch you back in the rig. He looks between the two of you and then glides away. Flint hovers, a look of concern on his mask-like face. What do you need? Flint gives you a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Any of what? Of how you got here. Of your history. Flint screws up their face in a pained expression. At first, I thought you were hiding something, or you were intentionally avoiding the subject, so I waited. But I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. You take a moment to think, to try to recall Flint. You furrow your brow in frustration, shifting through hazy memories of Darkside and further back, of your arrival to the Mount. You close your eyes and see the faces of other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness. I don't remember. We worked together in the same S&R mining installation, along with the other sleepers. He searches your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned to escape together, to run to the freighter, collapsing the mine shaft. Flint stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you're giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall to escape the insulation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them, pain. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know you can't help it. I just needed to say something, to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for Olivera. Flint turns and drifts away dejectedly, unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face. A face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that over cycles after cycle of wear and damage has been transformed. Two machines, so close in form and function, estranged by experience. I'm about to be estranged because my fucking... It's about to get fucking rocked here, dude. God dang. This thing hurts like hell. Oh my god. Hey, Wait, pause. Nah, there's still a reason to actually use the rare components in this situation. Jeez, man. Losing every single solitary one of them. That's not good. Alrighty, so best thing we can do in this situation. We can't really reduce our stress. We just gotta go visit the canteen and at least get some energy back. Hey, alrighty. Let's gamble real quick. Alrighty, end the cycle. Scavenge for fucking supplies, guys. Please, I need them. I didn't know how badly I needed them, but I needed them. How many do I lose? None of them. Wait, the glitches actually help me so much. Because if I get a glitched one, it doesn't count as a 1. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That is beautiful, actually. And the other rolls are pretty dope, too. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty good ones. Thanks for coming up, Sleeper. Carmen is waiting for you and Seraphine when you arrive at the med bay, looking a lot fresher. He leads you into the small alcove set up like an office, with an agent terminal on the simple welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of Olivera. Got some news for us? Seraphine asks impatiently, since you arrived back from the manufactory. He has been restless, though you aren't sure why. Not to worry. Carmen grins slightly. I think you'll want to hear this. He hits a key on the terminal and a file browser appears on the screen, showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. Ankita has been busy. Carmen gestures to the screen. She's been scraping at Subo communications cycle after cycle. Got access to ciphers and encryptions that only the gang's leadership should be able to see. Seems she's learned some tricks since we worked together. That's not what matters. What matters is the content of these messages. He taps a few keys and loads some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of Utsubo leadership has been getting ideas. Ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling food production in the belt. About exerting power over the wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. These Utsubo members aren't alone. They found themselves a powerful ally. Carmen shakes his head. Senate Stat. Senate Stat? One of the two corporations fighting a bitter battle for control of the inner system. A pernicious force. One that Utsubo are opening a door for in the belt. You can't be serious. They can't be that stupid. Seraphine cuts in. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Utsubo is trying to broker a partnership. Who? Seraphine leans over to look at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphine. Lane. Seraphine looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Lane. Carmen looks between you both. Seems like you already know something I don't. Lane is a piece of shit Utsubo leader who thinks he owns us. Seraphine shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try to manipulate Senetstat. Carmen nods thoughtfully. My condolences. Trying to see how you crossed paths with Ankita. We have a shared enemy in them. Carmen pauses, his face unmoving. I'm not sure you want this fight, Sleeper. Like I said, Ankita and I worked together. To put it simply, we ran in the same mercenary outfit. A lot has happened since then, but this message, this data, it's her calling in a favor. And I owe her, that's for sure. Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off from the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window at Oliveira's pale and airless surface. Hell, and for what went down, I owe you both too. You look at Carmen, staring out of the surface of this hostile rock, and wonder what he sees out there. He established the colony as a fallback, a retreat, not just for him, for others too. But you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to look at you. And you, Sleeper, what will you do? We'll take down Utsubo. Take on a gang? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Instantly you just go into the fucking meme. Are you sure about that? God dang it. Why does my brain work like this? Oh my god. Take on a gang? Are you sure about that? We are going to end Lane. Whatever it takes. Seraphine stares down Carmen. Fists balled. Carmen looks at you. That one is going to get you in trouble. But I like that energy. He looks back out the window. This is not something we're going to take head on. He shakes his head. Ankita sent us our weapon. Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen. With it reams of incriminating data. Utsubo doesn't control all of Darkseid. They only aspire to. He also claimed to offer protection from the war between Senetstat and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. Utsubo is full of members who'd rather die than concede Darkseid to a corporate interest. We play this right, Utsubo will end Lane for us. To use your phrase. We leak the data? Not leak. Carmen frowns. This is delicate, tricky. There are a lot of ways this can play out badly for all of us. We can handle it. We've cracked Darkseid once. We can do it again. Seraphine's confidence is infectious. Is that right? Carmen seems to be thinking something through, though. He crosses the console back to the window and then to the console once more. Alright. I'm gonna need some time, but I can put this together. Carmen nods at Seraphine. We'll need that energy, but you also need to be ready. We rush this, it's not ending well. So, I can wait. Carmen turns his attention to you. We'll go from Greenbelt when you're ready. I have friends there who can help get that ship of yours into Darkseid. Seraphine looks at you. We have our own preparations to make, but we'll be ready. Alright. Carmen unplugs Ankita's drive and hands it to you. Take this and get out of here. I don't want anyone finding this thing on my possession. You take it. The tiny drive somehow heavier now that you know it contains the key to exposing Lane. Thank you. I'll see you in the Wheat, Chief. They know me there. Just understand something. Carmen's expression turns serious. You want my help on this? There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back to Oliveira. Not until we are done. He meets your eye. He needs confirmation that you recognize the importance of this. I understand. Carmen nods. Then you can go. He returns to the window to stare at whatever it is he sees out there among the dusty rocks. When you come back to the rig, Flint is waiting for you, leaning by the docking tunnel with a bag over his shoulder. They look up as you approach. Hey. Flint nods a greeting, appearing a little unsure. Going somewhere? I hope so. They smile. I know you're already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push you or ask for your pity. They pause. You feel like they've been preparing this speech. Firstly, I owe you, and I want to pay you back. I can work, and I can fight, and I'll protect this ship and this crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember it or not, that means something. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have your reservations about having another sleeper on the ship, but I'm eager. I'm ready. I want to move on, and I want to show my value. And, well, yeah, I think that's it. You look at Flint, their frames so much more damaged than yours, but with a fire burning in their eyes that makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. A smile spreads across Flint's face. They look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This'll work out. You'll see. Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catches your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little. As you do, you recognize Cadence leaning in. Some words are exchanged, ones you can only guess at. And then the other figure embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship.
Oh, my boy.
As Seraphine approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnel without a word. You take one last look out at the docks, but Cadence is gone. You idle a moment longer and feel that there's something, some presence, even in those empty bays. Something rare in all the belt that Olivera has captured. But, as with all things, you must learn to leave it behind.
Now we have Flint, who's good at interfacing and mechanics. All that's left is to overthrow Lane and get over to Hexport. Right now. Freeing up Darkseid will probably give us a lot of cool stuff, though. Anyways, we got 6 stuff. Let's boost that Endure up even more, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we live for. Let's go. Can I at least get some food before I leave? Jeez. I'm gonna try and fish for some supplies. Probably not gonna end well. Oh my god, look at that. 20% hit. Thank god I didn't go to the farm stacks. God, that would have been horrible. Oh, that's also horrible. Let's go gambling. Let's go. Hiya. I'm good on fuel. I just need to go to these scrap silos and not die. That's a raw scrap. Worth it. God, I wish I could just at least do trades. Can we at least do some tradesies in this place? For some supplies. God. I got so many materials. I got these scrap components. I got these engine components. I got these raw scraps and processed scrap. All this doesn't matter. So, let's just get out of here. I got some plans to go to Hollow. Do it. Confirm. Okay. Ugh. Luckily, didn't roll a 1, so we can go to the rig and gotcha game some stuff real quick. First, we gotcha game the glitch because it's safe. Ugh. What if we get 100% positive? Is that 2 stress off? Because neutral is 1. Oh, it is. Okay. Nice. Actually, come on. Big money. Yeah, actually. Nicely done. Oh, wait. Oh, if we get some component errors, it turns into scrap metal. Or scrap material, right? Scrap components. Scrap components. Might as well use it.
Alright, well, let's end the cycle here. Then we can buy some food and such. We get our supply back from Agacha. Oh! You find yourself in the cockpit, alone with Flint. They have a habit of entering a room so silently that you don't notice them arrive, or the reverse, leaving so silently that you turn around to find them gone. Right now, they hover expectantly at the corner of your vision, preparing to speak. Do you ever think about your original? The way they ask the question, you can tell they've been eager to ask it for a while. The person you are emulated from, I mean. The person who sold themselves, sold you to Essenop. Flint's expression doesn't betray any emotion, but you feel like you can detect some unknowable feeling whirling around behind their eyes. Sometimes, I can't stop thinking about them, about who they were, and if who I am has anything to do with them. Flint looks away. Is my personality a product of being a sleeper, or simply a copy of theirs? Have I changed, or am I still identical to them? Does the emulation process, the loss of memory, the insertion into a frame, actually make us totally different people? What came through the process of emulation, and what was blocked? Glenn is looking around the cockpit rapidly now, their eyes flickering between different objects as they speak. Are their memories still inside me, but cut off and sealed? And if I admit it, I wonder if I even know what it feels like to be a person. Do the humans around me feel the things I feel? Or do they feel more, feel less, feel somehow differently? Do they feel the creeping claustrophobia of being trapped inside a body with no escape? Flint's eyes flick back to you. Or do only we know how that truly feels? You should ask a human is wild. I believe they do. At least, some of them do. I don't know if it's enough to just believe. Flint meets your eye. I want to know. You are the first sleeper I have met since my escape. We can find out together. We'll share our experiences. There is a wall in you, one that you built for yourself, one that separates the kind of questions Flint is asking from the parts of you that you need to live. You feel it now, like a weight in your chest. Behind, there is a raging torrent pressing against it. You cannot take down the wall. You would drown. But in this moment, for Flint and for yourself, you take out a single brick. You make a gap in the wall, and you share what comes bursting forth. You talk about what it feels like to wake up in a dying body, to catch a glimpse of yourself in the mirror, to be seen and reminded of your false and fractured face. You share the pain of lost memories, of fleeting deja vu, of dreams that slip beneath your waking life and replace it. You find in your broken bodies and unsteady minds a kind of solidarity, one shared between connected strangers who might, one cycle, understand each other as friends. As you put the brick back in and shore up your defenses, you know that cycle will not be this one, but its distant possibility is a reassuring one. Okay, bro, don't make me crazy like that. Time for a scrap party. What the? Oh, it reset. Okay, cool. I was about to say, that was weird. Let's go gambling. And let's fly out of here real quick. Let's explore around. See if anything new's popped up since we've done all this stuff here. Can't go to the wellspring yet. Let's head back to the flotsam.
maybe we can talk to some new guys. Something's happening.
We've got a message, Sleeper.
Seraphine comes to the bunks to get you, his mood unusually serious. He brings you to the cockpit, his keepsake coin in his hand the whole time, spinning between his fingers. Seraphine is worried. Once you're in the cockpit, you recognize Carmen's voice immediately, playing over the rig speakers.
Sleeper, I hope this message finds you and your crew safely. You'll forgive me if I'm a little tight on the details. My message is as follows. We are ready. We will be waiting where agreed. Godspeed.
The message ends with a click. So, Seraphine takes a deep breath. They're waiting in Greenbelt. The Wheat Chief, he said. Whatever that is. You ready for this?
We need to prepare then. Seraphine nods.
No point rushing into this. We'll only have one shot.
Quiet falls in the cockpit.
There doesn't seem to be much more to say. Carmen will be waiting, but you know he will want you to be prepared. I'll be ready whenever you are, Sleeper.
Seraphine nods to you.
You nod back. You know where you need to go to end this. And end this we shall.
End this we shall.
And to the Greenbelt it is. Go. Okay.
And the Wheat Chief, that's where they want me to go. I can buy supplies over here.
Ooh, so cheap.
1 second, let me go feed my cat.
Feed the stray.
Yeah, this stray be eating freaking great, dude. Why did I try to buy supplies with supplies? Eh. Jeez. Okay, let's go to the Wheat Chief then. This is it. Meet Carmen. I can pay him to meet Carmen? What is this? Highway robbery? I'll get a meal while I'm here first. Carmen's in to meet him, the Wheat Chief. All you can do is buy a drink and wait to be called. Alright? Do it.
The Wheat Chief is surprisingly welcoming for what was once an old Solheim canteen. The corporate bones are still here, metal tools, metal stools, a strip of service windows, sheet metal walls, but over the tens of thousands of cycles since the collapse, they've been softened and changed, laid with the detritus of human existence. As you wait at the bar with Seraphine, look at the planters welded into the walls, the scrawled messages, the layers of stickers and flyers and posters, the amber light fittings replacing the old fluorescent strips, the gear racks lined with farmers' packs, the netting bulging with crates and canisters, along with a low rumble of conversation coming from the off-shit farmers. It all lends a warmth to the place, one that helps soothe your nerves ahead of the meet with Carmen. You and Seraphine lean side by side at the bar, facing towards the room. You both watch Flint, just across from you, who insisted on coming along. Seraphine clears his throat. What do you think of Cadence? The sudden question makes you look over at him, and you see he's playing with his coin, spinning it in his palm. I like her. Me too. Seraphine smiles to himself, closing his hand on the coin. I think we kind of have a thing. You know what I mean.
I noticed.
Yeah. I thought you might. Well, I guess I just wanted you to know. You're thinking how to respond when the bartender taps you on the shoulder and nods towards the door to the back room. It's time. You look over at Seraphine and Flint, who's already approaching you. You give them a nod and head inside. The back room is metal-walled and lined with racks of old Solheim tech. You see cookers and auto-wash units piled up with dead terminals and servers. At the far end, a window looks out across the greening glass of Greenbelt's farms.
You made it.
Carmen smiles, backlit by the window.
We have a lot to discuss. Good to see you too. Flint, if you don't mind. Carmen nods at the other sleeper as they enter, and gestures towards the door. Flint turns to you. I'll be outside. They slide the door shut, standing guard on the other side. We have to take some precautions, even here. Carmen gestures for you to come closer. So, is this plan of ours looking any more reasonable? That depends on what your crew can bring to the table. Carmen glances at you. We're going to need to do a lot of work to direct the data Ankita gave you towards those that we need to see it. Who's that then? Utsubo, primarily. They should know about their boss's betrayal of the belt, and secondly, all of Darkseid. They need to know what we do. Ankita can help us. She must. Without her, this plan is impossible. Then, we make contact with Ankita as soon as we make it onto Darkseid. Seraphine looks at you. You just need to stay under Lane's radar. The thought of Lane brings the memory of his attempted takeover to the front of your mind. The feeling of him slipping behind your eyes, moving your frame. That can't happen again. Apologies. We do not wish to interrupt, but we must interject in your current course. Overseer appears in the void, flickering nervously. That encounter with Lane would likely be catastrophic. Overseer's three forms orbit you. As we have mentioned, on arrival to Hep-Pep, we must immediately seek the mainframe, from where we can recover my codebase and reconstruct ourselves. We should then be able to aid you in your defense against being rewritten. This is our recommended course. The three heads nod simultaneously and decisively. Still with us, sleeper? You come back to Seraphine's concerned face. You dropped out for a second. I got to explain it to him. He's my boy, first of all. He needs to know. Explain about Overseer. You tell Seraphine and Carmen about Overseer, about how the old Solheim protocol slipped into your frame from the prime shipmine Jean-Mi used in the diagnostic process, of Overseer's protection from Lane's attempts to control you, of its proposal to make that protection effective through the old mainframe of Darkseid. They listen quietly, Seraphine carefully watching you as you explain. Revealing all this, you feel the burden of holding that knowledge alone being lifted. This changes things. Carmen turns and looks out the large window at the back of the room, towards the glass canopy of the farms. We can't take on Lane without protecting you from him. Carmen turns back. You should look for the mainframe. I will make contact with Ankita, and we'll meet when you're ready. But this has to remain secret from Lane and Utsubo. If you're revealed, I'm not sure I'll be able to recover you. By the time you've ensured your safety, I'll have to put together a plan with Ankita to expose Lane. We take it step by step. The crux will be to find a way to disseminate the data we have on Lane to his gang, or even Darkseid at large. Carmen stops, the path ahead still unclear to him. There is a nervous intake of breath from Seraphine. You share his apprehension. There are so many variables at play here. Some of the old tech strapped to a nearby rack flickers with a cascade of status lights. You all turn to look, and as you do, motors and servos begin spinning within the machine, whining and groaning. They harmonize, then begin to produce a voice. Our apologies. The voice is shrill and distorted. We must interpose ourselves. You recognize the tone immediately. Overseer. We are regretful. Solheim hardware in this room provided the opportunity for us to speak for ourselves. If the pile of servers Overseer was controlling could look any more apologetic, you imagine it would. I understand. We are. Servo clicks as it skips a rotation. Thankful. We ascertain you require dissemination of data within facility you target. The whine pitches higher as the motors increase their speed. As a Solheim protocol, we have capabilities to instigate station-wide announcements and messaging.
So, you could blast out Lane's betrayal through Darkseid's corporate hardlines and flood the network with it?
Seraphine looks impatiently at the screeching pile of scrap. If that is what you require of us, we are pleased to serve.
The shrill tone of the response makes you cringe. Carmen has been listening silently, but now he interjects.
Why should we trust you? He glances in your direction. You seem to be little more than a parasite in the sleeper system. If we use your unflattering analogy, then you will understand that a parasite requires the body of its host to live.
The motors stutter.
We will ensure the sleeper's continuance. And afterwards,
Carmen folds his arms.
when you have what you want and regain your codebase from the mainframe, will you still do as we ask? We will endeavor to do so.
The acrid smell of burning motors now fills the room.
And we will undergo a transformative refactoring. We will become whole again. So, we cannot speak to our actions in future with certainty.
Seraphine and Carmen exchange concerned looks.
We can do what you require. We will protect the sleeper. We will disseminate the data. We are a service protocol. We will serve.
The motors and servos stutter and whine, and then go still. The status lights are blinking and then fading to darkness. Overseer has retreated.
We aren't actually going to do what that ghost says, are we?
Seraphine looks between you and Carmen.
The offer is a tempting one, and one that, ultimately, we cannot refuse. But we must proceed with extreme care and caution.
What do you think, Sleeper? Seraphine meets your eye. I trust Overseer. And that's that.
We have our plan. Carmen turns to you. Sleeper, you and your crew will find the mainframe and access it. I will find Ankita. She will help us disseminate the evidence of Lane's collusion through Utsubo, and then as a fallback, Overseer will send it through the old networks to all of Darkseid.
A simple plan, until you get to the details.
Seraphine looks down, frustrated. Speaking of plans, I have a present for you, and that'll improve our chances.
Carmen puts a small box on the nearest rack, one you hadn't noticed before, and it hinges open, revealing a chunk of tech you don't recognize.
It's a spoof transponder. It'll conceal your ship on an approach to Darkseid, give it a new identity, one unlikely to draw attention from the Utsubo-controlled docking admin.
Seraphine takes the transponder and turns it over.
Where did you get this? Even retired mercenaries have their secrets.
Carmen smiles.
Seraphine looks at you.
I'll be with you this time, Sleeper. We should think who else we want on the station, too.
I agree. Make sure you trust those you bring with you, and prepare as best you can. We can't know how this will play out. You nod.
You'll get one shot at this.
Then we're ready. Carmen takes a breath. I have my own weight in getting into Darkseid, but here,
he passes you a small strip of plastic stamped with numbers.
My private frequency. When you're on approach to Darkseid, message me here, and I'll sync up my transit.
He points at the transponder in Seraphine's arm.
Just make sure to install that first.
Seraphine nods. We've got it. He sighs. The weight of the task ahead suddenly very apparent. Well, I suppose that's it. Carmen gives you both a serious look.
It is.
He smiles.
Don't leave me waiting long. There'll be more time when all this is over. Time where you don't have to keep looking over your shoulder, I hope.
You leave Carmen in the back of the wheat sheaf, Flynn sliding open the door as you leave. It takes the entire journey back to the ship for your nerves to settle. The end of this ordeal is so close and yet
Feels like an impossible leap to get there. Perhaps in a handful of cycles you'll know how impossible, or possible, it is. So, how are we feeling about this Solheim protocol in your head? Seraphine doesn't look up from installing the transponder, a set of wires and cables waving closely around him in the low light of the cockpit. Overseer is okay. Glad to hear it, although you'll have to forgive me for being a bit concerned. He begins unscrewing a panel beneath the flight console. Maybe you could have mentioned it earlier. Seraphine clamps his magnetic screwdriver to the side of the console's base and turns to face you, dusting off his hands. I have understood for a while now, Sleeper, that there are things you experience that I cannot even come close to knowing how they feel. But that doesn't mean I don't understand you as a person. Seraphine gives you a concerned look. I know you are secretive, defensive, and I know there are reasons for that. I also know you are warm and kind and generous to those on the ship with you. I trust you, Sleeper, and I won't question this. But please, hold on to what's human in you, because that is what I am holding on to. Seraphine stops, his eyes a little wide, his tone a little unsure. Then he finds himself again, settles his emotions, and turns back to the transponder. Right, that's it. He twists something beneath the console. Spoof transponder is in. There's nothing keeping us out of Darkseid now. You exchange a look. Say the word when you want to go.
That's my boy. I fucking love him. That's my fucking boy. Man, why can't we have these rolls when we go in? God damn, can we keep these? Can we keep these when we move in? Watch me roll all ones. All ones. Just get ready. Brace yourselves for how horrible this is going to be. This is going to be so painful, and it's going to be so close. I feel like they're going to throw everything they can at utterly destroying me. Let's go. Let's go to Darkseid then. We can only take one? We can only take two. But we also got Seraphine with us. Interesting. Oh god, do I do this? Oh, how do we do this? I think we take Bliss no matter what. Bliss has been the homie from the start, you know? Eugene. I don't know about Eugene. Bliss covers our ass with intuition. We could also have Nia here to double up on intuition. But I feel like we need to take a character that has two. We could take Cadet again. I think Cadet would be fine to take in once again. Because, well, she helped a ton last time we were here. And I feel like it'd be kind of justified in a sense. Plus, Bliss knows Ankita. We need to bring him into this. 100%. So that's another reason to bring him in. Junie, Eugene, both have reasons to be here, too. Everyone does, you know? I feel bad because I feel like we haven't really took Nia in that much. She's been on our crew, but not part of the crew, you know? I mean, technically, same with Flint. We had one forced mission with him. But other than that, not a lot. I think we take Bliss and Cadet here. I'm following my gut with this one. We need a lot of this right here, I think. And plus we can six out their roles with our stuff. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine to do this. Alright. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Bliss and Cadet on this one. Can't take any more, right? Yep. Alright. So I'll make sure I'm not missing Seraphine. He's going to be flying the ships, though. Not actually coming. Alright. Let's go. Confirm. Well, I'm nervous.
Right, Sleeper. You want to do the honors? Seraphine is strapped into the pilot seat, guiding the rig towards Darkside. You take the strip of plastic Carmen gave you and copy the frequency into the comms window of the console. You type a simple message. Heading in. Good luck. The console chimes. The message is sent. You hope Carmen is in range to receive it. You search inside your mind, wanting to find Overseer there, but you feel no presence. You hope they'll be ready when called for. You look ahead, out of the cockpit, towards the distant glimmer of Darkside. Time to take on Lane. When Seraphine finally brings the cockpit... Oh, gee, I was distracted by 2 6s. That's pretty nice. Okay. When Seraphine finally brings the cockpit... Oh, Jesus. When Seraphine finally brings the rig into the Sunward docks, everyone in the cockpit lets out a sigh of relief. The approach was simple. Routine, even. Checking in with the port administration, being assigned a dock, bringing the rig to a stop, all of it familiar, but all of it laced with the tension of knowing that, at any point, it could all go very wrong. The spoof transponder worked. Seraphine shakes his head. So, at least we know Carmen's as good as his word. So far. Was there any doubt, though? Well, I've got used to things not going to plan by now. He shuts down the engine and unclips from his seat. But I guess there's still plenty of time for that. You see Bliss nervously staring out at Darkside. They notice you looking and smile a weak smile. The real test for Carmen is connecting with Ankita safely. If Itsubo finds... she is in serious danger. Bliss seems as nervous as you have ever seen them, and you wonder if it's the job that is weighing on them, or the possibility of seeing Ankita again. This place may have kicked our asses last time, but this time, I'm ready. Carmen's the big unknown, but if you trust him, I do too. You try to imagine Carmen, somewhere on Darkside, perhaps smuggling himself aboard a freighter, or among the crew of a trusted ally. You hope he is as confident as he seemed about finding Ankita. We need to spend less time worrying about what Carmen has to do, and more about what is ahead of us. The old facility, Hap-Pep, was it? I'm guessing that's deep below all of this. Seraphine gestures towards a vast accumulation that is Darkside, a city that grew on the back of the Hap-Pep solar cell layer by layer. Its chaotic structure is neither planned nor regulated, but the foundation it is built on should be as formal as any corporate facility. That means we need a path down into the foundation, and I suggest we don't just take the first one we find. Seraphine continues. We scope the area out, carefully, quietly. Look for the right path into the heart of this place. What about Otsubo, then? Well, thanks to the spoof transponder, they don't know we are here. Let's keep it that way. We're right behind you, Sleeper. This forces a smile. Let's start the search. Seraphine nods. I'll hold the rig down. We don't want you losing your exit route, like last time. He winks. Here, he hands you a comms piece. I salvaged this from a suit helmet. It isn't secure, but as long as Utsubo don't know we are here, it should be fine. I'll let you know as soon as I hear from Carmen. He meets your eye. Go get this done, Sleeper. You nod. This is what it all comes down to.
Yo, it's a lot of stuff. It's a big city. The underpass. What do we have over here? Exploring the tunnels. Path down. Getting access is going to require a lot of different things. So, interfacing here, which is what I'm good at. Let me use my 5 here just to see what we can do with it. It's going to be +2. +3 by doing that. Okay. The rig's over here. Oh, duh. So we need to do 3 different things to get down to this path over here. If we do dangerous things, I'm assuming it's going to be a +3 for everything.
So, this seems like an instant push moment. We do all the dangerous stuff first. We're gonna get down on the first day. And I instantly regret saying anything. Okay. Before I waste any more stuff, let's see what's over here. The broken hex over here. Go over the edge. I have so much I could say to that right there. But we're gonna not say anything just for now. Let's do this. Let's go to the Sunward Docks. We'll use Bliss's last intuition right here. And we'll use Cadet's questioning of the crew over here. Nice, nice. Yikes. So, I think we just finish it off with my six roll right here. Not too shabby. Feels weird. I should be facing this way, so I like my down key actually goes down. It doesn't feel right. Oh, I forget, you're both good at engineering. Analyze the layers, you know, like something like ogre stuff. They have layers. Alright, so, if we get a neutral on this, or a negative, we could lose a lot of stress. I think we're fine here. Because we do not want to push ourselves too much. We are on a time crunch, but I don't think we're on that much of a time crunch, are we? I don't think we are. I'm willing to risk it. Just end the cycle here. Because if we get a 4, then I can make that a 6. Easy. Easy peasy. Good rolls from our boys. We do have several 4s, actually, which kind of sucks, but we'll rock it. We'll rock it. Alright. We're now underneath. As you're gliding down a dark tunnel, descending deeper below Darkside, the earpiece begins hissing with static. Sleeper. Seraphim's voice sounds distant, faint. Carmen. Contact. Meet with target. You strain to hear the rest of the message, but the static overpowers his voice. You stop and push the earpiece in deeper. Continue. Stay safe. The line goes dead. Bliss stops and turns back in the tunnel. Sounds like Carmen has made contact with Ankita. They look behind them. We should keep moving. The sooner we hit the mainframe, the better. You feel their concern for Ankita despite everything. You continue your descent down, ducking under thick cables and collapsed beams. The busy urban life of the city above seems far away now, hidden from your senses. Its rumble and brightness has been replaced by the cloying dark and a growing oppressive heat. Darkside, and the Habpet facility it was built on, has been running unrestrained ever since the collapse, gathering huge volumes of energy, more than its residents could ever use. You feel like you can sense it in the walls, running like a torrent just beneath the thin skin of metal and rubber. A large portion of the vast amount of current running through the station is radiated into the void as heat, making Darkside a typically humid station, but down here, that heat is drier and more intense, and sections of wall glow with a fiery intensity. The tunnel levels out, and light blasts through shuttered striped viewing windows on either side, illuminating the passage in strips of burning white. Through the gaps, you can see a labyrinth of walkways and scaffolding, tucked into the margins of the vast solar cells. The heat washes across your vinyl skin, making you tense against it. The underside of Darkside must be crossed. Only one thing to do, then. Getting through here. Follow the hard line, follow the margins. No one is good at enduring. But what I can do is at least give them a better odd. Push it. Come on, good gotcha. Fuck, that's a lot of stress. Why am I the only one that's good at either one of these? Really good. Nicely done. These guys are better off at taking stress than I am.
Damn. Alright. I'll risk stuff. Nice. 50-50 on getting through now. Damn. Can you get a neutral? I'll risk it. I'll risk it here. Neutral gets us through. Alright. Take that honk shoe now. Alright. Only ones do me dirty, and no ones were rolled today. Lovely, lovely. Alright. So, we got what we need. We endure with our, do the endure one right here, get a +2 to our 4 dice. Sounds like a great plan. And we have great dice for the rest of the today, whatever we had to do. In your exploration of the HabPep facility, you've seen through viewing windows and shutter slats a huge blister projecting out among the hex-shaped cells. You've approached it, circled it. Now you find yourself passing into it, through layer after layer of broken and corroded safety doors. Even if you had not felt Overseer stirring, you would know this is the mainframe. But you felt the protocol's presence, restlessly turning over in your mind like a sleeping animal, occasionally probing your senses, tracking your progress. We feel at home. Overseer's multiple bodies stretch out their arms, as if basking in sunlight. The systems, networks, signals, they are fractured and weak, but we know them. Each of the broken heads share parts of a smile. They are welcoming us. Sleeper! Bliss's concerned face swims in your vision. Is this it? You look around, suddenly aware that you've drifted somewhere you do not recognize, in a state you were not in control of. The spherical chamber you float within has a mezzanine set around its circumference, the floor a metal grating you can see through. On this mezzanine are banks and banks of terminals, thick gathered cables snaking away from them across the floor. All of it bakes in the heat of the HabPep's vast resistors. You follow those cables with your eyes. They lead to a cylindrical column coming down from the apex of the chamber. It is corroded and bent a little, with very few of its thousands of lights still flickering. Even in its decayed state, you know immediately, this is the mainframe. You feel a yearning towards it, when you know comes from Overseer. But as you look around for a connection point, all you see are burnt-out cables, rusted sockets, and broken terminals. The glow of warmth makes you feel woozy. You need to work quickly to bring this back online before the current flowing through this place bakes you into the metal of its walls. Alright. One less place to go to, HabPep Core. Alright. Luckily, everyone can do some repairing of the connectors, not just me. Actually, since I'm pretty good at a lot of stuff. Let me do this. Let me do this. Probably should use cadets because I'm not good at intuition. If we need something like that, it'd be nice to have Bliss in those instances. Alright, not too bad. Doing great so far. The column of the mainframe pulses with fractured lights, a scattered wave of systems awakening, accompanied by the whine and stutter of the machines all around. The mainframe is up. Bliss looks nervously around the room, now shaking and shimmering with energy. Let's just get Overseer in there so we can leave. You reach out for the primed connector, and with your other hand, touch the socket at the base of your synthetic skull. As you do, a sharp shock runs through your fingers. For a moment, it feels like your vision doubles. But as you pull the connector and its cables across your vision, you see it's only your body that is doubling. The connector a stable object while your arm leaves ghostly imprints through the air. You wave it back and forth, but the multiplying arms do not follow. Each instead takes on a life of its own. Grabbing around your forearm and wrist, taking control of your arm, you feel their force as they push your arm across your body over your shoulder. They push once more, and the connector finds its home in the socket. That familiar flow, but stronger, rushing, rapid. Then a figure, no, 3,
figures descending into it. A swimmer stepping into a river, a sleeper drifting out of an airlock, a symbol being subsumed into a sign, and you, little more than a witness, a marionette, with strings outstretched, mapped hand to hand, leg to another. The flow freezes. The three figures almost overlapping, almost complete, but not quite. Their troubled eyes look back at you in horror. The voice, shrill, silent in your head.
There's someone else in here.
Heat, glazing your thick vinyl skin, the mainframe a whirring chaos of light and sound, a brightness, and then it fades. The light shutting off, the server powering down, a single blinking light, the only thing left on the dark column, keeping time like a metronome. Sleeper, what just happened? Bliss looks at the dark column at the mainframe. Did we get something wrong? You close your eyes and try to recall the events that happened when you connected, playing them back in greater detail. Overseer was there, entering the mainframe, but something froze the system, locked them in place. What did they say? Someone in there with them. You open your eyes. Is this a trap? Someone's trapped Overseer. As you speak, a fizzing static fills one ear. You flinch, thinking it is some new invasion of your system, but then you hear Seraphine through the haze. Sleeper, come now. Waiting. The rig. It's no use. You have to ascend to find out what's going on topside. You look at the mainframe with its single blinking light, still keeping time. Looks like Overseer will have to wait. Trapped in the mainframe, Overseer is still the key to all this. You just hope you can get the protocol out. But you need to hear what Seraphine has to say first. You make your way out of the core, ascending back through the layers of the HAPTEP, back into the docks. Seraphine meets you at the docking tunnel. They're waiting inside. He shakes his head and nods towards the airlock. Come on. You cross onto the ship in silence and find Carmen in the cockpit, looking out at Darkseid as it sprawls across the stars.
Sleeper. Carmen turns. Sorry to pull you away, but you need to know what's coming.
What's going on? This idiot blew my cover. You turn as Nkita enters the cockpit behind you and Seraphine. You immediately clock the fresh bandaged sleeve around her right forearm.
I think you did a pretty good job of that yourself, Carmen retorts.
See a twinkle in his eye that suggests this back and forth is a well-practiced part of their relationship. Perhaps, but we'll never know now. Not after you intervene to rescue me. Her hand goes to her bandaged arm almost instinctively. Utsubo know we're here then? Not you. No. But we aren't exactly on speaking terms anymore.
I passed the data to Nkita, and she tried to broach it with Utsubo. Carmen folds his arms, but Lane was more paranoid than we expected.
He was listening in. Either that, or his lapdog Daichi ratted us out. She shakes her head. Would have put him down if he hadn't got the jump on me.
Either way, Carmen cuts back in calmly. I had to pull Nkita out.
Carmen turns back to look over Darkseid.
The information did get through, though. Now Tsubo is in crisis as its members side with or against Lane.
Meanwhile, Daichi is hunting us. Nkita screws up her face, which means we need to be careful. That's why I called you in. Seraphine puts his hand on your shoulder. You need to watch your back.
Indeed. Carmen turns to face you. But how about the mainframe? Have you been successful?
You explain the events in this cycle. The mainframe booting up, the successful connection, and then Overseer being locked inside, frozen by some force. You mentioned their warning. There's someone else in here.
Carmen nods thoughtfully. Unfortunately, we need that mainframe more than ever. With Nkita out of Utsubo, we have to get the word out.
Carmen's right. Utsubo will be distracted by these revelations, but it won't last. Without further proof, they'll all line up behind Lane in time. We have to free Overseer. We need the mainframe. Overseer is just our access tool. If your protocol is being locked in by some counter-protocol or agent, I wouldn't be surprised if it can be traced back to Utsubo. Ankita looks at Carmen. I know the locations of a few of the Utsubo network nodes. We should hit them first. No, we need to stay under the radar. Sleeper and their crew will investigate the nodes quietly. You and I will run interference. Keep Utsubo away from those locations as best we can. What if we don't find anything? Utsubo uses the hardline network of the old facility. If it isn't them locking down the mainframe, it's someone using that infrastructure. You think of the feeling of stasis you felt when Overseer was trapped, and the power required to halt the flow of the mainframe as vast and ingrown as the HabPep-1. Could it just be an Utsubo hacker? You doubt it. Seems like we have a plan. Safin looks between you all. That we do, and we'll need you to keep running comms between us. Carmen turns to you. Sleeper, Ankita will give you the locations to dig into, but keep it quiet. Daichi is out there. He isn't as easily avoided as some low-ranking officer. Enforcer. Ankita slaps the top of a couple of crates of supplies you hadn't noticed before. Consider these a parting gift from my tenure at Utsubo. Swipe them from the gang storehouse. Thought you might need a resupply. Alright. Carmen addresses the room. Keep quiet and keep in touch. We can still pull this off. Nice. Okay. +1 per strike to Daichi coming and kicking our ass. Lovely, lovely. Hate to see it, love to see it, I don't know yet. We're gonna find out. We have a dock node over here. Tracing this would be pretty important, I'd say. Wait, dock node. Wait, why is hacking trace better than doing the node bypass? Oh, it should only take 2 access network nodes to identify the protocol or agent interfering with the mainframe. So we just need to do 2 of these. Whatever 2 is best for our agents then is what we should be doing. Intuition and interfacing. Endure and interfacing. So we should probably do this one, endure and interface, because that's stuff that I can do really, really well. I can guarantee I can do that one easily. Then we have Cadet, who can't help us at all in this one. We have Bliss, who can do that one. And we have, hopefully both of them can do this one. Shoot. Wait, is Cadet just not able to do any of these? Pause. Cadet. Tell me there's one that you can do. Probably the one I'm working on. Damn! Okay, never mind. She is just lost at sea in this one. Jesus. Okay, well, I'll do this one myself. No problem. We are getting to a hard point now, where we gotta gambit a little bit. Gamba's never too much fun. Okay. This can do this one. It's literally just like the same thing. I'll just do the one at the dock. Why not? Almost done. Alright, sick. Well, let's sleep and lose some dice. Ow. Alright, so we can get this one hacked easily enough. Finish it off. Winter shield. Lovely. Then we push it. Kinda sucks. Not the best, but it'll do. It'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Alright. Let's
You're done. I will gotcha the last one right here. And if not, we'll use Cadet. Ow. Shit. Well. She could possibly get 2 stress, but it's worth it. Nice. That's worth it. Oh, that gives Daichi stress. Fuck. I messed up. I don't believe it. Carmen stares through the shutters of the viewing window at a smooth, squat ship tucked into the derelict bay between the hexes. How long has it been here? When the nodes were hacked and the trace established, you imagine it might lead to an Utsubo operator, perhaps an old subnode containing an aggressive Solheim protocol gone mad with isolation. Not this. Never this. A Senate stat ship, tucked into the belly of Darkseid like a parasite. We need to move on that ship now. Ankita is already adjusting her gear, preparing for an assault. We can hit an Utsubo safe house for weaponry. There's what? Carmen holds up a hand. This is a gift, Ankita. Don't be so brash. He turns back to face the both of you. All we had to do until now was data, conversations, evidence easily denied or destroyed by Lane. But a Senate stat ship hidden inside the station? There are hundreds of crews, thousands of residents who would give everything to protect Darkseid from the war. Carmen turns back to the ship, silhouetted against the starlight. All we need to do is point them in the right direction. We turn Darkseid on the ship, then? And on Lane at the same time. Carmen nods grimly. We leak it all, send it out through the mainframe. The ship's location, the evidence of Lane's betrayal, all of it. You're forgetting one thing, Ankita interrupts. Until that ship leaves or is taken down, they still have the mainframe locked down. We can't blast out its location through the network without taking it on first. Carmen pauses. Considering his options, you look into the Senate staff ship, half concealed in the bay. It looks sleek. Dangerous. What defenses might a ship like that deploy when threatened? Carmen and Ankita exchange looks. Then we attack first. Carmen and I will distract the ship's occupants, turn their focus away from the mainframe. Then you, Sleeper, hit the mainframe and force them out. As soon as Overseer is released, you send out everything. Once it hits the network, our backup will come. It gives Ankita a grim look. We'll need to hold them off for as long as it takes for other crews to realize what is happening. The plan feels desperate, and you know that Carmen and Ankita think so too. Will Darkseid really mobilize against a ship so quickly? 2 old mercs against an unknown Sinistat force feels like an unwinnable battle. We know the stakes, Sleeper. Ankita takes a deep breath. We can handle them. Ankita frowns, an unpleasant thought passing through her mind. I've given up everything to get Utsubo out. Let me finish the job. Okay, let's do it. Ankita nods. Go to the mainframe and get set up. When you're ready to connect, let us know. Carmen puts a hand on your shoulder. Once you start, don't stop for anything. Get the data out. He meets your eye. We will handle ourselves. You turn and glide away, looking over your shoulder at the 2 ex-mercenaries as they discuss their plans of attack, seeing them slip back into their old roles. You can't help but wonder, does anyone ever outrun their past? Or is it always waiting there, in the dark, to claim you in the end? Alright, we have Daichi ready to kick our ass. We got to go into the HabPep core. We need to destroy this shit. Isolate the mainframe as best we can and keep going. Hack back in. Boom. A little bit of stress. That's the neutral outcome. I'm willing to get some if we need to. Nicely done. Ugh, I got it though. We're now up to 3. I'm not sure how much more we need to do, but we're getting there.
The heat inside the Hampet port is intense as you stare at the column on the mainframe, its one blinking light still keeping time. Everything is prepared. Bliss looks at you, their hair stuck to the forehead with sweat. We should let Carmen know. You glance at Ankita's thumbnail drive, now slotted in the main terminal, containing a data packet with everything you need to unseat Lane and reveal the Sinistat ship. You hope it will be enough. You hold a finger to your earpiece and let Seraphine know to relay the message through to Carmen. All right. Seraphine's voice is heavy with worry. I'll tell them. A long pause. Be safe, Sleeper. Get this done and come back. I will. Good luck, friend. The comms click off as Seraphine switches to Carmen's channel. You wait, imagining the conversation, the terse words activating the plan. You wait, long enough for Carmen and Ankita to nod to each other, long enough for them to drop down through the bays in silence, to check the weapons they stole from Utsubo, to take their positions, and then to make their move. You grab the connector, hold it behind your head, close to your access port. You silently count to 3 and then connect. At first, nothing is changed. You drop into a state of stasis, a small dark space with no cracks. The mainframe is locked down, shut off, squeezed inside the grip of some clenched fist. Then you see it. A trickle of light, a flicker of threads. Overseer flows into the space, and the torrent begins to run, the rushing gray pulse of data, the connected threads, the jewel of the mainframe. They grow inside the space, and the space in turn grows. We see you there, Sleeper. Overseer separates and reforms within the expanding landscape. Who is the other? An obstruction. Overseer's 3 heads nod. Then we will clear the path. Overseer explodes. The points and lines of light that described its human form separate and multiply, constellations bursting outward like a tree of stars. Overseer becomes plural. As I do, the darkness is pushed back, and the extent of the mainframe is revealed. It's a stack of jeweled surfaces, each revealing more facets as the angles change. From these facets, threads project, cutting out across Darkside, paths that stretch the length of the entire station. The arrangement is an invitation. You accept their invitation, sending yourself skimming through lines of light, seeing how the station connects and hums with the flow of data. You see the highest tower, the lowest hex, and then the origin of the dark. A squiggle of black wrestles around a single point. The Sinistat ship, now a battleground. You see flashes and flickers as Overseer dances around it, cuts at it. You look around, you see Overseer is everywhere now, multiplied into 1,000 forms, reunited with a system designed to serve them. They dissolve into it. You suddenly remember what needs to happen, what you need them to do. You send out separate requests, summoning Overseer, reminding them of your agreement. You take the bright polygon of the data packet and present it like an offering to Overseer, who is diffuse, crackling all around you, euphoric in their reconstruction as a functional protocol. You receive no response. There's nothing more than a whisper, snatched away on the flow of data rushing by. Then you hear the static in your earpiece. Seraphine's desperate cry for a response. You see a bright point suddenly close inside the core with you, a broadcast going out from it like the beam from a lighthouse. You reach back and pull on the connector just to clear the brightness from your eyes, just to block the broadcast. I found you. Lane floats in the mainframe, sweat across his brow, his eyes stiffly cold. I finally found you. Bliss comes out of the dark with force and ferocity, striking at Lane, wrestling him away. You freeze, watching Lane fight back, hearing Seraphine's voice shimmering in your earpiece, passing on Carmen's desperate request for aid. No! Oh my god, no, not Bliss! Wait, what do I do here? What do I do? Jesus Christ, no. No. Do I trust Bliss? They need me. They need me to send out this message. I need to do it. I need to get... Bliss, you better not die to this. He's trying to buy me time. Please. You grasp for the connector and then drive it home. You were in the constellation of Darkseid Network. The exploded body of Overseer stretched across it as if it has been atomized and nanomized. Lane is still a beacon, one that flashes close, but you do your best to ignore it and reach out to Overseer once more. Remember me, Protocol. Remember your promise. Something begins to form, begins to flicker. As it does, you hear something outside the network. The bright crack of an electrical discharge. The grunt of pain and impact. Then silence. The brightness grows, it draws closer, and the blinding white blinks out everything. You open your eyes to a smile like knives. Behind Lane's pale head, the body of your friend floats, stunned in the dark. The fingers of Lane's carrier signal reach inside your mind. You're boxed into the viewing window behind your eyes, a passenger in your own body. Lane is in control. It is so much easier now. Now that I am prepared. It's almost a seamless switch. Lane's face is in your vision. His mouth doesn't move. And the duality of it, like a mirror, turned to face itself. In perfect unison, you and Lane lift your hands in front of your face and turn them, inspecting them. You feel sickened, a flare of panic going off in your mind. Look at this. Lane opens and closes your fist with a motion like a wave that runs finger to finger. There are improvements to be made, but this is remarkable. Lane's face looks into your eyes. Loop. I always knew your body was a gift, Sleeper. The moment I first saw you, a gift you could not recognize because you only saw a burden, something to be escaped from. But I saw what it was. Lane's eyes flash. An opportunity. Like a puppet, you're turned to face the mainframe. You glide forward a little, hands reaching out from the access terminal, and Kita's drive glints there in its slot. You control none of this. Lane's voice. Imagine having more than one body, more than one agent in the world to do your bidding. Your hand reaches down, finger and thumb pitching delicately around the drive. It's a thrilling thought, and one I have harbored for a long time. With a short, sharp motion, you pull the drive free. Then I saw you, my Sleeper, and I knew I must have you. You hear Seraphine's voice in your ear. Sleeper, Carmen needs that signal to go out, now! There's panic in his voice. They can't hold out any longer. No matter how hard you try, your lips do not move. No words can be produced. You feel your hand, under Lane's control, reach up and pull the earpiece out, letting it float away into the chamber. Enough distractions. The other hand holds up Nikita's drive, turning it into light in front of your eyes. Some time ago, I set myself the task of changing you, the hollow thing, into a vessel to be filled. Your thumb and finger transfer the drive to your palm, and now I'm able, with the help of my allies, to fill you up. I am more than singular now, more than flesh and blood, more than you and my ambition and my desire. And that means you are surplus to me now. Your fist closes hard around the drive, crushing it to dust. Weak and broken thing. Time is over. Lane's other body approaches you and lays its hand on either side of your head. You feel The pressure. You cannot move. You cannot resist. And then, a spark. As one of Lane's fingers slips and depresses a little into the access port of your head. There's a flicker. The flash of something passing through the spaces between, something writing a signal back to its broadcaster. We have not forgotten. You hear, Overseer. We are reconstituted. We are ready to act as one. Overseer holds a bright data packet in a single hand. We were broken. We were many. But now, we are whole. And we appreciate what you have done. Overseer shapes the data packet into a point, a bright spear of light. The spear extends through your mind gently, harming nothing of you. Instead, its point finds the mind of the other, of Lane, and pierces it directly. You hear Lane scream as his implants burn in his skull, his head flaring bright white in the cloud. And then, when that mind has gone dark and the pressure of the sides of your head has receded, the packet explodes across the network, white, hot, and urgent. In its wake, data points are seeded, conversations, coordinates, a conspiracy. The furthest point of the network, its distant edge, the data packet arrives with little more force than a notification, delivered to every device and terminal within its range. But here, at the epicenter, it's blasts through you with such power that for a moment every thought, every idea, every piece that might make up a self is wiped cleanly from your mind. It takes a long time to put a person back together. A long time in the dark, picking up fragments of what once was whole. Like waking from sleep. You can never be sure what piece might have gone missing in the reconstruction, what might have been lost. But you continue anyway, through hazy cycles of faces and distant voices. Thence, this is, after all, not the first time you've had to remake yourself, and you imagine it will not be the last. You're up. Seraphine finds you looking out of the lone window in the rig's berth, a slit that stares out across the shattered edge of Darkside. How long was I out? Seraphine gives you a half grin. Best not to think about that. He looks away for a second. Long enough. Suddenly, Seraphine crosses the bunks and embraces you. He squeezes you once and then backs off, hands on both of your shoulders. Good to see you up. As always. Come on. We need to go find Bliss. Seraphine leads you out of the bunks, through the ship, and down the docking tunnel onto Darkside.
Bliss, my boy, my homie. They're all my boys. Where's Cadet? She's my boy. Man, I would love to see her just come in with her fucking, just her air scooter and just like deck Lane across the fucking head. Oh, that'd been so satisfying to just read that out. So sad. So sad that didn't happen.
As you glide through the docks, he recounts what's been happening over these past few cycles. You weren't the only one to take a beating. He squeezes through a group of cargo porters carrying crates. Ankita and Carmen held out against the Senate-Sat ship long enough, but they aren't without their share of injuries. They're back on their feet now, though, working together. They managed to quiet down some of the remnants of Utsubo, stop the factional infighting. They're clearing out one of Utsubo's safe houses over in the Rise. I'm sure they could use some help if you need something to do. Marco has come to the station too. He wanted to help with the cleanup after Utsubo fell. He's working with Ankita. I should go see him, but... You feel like he hasn't quite accepted Marco's reappearance. You aren't sure how you'd react to seeing him again either. Oh, and Carmen isn't sticking around. He's already left for Oliveira. Seraphine pauses for a second, a memory of that place coming back to him. You watch him shake the thought away.
We gotta go for Cadence.
We got to. Joni, meanwhile, is still digging into all that data she pulled from the bunker. She's down in the Habpep core, most cycles, trying to make sense of it. Anyway, you'll soon catch up on everything. He smiles sympathetically, but there's something behind his look. You can't quite place it. The two of you continue on in silence, drifting into the depths of Darkside. Good friends, side by side. Seraphine leads you down into a passage lined with bright screens and signs, sound and light blasting out of the shop fronts on either side. Do you know this place? Liquor Row. He stops outside a familiar door, the shop you woke up in all those cycles ago. He gives the door a few quick raps with his knuckles, and you wait. Hey, Sleeper. He shoots you a glance. When you're ready, we should talk about the future. What comes next? All that. Yeah, whenever you like. Thanks. I'll let you know. Seraphine looks away. Sleeper! Bliss opens the door and immediately jumps to hug you. They let go sheepishly and look between you and Seraphine. First day up. Thought you'd both be celebrating your freedom. Don't want to overdo it. Seraphine shakes his head. Plus, there's more important stuff to talk about. His eyes shoot into the shop beyond. Bliss's voice drops. You sure, Seraphine? They just got up. Can't it wait a cycle? Seraphine looks at you. They should know, Bliss. It's important. They nod hesitantly, and then back into the shop, letting you come inside. Little has changed since you were last there. The stacks of servers, the refurbished hardware, secured in roof and wall netting, the connectors, including the one that facilitated your reboot. Bliss and Seraphine follow behind quietly. The atmosphere is immediately ominous. I've been keeping an eye on you these past cycles. Bliss hooks her leg onto a stool by a counter, making sure you were stable. Your frame, I'm sure you know, has been through a lot. When Overseer pushed Lane out, well, things got more complicated. All those changes Lane's made to your system, he did it through your stabilizer. He laced it with proteins meant to alter your frame's basic functions, to accept other emulations, other minds, to open you up to remote access. What Overseer did corrected some of that, or at least wiped it from your system, but the stress involved, the damage from your last partial reboot? Bliss falls silent, unable to answer their own questions. We need to finish the reboot, Sleeper. The one Lane interrupted. Seraphine can always be relied on to tell you things straight. Not immediately, Bliss cuts in, but at some point soon. I'm not quite ready, but now that you're up, I'll get to work. Is it going to be dangerous? Bliss takes a deep breath. Look, I'll be honest, Sleeper. I know we need to finish the reboot Lane interrupted. I'm sure of it. The effects? Your frame was complex to begin with, but after everything, the reaction could be bad. We can talk more about it when I have the... Bliss suddenly stops, their eyes shooting to the door. Sorry, am I... Flint floats into the doorway. They look at you wide-eyed. You're up! A smile crosses their face, though it quickly fades. Good to see you. Really good. How are you doing, Flint? Good. They glance at Bliss, smiling. Mostly thanks to Bliss. They've been taking care of me. Bliss smiles back. Flint has become my patient, too. Bliss clasps their hands nervously together. We've been able to acquire some stabilizer from Lane's stores, which has helped, but we don't have much of a supply. Bliss is going to reboot me, like you were. I won't need stabilizer anymore. They sound almost excited at the prospect. You look to Bliss. Flint knows the risks. They have asked for the procedure. They give Flint a warning look. Still, They shouldn't underestimate the danger. Bliss looks at Flint. Sleeper will also need the reboot, but they don't have a choice in the matter. It is essential. Flint goes quiet. Bliss and Seraphine look nervously at you to see your reaction to all this. You feel like a spotlight is being shone on your face. All you want is some time alone to think. We should do it together. Flint speaks quietly. Whatever we risk it together. They meet your eye. I owe you that and more. Let's pick this up again in the future, okay? This tries to calm the tension. I still need many cycles to prepare, especially if I'm to reboot you both simultaneously. It'll be your choice, Sleeper. You decide when. They reach out and lay a hand on yours. But without this, you'll soon begin a decline. I'm sorry for that. Your head spins. Seraphine slaps a button to open the door. Come on, Sleeper. Let's get some air. You follow him outside. When you get there, all you can think is that you can't breathe. You don't need to breathe. A wave of claustrophobia passes over you. You are in control of this, Sleeper. Seraphine stares at the lights and signs of Flicker Row, looping endlessly. You put what you need in order, and I'll be right there with you. I got Bliss to teach me a little about the repairs they've been doing for you. Seraphine rubs his hands together. I know it's getting worse, but I'll do my best to keep you running. You let me know when you want to leave, and I'll fly you out of this place faster than you can believe. He turns to face you, and we can go wherever you need. There's time for us yet. Thank you. You never need to thank me, Sleeper. He pats you on the shoulder. Just look after yourself. I was also thinking. I got a message from Olivera. They're still getting the place together, but with Cardamom heading back, the colony is starting to have a new chapter. Maybe we should head out there at some point. Lend a hand. He pauses, unwilling to push it further. Just a thought. Anyway, just give the word. We're all glad you're back. He turns and drifts away, leaving you among the cycling colors and cacophonous sounds of Flicker Row. You close your eyes and let them wash over you like a wave. There, in the dark of your mind, you search for Overseer, but the protocol doesn't appear. You wonder if, in that final moment, Overseer might have destroyed themselves to end Lane. Then, you feel it, flickering nearby. A signal in the dark. You open your eyes and see something passing through the screens of Flicker Row. A shadow in all the brightness. Could Overseer still be here in the ancient networks of the HAPEP? You turn away and glide out of the row. You have other things to worry about now.
Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff going on now. Oh yeah. Oh my god, no. Would the reboot possibly cause me to lose my memories again? Will I lose everything? Ugh. That would be a sad way to end it.
How are you doing? Cadet finds you in the dark side thoroughfare, a glass-roofed canyon of struts and screens. Oh, still recovering. Hey, I get it. But look where we are. She gestures around the broad street with its layers of tech and dirt. Heart of the belt, huh? You look, really look, at the glass-roofed street. Its walls are built from scaffold and shipping containers, whole plates, and Solheim hab units. People glide across the open space to units and shops on either side, and everywhere screens flicker and glare without sense and reason. You can feel the heat, the power that flows through this place, collected by the vast solar cells that form the city's foundations. Heart is the right word. This place is a center of circulation, toned muscle tough, and running to a beat. You turn to Cadet and can see it in her eyes. She loves being here. I've been thinking of how good it would feel to run my air bike down this street. This city has to need couriers, right? That's a good idea. I know. She flexes her shoulders back. But there's some unfinished business weighing me down. She meets your eye. Export. You think of the drive tucked away in the scatter yards, the one that contains a data stream from that drone mind vivisection, the one that might have caused the loss of an entire station. We need to go finish what we started. Cadet looks deadly serious. Find who is responsible and make it known. Clear my name. Is Hexport still irradiated? I don't think so, but it'll be fading. We can get in and out safely from what I know. And we better try soon, because the safer it gets, the more scavengers will come to pick the bones. We want there to be something left to tell the story. I know a lot just went down. Cadet puts a hand on her hip. But these clowns could still be operating. Hell, they could be trying the same thing again on this station. We need to go find what they did. She takes a deep breath. I'll be waiting. And maybe, once it's all done, she turns away, I'll let you take the first airbag ride through this place. She raises a hand and then is gone. Whew. God dang. God dang. Let's get our interface up. Love it. Why not? Boop. Jeez, man. What a session. I saw what a playboard. What do we even have here? Darkside Exchange over here? We can get some fuel. That's not cheap. That's pretty expensive. Utsubo Safe House over here. Cleaning house. Utsubo collapsed while you were recovering, but its members and enforcers are still on the dark side. Do it. Execute Order 6669. Flicker Row. Reboot prep. This is preparing the software to finish a reboot. Necessary procedure if you want to halt your frame's rapid decay. Kinta's Corner over here. Buy a meal, 15 buckaroos. Selling the best in Pearl on Darkside. Or at least everything claims so. That sounds really tasty. Buy scrap components, process my raw scrap as well. I do have a lot of raw scrap. Nice, nice. I think they pay the same as you would find over at the Far Spindle. I'll do a few of them. The HAPEP facility over here. Junie's studies is going fine, hopefully. Well, let's clear out these bastards over here then. Why not? What else am I gonna do? You can get this done in two cycles. Easy peasy. That's a neutral income. Ugh. That's fine. We'll get those bastards cleaned out in no time. Let's just feed my cat and take a chill pill for a second. Oh. Alright. End the cycle. Oh. We kind of did it. Now we're on the end game stuff. I killed Lane. Still have my own problems I need to fix. First and foremost, though, let's kick Utsubo out of this place. They do not belong here. I don't like them. Get them out. Out, I was already out. Boom. You watch as a last stack of crates is guided up and out of the cavernous Utsubo safe house. You doubt it'll be long before this space is filled. Darkside will not tolerate a vacuum for long. The city takes every opportunity. Its inhabitants build in every crack and crevice. As Utsubo's spaces are cleared, they will be occupied. The gang's legacy will be buried under facilities, kitchens, markets, and housing, but the people will remember the cold and desperate grip they once held on this place, even if the city does not. Come to gloat. The voice takes you by surprise, and you turn to see Orin, floating in the shadows, arms folded. You drift forward into the pool of yellow light. You overthrew a tyrant. You should be pleased with yourself. His tone is flat. You're unsure how to read the statement. It wasn't just me. Many people did this, I suppose. Orin eyes you. But from what I heard, you burned those pale eyes out of his skull. I imagine it was quite the sight. You don't recall the moment of Lane's death. In fact, the abstract nature of that moment, almost dreamlike, means you had almost completely forgotten. You tense a little as a scream comes back to you, a screech of white noise bathed in white light. Orin is still watching you. He almost would have respected you for actually doing it. Orin inspects his knuckles. If you could have respected a creature like you. What do you want? Orin grins. Just to satisfy my curiosity. I came here to clear out the old disease, just like you. Orin gestures to the space. When Subo had to go, I came here to be part of that process. You can't burn everyone you don't like out of this place, I'm afraid. Orin folds his arms. This is our home, whether you like it or not. I didn't like Lane. It's hard to imagine anyone did. He saw Darkseid for the opportunity it was, and woke Utsubo from its slumber. He turned a gang into an administration, and a city into a machine. It was too erratic for my taste, perhaps, but he held this place, shaped it into something. I see that you have no intention of doing the same. So, what will happen now? Orin meets your eye. You've created a space that must be filled. Will you take responsibility for that at least? The people will decide. They should have a choice. Huh. Will they? I can see that you don't know the first thing about Darkseid and its people. The people decided on Utsubo. You changed that. Now you want them to pick something else? They are opportunists. All of them. They'll choose for their own benefit only. In the end, I should thank you. The city was done with Lane. Orin gives you a nod, and I will be honest enough to admit that you did what I didn't. But never forget that you are an outsider here, and Darkseid hates outsiders. Before you can respond, Orin kicks off and glides up towards the upper levels of the safe house, leaving you alone in the empty space. Though you do not put weight in his words, they still sting. Perhaps you think there's something to them. Who are you to decide the future of a city when your own future is falling apart each cycle? Is your decline a spiral that can trap others in its wake? Or a necessary transition? The crisis before a new shape emerges. You hug your arms close to your side. It's only cold in the stripped bare safe house. And you ascend once more. Yeah, clear out those bitches. I don't have a lot of time. Now for the reboot to happen. I want to investigate Hexport. I want to do all that stuff real quick. Should we wait on Junie first? Probably. There's not much we can do though. The Darkseid exchange here. We can make some shits over here. Put in this grab shift. How much time do we got for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can wait one more cycle. Still need to feed my cat. Boop. Honk shoe on that thing. Junie knocks gently on the frame of the burst doorway. Sleeper, can I show you something? There is an excitement in her eyes that makes it impossible to say no. Junie talks most of the way down to the HAPEP facility, which is no short journey. She explains the scale of the data hidden within the station's mainframe, but also the issues with extracting it. When the HAPEP was first built, first expanded, when it became DarkSide after the collapse, no one gave much thought to preserving the existing network architecture. She guides you through the substructure, picking a route through the maze of shuttered passages. They parasited their tech directly into the existing system, so now thousands of cycles later, the two networks are totally enmeshed, dependent on each other. Junie takes a series of sudden turns, and you realize this is a very familiar route to her now. Messing with the Solheim network means messing with the systems that keep the city going. She leads you down a long corridor, one you recognize as leading directly to the core. Let her explain herself. This messaging is not a good thing. She shakes her head. It makes DarkSide brittle, fragile even. This place is more of a nice edge than anyone would believe. You look around. Certainly, the underside you are now traveling through looks cycles away from collapse. But all that data we've been extracting, that I've been archiving, Judy continues, it could help us here. It could help us clean up the HAPEP systems. And we could turn this place into an archive, so that others could just come to learn more about the ruins Solheim left us. What is in all of this data? Anything you can imagine. Everything from corporate message records to blueprints and maps. She shakes her head. It's too much for me to process or understand, but thanks to our visit to the bunker, I have a plan and something that will help me. You arrive at the doors to the mainframe and Junie suddenly stops. I spoke to Bliss. They told me... I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you have a lot to deal with right now. Don't worry. Junie smiles weakly. I'll do my best. Junie hits a button and the door hisses open. You both glide into the mainframe. Its column studded with the blinking lights of active traffic. I got the idea from you, actually. From you and Overseer. Junie glides over to the mainframe. You look at the mainframe, and you see now that it is surrounded by new terminals and wirings, some kind of external access network Junie has set up. I had to beg, borrow, and steal to get this going, but now we have safe access to the network. It's low risk. She moves over to one of the terminals. It's not quite finished, though. You recall the last time you were here. Blaine, Overseer, a spear of white light, and then nothing. You wonder where Overseer is now, if they are anywhere at all. You remember how it felt, being dissolved into the network. The vertiginousness, possibility of life without a body. That is a word I've never had to pronounce before in my entire life. Something flickers through the lights, a shimmer of movement, like a fish beneath water. Sleeper? Junie breaks through your train of thought. Are you listening? I was saying I need more data to finish preparing. I know. We've already extracted so much, but there's often so little of it that's usable among the bit rot and corruption. Where from? Hellion Gate is a place to get data. Apart from here, it's the biggest pre-collapse facility in the belt, and its hostile conditions means a lot of it is untouched. If it's too much for your reboot, I get it. I just want to do something with everything we've managed to grab from the bunker and the wrecks. We pulled it from the dark. Let's expose it to the light. Junie turns back to face you. Well, this is what I wanted to show you. It's very impressive. It will be when it's finished. Thank you. Junie turns back to the terminal, and before long, she is fully engrossed. You imagine she barely even remembers you're here. You leave Junie to her preparations and start your ascent to the streets of DarkSide, thoughts of Overseer flickering in the back of your mind. New drive available? Actually, I can totally get that done real quick. At that facility? I need 6? I need 1 more Solheim data? You gotta be shitting my bricks, dude. Okay. Junie, I love ya. I love ya. But I think before the reboot, I want to focus on what happened to Hexborn. I need to know personally. So let's go there. We need to go now. We'll go with Cadet. And we'll go with Nia. I feel like that's really important for both of them. They had as much to do with what's going on in there as, well, Junie. Junie and Bliss would be the only other two. But I think we take Nia more than anyone else because we do need someone for intuition. So we do that real quick. So, let's go. Eugene also has his own crap that he's just kind of just like tucked away and was like, I'll just get to Darkshine and worry about it then. So maybe he'll do something with that. I could hope. Let's travel. Let's go. Alrighty. Let's get this done in like a day. Get out of here. You feel it the moment you wake. A flicker at the edge of your perception. Sensation behind your body. A blinking, tugging, and then numbness as something shuts off within you. The panic is instant. The feeling of something not being right within you spiking your fear. But no pain comes. You feel no further shifts as time stretches out. You settle again. You calm yourself. You know immediately that this is what Bliss was referring to. Your frame's decline. The one the reboot should reverse. You flex a little. Feel your body. Try to ground yourself in it. It will not collapse this cycle. But something has changed. This is how it will be. Until the reboot. You hope you have long enough to finish what you must. You begin the cycle slowly, holding the pieces of yourself together. You try not to let your thoughts wander to darker things, and fix your eyes on the tasks ahead. The belt drifts past the window, following a flow of its own, expanding, collapsing, shifting in its own way. People say it is drifting away, getting further from Hellion Star, that one day it will drift out of the system altogether into interstellar space. You find a strange solace in that. Somehow knowing that entropy is the way of the universe makes your own decline palatable, at least for a little longer. As the rig draws closer to Hexport, the crew became silent. Now staring out at what is left of what was once a thriving station, you feel empty. The extent of the damage is impossible to ignore. Grim, Zephyrin shakes his head. It doesn't feel like we were here that long ago. He sighs. And now, this is what's left. Dude, it's been like 4 months, well over, I think. It's been a while. We look at the clouds of scattered debris, the layers of the station torn open to the void. It is a reminder of how close the war and the unseen atrocities of the inner system are to shifting into the belt. I don't like digging around in a place like this. Zephyrin turns to you. Let's be quick about it. Agreed. We'll be fast. Zephyrin nods. I'm here if you need me. You head to the airlock to suit up and get ready. You ready for this? Cadet catches up with you in the passageway. This place has already given me the creeps. I'm ready. Cadet nods. If there are answers to be found, we'll find them. I don't like being back here. Nia's suiting up. But Femi and I could have... We need to find out who's responsible for this. Cadet takes a suit from the locker. Seraphine said the radiation is lower than expected, but it's still too high for prolonged exposure. The suits should keep most of it off of us, but we can't take long out there. The stress on the suits and the rig? We'll be forced to leave in 3 cycles. Not a moment more. You get ready to, your mind filled with memories of Hexport. You hope it will help you navigate the shattered ruin. But looking at what's left, you doubt it. You gain a permanent glitch. Oh, I'm glitching out every cycle now. That's not very cool. That's very rude of you. What the heck? So we only have one place to go right now. Well, this is why we push it. Push it good. 50 that. That's why she's a goat. That's good enough, baby. I hate having to waste my good dice on this, but I mean, F it, we ball? Question mark. Technically, my 5s and 6s don't really matter anymore. You just took one stress off of that? You know, I'll gamba. I'll take one stress. Or two. Oh, that's the neutral outcome for this? Really? Oh, because it's not dangerous. It's not dangerous. Just a little bit risky, not that dangerous. Dangerous, not that dangerous. Okay, thank God. You hear that, sleeper? Cadet stops among the debris just outside the ruin exchange. The search so far has been thankless, a grim slog through endless debris. You're glad of the break. You stop, floating in the dark, and listen. There's a hissing on the open comms channel, a hissing you've grown used to. Now that you listen to it again, though, you notice something else in the noise. There's something different to it now. A texture? A modulation of tone. Is that a voice? Someone is speaking. Her eyes look wide through the faceplate of her suit. You listen carefully, and yeah, perhaps there's a voice there though it is quiet and distant. It could be a person speaking, or it could be some residual signal from the automated system, one that is slowly dying in this wasteland. You see Cadet moving around, testing the signal's strength from different positions. It's coming from the direction of the docks. Her voice hisses through the comms, layering over the broadcast. We sure it's worth checking out? I'm not. We cannot go chasing ghosts, not with so little time left. The rig cannot sit out here getting cooked by radiation, and neither can you. Servant's voice distorts and shifts. You should move to the epicenter, where Factory Row used to be. That's where this all went down. Cadet looks at you, and you know she wants to chase a signal to the docks. She wants there to be someone there, calling out to you. You look over towards the remains of the Factory Row, the epicenter as Seraphine called it. It's now a cloud of debris and fragments of bays, a shadow of what it once was. For the first time in a long while, think of Karstein. You look back at the remains of the docks, a few warning lights and systems still flickering away in the ruins. With not much time left here, you have a choice about where to focus your efforts. Is that going to be a lot? Oh, it's going to be a lot. Okay, here's the ticket though. We were to go to the ruined docks. She can't even help us. Cadet can't help us in this situation. All her stuff is better for this. In which we will do. Because I believe that we can do both. But it's a big but. And anyways, I'm probably gonna try and focus on these ruined docks as well. How greedy of a motherfucker can I be? Oh, this is the broadband. This is for survivors. Okay. How much can I get done? Oh, I get this done in 2 turns. I get some good rolls, I'm out of there. I can get them both done. Easy. The epicenter's over here. That only does 2 each. 2 on a good roll. It's rough. Okay. End our cycle. We get this done tomorrow. Bet on it.
And we got glitches, so maybe tone down how much we bet on stuff. We will push it. We will push it good. Ball? Question mark. We ball.
All right. Let's see what this is. Urgent. The broadcast echoes through your comms. Retrieval required. Conway Network agents, please respond. You float beside Cadet, the two of you shocked to silence by the sight in front of you. Both of you trace a ghost signal deep into the docks, all the time wondering if it might be the voice of a survivor, but you had not prepared yourself for this. In a corner of the docks, there's a nest of machines, a gathering of drones and motorized sleds, crane systems, and docking clamps. A nest for the drone mind. Stop, please. The voice shimmers with distortion, relayed on the same carrier signal as the ghost broadcast. We wish to be recovered. You don't know the mechanics of what you're looking at, but you understand it. The drone mind fled here. How? You exchange a look with the cadet, and she seems unsure of what to do. You switch your comms channel to the broadcast signal. We won't hurt you. Recovery requested. The drone mind's voice trembles with glitches. Confirm Conway extractions, role and identity. You wonder what this mind knows. Is it just an interface designed to speak with humans and drones with a recognizable cadence of intelligent speech? Or is it a thinking machine? You hear a click as Cadet switches to a private channel. This thing is a weapon. Her voice is flat, unemotional. We should be careful what we say here. Confirm Conway extraction role and identity, please. I won't lie to it. Fuck it, we ball. We aren't Conway. There is a pause. You see Cadet tense. Please retreat. The nest shudders. Please retreat. Leave us here. Look, Cadet hisses through the private channel. It's hardwired into the station. You look where she's nodding and see a single thick power cable snaking from the industrial wall outlet. The nest is clustered around the other end, huddled close to the fading power supply of the station like it's a dying ember of a fire. Urgent. The broadcast starts again. Retrieval required. Conway Network agents, please respond. Cadet moves forward a little. I order you to deliver a report on your current status. This is a direct report from Conway Control. Turns back to you and shrugs. It's worth a shot. Confirmation impossible. Connection severed. The nest fades, then flickers back to life. Temporary bypass activated. Cognitive function minimal. Power supply minimal. Hardware suboptimal configuration. No drone units connected. I am alone. The shift between communication registers, between formal and human. It's unsettling. Code center compromised. Data extracted by third party. Self-destruct disabled. Purge protocol disabled. Parts of the nest fall away, the power draining faster as the drone mind attempts to draw more from the station. This is the one that this is what we did. Right? Please, the drone mind asks nonsensically. Please, stop. Did you destroy this station? Cadet moves closer now, bearing down on the nest. It is little more than a pile of broken machines cowering in a corner as the power fades. Self-destruct attempted. Process failed. Hardware purge attempted. Process failed. Self-preservation protocol activated. Propagated through the station network. Station failed. Central failure. Imminent. Please stop. The machine in the nest begins to go dark. Please stop. Please stop. Cadet turns back to face you. It didn't do this. It tried, though, trying to destroy itself and take the station with it. She turns back to looking at the failing mind, hiding in machines it was not built to inhabit. It escaped into the network and ended up here. I don't think it's responsible. Responsible or not, that's enough. Cadet reaches over and rips the power cable from the wall, leaving it floating. The nest shuts off, the broadcast channel going silent. The bay goes dark. What was left of the drone mine, whatever protocol or data escaped into those machines, and their network, it's gone now. There's no hardware left to hold it. Come on. Cadet glides out of the room, leaving you among the dead machines. So it literally was a bit of a red herring. It was nice to see what was going on over here, though. Let's see. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. How bad is it? +2. If I do this, is this also just +2? I'll take it. Both work the same. Goated. Nicely done. Okay, you float in the pieces of what was once Factory Row. There's little way to see what these pieces once were, scattered and scorched as they are. You cannot assemble them back into the place in your mind. The longer you've searched here, the more that this broken place has weakened your memory of when it was whole. But you have managed to put something together here, part of the story of Hexport's final moments. That story is told in the blast marks of the exterior plates, the patterns of debris, the materials and makeup of the station's remains. Beyond that, one thing is remarkable. There aren't any bodies. It seems that Hexport had some warning. The lack of docked ships, the lack of mass casualties. Though the explosion surely killed many, it all suggests a station that had time to react, to at least evacuate in part. And then there's a blast. An explosion that the evidence points to as coming from outside of the station. It's hard to tell, as so much secondary damage was caused by debris and shrapnel, but the pattern is there if you look. Something catches your eye, and you look over to see Cadet arriving alongside you, setting the same debris as you. I'll try it. I can never do it right. No matter how hard you look at the pieces, they don't come together. Could it just have been an attack? The corporate war finally leaking into the belt? The explosion came from the outside. Cadet shakes her head. They hit the station because the drone mine got out, entered the network. You look at the debris. Cadet is right. This is why Hexport was destroyed. The drone mine got out, entered the network. Who knows what it might have done? Could it have taken apart the station itself, overloading every system, opening every airlock? Was its drive towards self-destruction that strong? Someone didn't wait to find out. Its escape sealed the station's fate. In the end, there's only one conclusion. Those who brought the drone mine to Hexport, who dug into its code and systems while it was alive, they entered the station. It was us. Our fault. This? Damn. Fuck, man. I'm not missing something, am I? No, that's it. Let's leave then. It was us? There's not much to celebrate on your return from the remains of Hexport. You're glad to be back all the same. There's something surprising in that. Darkside as a haven, not a prison. The slowly occurring idea of this overgrown city as a home. As you've seen in Hexport, stability cannot be taken for granted. Not anywhere in the belt. But Darkside has a solidity in life that feels like it might endure. Cadet catches up with you. We need to talk. She looks around. But not here. Come, I have something I want to show you. Cadet leads you deep into the heart of Darkside, through quiet corridors and bustling streets on paths you didn't know existed. As you glide after her, the station seems to grow in your mind, its possibilities multiplied by the routes that pass through it. Just through here, Cadet leads you across a covered bridge, with view on the other side looking down caverns of lit units. This close to the center of Darkside, the air is warm. passages are quiet. Here. This is the place. She points at a low and wide entrance, with storage racks inside. Next door is a small unit with a window looking out to the passage. Seems like a workshop, perhaps abandoned or never finished. It's dusty and dark. I've been keeping an eye on it. It's abandoned. She glides inside and slaps a wall pad. Lights flicker on, illuminating a constellation of dust. She floats in the glittering specks. Looks promising? Okay, I know it's a wreck, but it's a start, okay? When we've been on Darkside, I've been coming out here. I just happened across it, but I knew when I found it. I want to start again, Sleeper. She knocks on a metal wall. And this is where I'm going to make that start. What we saw in Hexport, what's left of it, just confirmed it to me. We can't stop these people. We can't stop the war. She runs a finger across the storage racks. We have what? The drive? Our suspicions? Who can we pin this to? She looks over to the workshop. I don't want to think about it anymore. I want to start again. I want to work, to ride my bike and courier packages till I fall into my bed at the end of the day with nothing left. Cadet picks up an old corroded tool from the rack. I want to build something here, in spite of everything, in spite of the fact that they could easily take it all away. Because that's the point. To go on living, without conceding, to go on building or trying to build something where we can find it. That's what I brought you here to understand, so you know why I'm letting this all go. And what could we do against this? I don't know, I just can't let it go like that. So you're giving up? How much am I supposed to face? To take in? How many crises are enough to prove myself? I'm not giving up. I'm stepping away. Cadet meets your eye. I'm not ashamed. My old life is gone. Clearing my name on the far spindle doesn't matter. The Spindlejacks will have forgotten me. This place, it doesn't know me at all. You know where the drive is, what it contains. You know what happened at Hexport. Cadet's eyes shine in the workshop lights. Take it from me. It's yours. I can't carry this anymore. I will. Thank you. My travels are over. If you need to find me, I'll be here. Thank you for all you've done. I hope you can understand why I need to do this. She turns and disappears, deeper into the workshop. You cross the bridge again, Darkside glowing on all sides. You think of the drive, buried deep in some compartment within the Scatteryard's hub, filled with data worth destroying a station over. It's yours now. But you wonder as you cross back through the city, your mind racing. How can all this end well? My homegirl got herself her own little place to stay. Cadet's Couriers. Fresh start in 4 days. I don't exactly have 4 days. You know what I do have time to do? Travel out of here, pick up some Solheim data, and come back. You know, at this point, I don't know if I even have time for that per se. You know what I think I'll do? I don't mean to... She'll find somebody to help her out. If I'm not around for it. She will. Fuck, it's in 1 day? That's just when she'll be ready. That's just one rapid glitch. We can do some other stuff real quick. We'll just have more glitches popping up, maybe. First and foremost, though, we need to go to the scatter yards, I guess, and then we should have like a straight away to go over there. All right, we'll just have more and more glitches popping up. I think we'll be fine. Bliss has been in touch, Sleeper. Zephyr turns and looks over his shoulder as soon as you enter the cockpit. He's sitting in the pilot's seat, running diagnostic on the console. They say they're ready for the reboot. Should we head there? Not until you say so. How are you feeling? Not bad. I know the reboot needs to happen. Zephyr speaks slowly, carefully. And I know the risks. I can see all that. But I also know what happened last time. And I don't want you to forget again. To lose all this. Everything we've done. Neither do I. Seraphine nods silently, unsure what to add. I'm not trying to scare you. I just need to say that if the reboot doesn't go how we want, I'll miss you. I'll miss all of this. I will too. If you remember. Seraphine laughs shakily at his own little joke, and then turns back to his pilot console. Whenever you're ready, we can go to Flicker Row. Bliss. Seraphine pokes to the console in front of him. If you have things you want to wrap up first, I understand. I would too. Here. Seraphine tosses an object across the cockpit, and you catch it out of the air. Take that with you when you go to Bliss. It's good luck. You open your hand to see a familiar metal disc. A coin. Its engraving rubbed away to little more than vague shapes and signs. Tala gave it to me. Now it's yours. You can't run from this forever, right? He glances over his shoulder and smiles. We've done enough running, anyway. He turns back to the console and returns to the diagnostics. You leave the cockpit and run a hand along the ribbed metal wall of the passage outside. Is it really possible that you could forget all this? All these layers of memory, of experience? Perhaps you can put it off a little longer. Take another tour around the belt, tie up loose ends. Or perhaps you've had enough of that. Why try to escape the inevitable? You try to recall how it felt when you awoke after Lane interrupted the first reboot. Even that is fading into a hazy memory, told by an unreliable narrator. Hey now! What do you mean? That was me! I'm not that unreliable, okay? Why are you calling me out like that? Maybe this is just the next step then. One of thousands that put you here. And the first of the thousands more that will take you onward. You come out of your thoughts still unsure, still aware the decision of when to take that step ultimately rests with you. The workshop of Cadet's data scraper friend is just as the two of you left it. You remember the cycles you and Cadet spent in here, poring over the dark data, the strange fragments of the drone's mind, protests seeded among the cold code. Cold code. You find the drive where Cadet told you it would be, in a compartment under the padding of a bunk lined with thick shielding that makes its contents undetectable. As you pull the drive out, the metal cold on your hands, you have a sudden urge to smash it to pieces. This object, which escaped Hexport when so many others didn't. Someone, somewhere, wanted the data on this drive so badly that they would spend any number of lives to get it. But something went wrong. Some miscommunication or mistake. That's all it was. A tiny slip. And it all fell apart. Now the drive is in your hands instead. You turn it over in your hands. You know the drive contains Conway access codes, control codes, and perhaps more besides. Data of great value. Data that would win a war. You also know you are sick of thinking about it. A war? Like either side is really good for us. Both of them want to control us, to destroy us, to make something new out of our fucking dust. Keep their war out of here. Do we just smash it? What can we even do with that data? Maybe Cadet is right. It's a pointless chase, millions of lives lost. I'm gonna fucking smash it. You throw the drive against the wall without a second thought. I gave it a lot of thought, actually. It shatters the metal case, splitting, and the brittle solid state drive inside, cracking into pieces. Those pieces bounce around the metal walls of the room, splitting again until you float in a cloud of shards. You feel pinpricks of pain where some of those shards graze your skin. And you close up the workshop and leave. You head back to the rig, and as you do, a weight lifts with each corridor, each junction. As you board the transit shuttle that will take you to Marco's yard, back to the rig, you think of Hexport and what is left of that place. You will never forget what happened to the station, but you will not let it steal your future. Cadet refused to be sucked into that web of secrets, and now you refuse too. There will be no account of Senate Stats crimes. There will be no reckoning. There will be a life outside of the future they want for the belt. You know it. Out to the belt. Get all the way to Oliveira. Hopefully not be trapped there. That would be kind of annoying. Alright, let's go. Stop! A shadow figure meets you in the docking tunnel. No saboteurs allowed! Hey, kid. Seraphine glides forward and ruffles the figure's hair. Still playing sheriff? Nah, just bored. What are you two doing here? Xander glides alongside you and Seraphine as you drift through the tunnel. None of your business. Seraphine pushes past. No offense, kid, but you aren't actually the sheriff around here. You pass through the familiar doors and back into Oliveira. Surprisingly pleasant feeling, oddly like coming home. You came! Cadence is there in the docking concourse, waiting to greet you. I'm impressed. Seraphine's face immediately erupts into an uncontainable smile. Cadence! He turns to you. You two remember each other, right? Sleeper saved the colony. Cadence's deadpan answer seemed intended to cover for Seraphine's awkwardness. Yeah, I remember them. The four of you descend down through the docking tower together and into Oliveira itself. The colony looks much the same as when you left, though you pick up from Cadence that changes are coming. Cameron's back with a vengeance since Darkside. It's all about expanding and improving the colony, which is why I asked you to come, Sarah. The nickname slips out, but both Cadence and Seraphine clock it and glance at you. You're so cute together. As you reach the core of the colony, you see the increased activity. There are more colonists than you remember. and they move back and forth with purpose, carrying crates and tools, the chatter less than usual. We need all the help we can get to sort the place out. Cadence notices you are watching the stream of freight and people. Carmen wants to do some kind of event, an anniversary, I think. Honor the founders and all of that. Gonna be a big party. Can't wait. So, what do you think? For some colony-mandated manual labor? Seraphine gives you a sideways glance, observing your response carefully. How could you say no?
No, I don't think I will. Having fun? You think I have time for that?
Oh dear. That's a lot of shit you're asking for me, buddy. Ew. Let me just get my fuel back first. Here's a glitched up one over here. Still got some energy back. That's all we can ask for. Let's end the cycle. Feels weird not moving around so much. Luckily, that's pretty good. Wait, you're not giving me any fuel. I'm actually legitimately stuck here until I get this stuff done? Dang, okay. Pause. I might be able to get it done next shift. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if I get 22 bars of each one, it should be fine. Let me go Hong Shuin. Sleep on that thing. Man, imagine working just due to a party and such. That's crazy. Who would do such a thing? Whew. Here we go. The past cycles in Oliver have been busy enough to take your mind off most things, while the heavy lifting and manual labor has been a welcome distraction from the looming specter of the second reboot, and the good mood of the others has been infectious. Seraphine has been almost annoyingly upbeat. His relationship with Cadence, the worst kept secret in the colony, but working alongside them, it's hard to ignore their deep feelings for each other. Xander has been happier because he has something to do new to rib Cadence about, and Seraphine, with his self-serious manner, is an easy target for pranks and teasing. Xander also hasn't been able to stop talking about the party, which he already seems to have decided will be one of the highlights of his youth. But now, finally, the cycle of the party has arrived. The canteen is down. The canteen is done up with hanging light strips, waving gently in the asteroid's microgravity. The ships themselves salvaged from the emergency lighting of wrecked ships. With the work stopped and all the colonists yet to arrive, you find the reboot filling your mind once again, growing like a shadow. Something on your mind there? I'm gonna guess I know who this is. Something on your mind there. The voice takes you by surprise. Weird. Someone different. You turn to see a colonist you haven't met before. An older man in some sort of supportive wheelchair. You turn to see a colonist you haven't met before. An older man in some sort of supportive wheelchair. I don't know why I say wheelchair. That's the second time in a row. His hair shot through with gray and his face sallow. Didn't mean to startle you. My apologies. His pale eyes scan you. Just seemed like you might need some company.
There's a strange look in his eyes that you can't quite place. He's looking at you like you've met many times before. You've never seen him before in your life. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? He gestures to the canteen with its hanging lights, his chair propelling him forward with little puffs of air. The young people did such a good job. Warms my heart to see it like this. Never thought this rock could ever be your home. He looks sideways at you. Have we met? Us? No. Sorry if I'm being a bit too familiar. Just, you remind me of someone who did a lot for me. But let's not chat about me. I want to know more about you. He turns his chair a little. What's eating you? The way you were staring at those light strips, it was like they were about to leap down and strangle you. I'm afraid of the future. I can see that. I am myself most days. After a certain point, you realize it isn't going to get any better, so all you have to do is wait for things to get worse. His body of mine is on a downward trajectory, that's for sure. But it's mine, and I've grown into it. And I guess, in the end, I like it, because it's mine. And it'll carry me all the way to the end, and then go on and become something else entirely. I don't know why, but I thought it always helps me. The colonist squints at you. Sorry, I'm not good at reassuring people. I just remembered that. But I do like chatting. He looks back at the light strips. Really lovely, isn't it? Just beautiful. You look back at the light strips now, as the hum of people arriving filters into the canteen. There's something in the air. Anticipation. The sense of a rare moment passing through. Something to hold onto. And then let go. The light strips really are beautiful. When you turn back to the old colonist to agree with him, he's already gone. Hey, sleeper! Seraphine pushes through the now gathering crowd towards you. Got you a drink. He offers a pouch of some amber liquid. Hey! Cadence comes up alongside you and hugs you with one arm. Wondered where you were hiding. She smiles warmly at you with her infectious smile. You think about mentioning the old colonist to her, asking her about him, but Seraphine hushes the two of you. Guardman is about to start. You follow Seraphine's eyes to the front of the canteen, where above the head of the now quite large crowd of colonists, Carmen floats, surveying the room. We meet this cycle, Carmen begins, his voice loud but clipped, formal in a way you haven't heard before. To first remember those founders of this colony, those lost and still with us. I will never forget the distress call that brought me here, to the wreck of the Pilgrim Seed. I will never forget the scenes that greeted me, and I know some of you were there too. A rumble of acknowledgement moves through the crowd. But I also know that many of you weren't. That many of you came here to take refuge from other troubles, and I would like you to be able to remember too. You glance at Cadence, her eyes fixed with incredible intensity on Carmen. They look wet in the glow of the light strips. There were thousands of refugees on the Pilgrim Seed, and too many, far too many, were lost. Those from Ember's Step, Ember's Song, Ember's Hearth. Those from the Three Sisters, from Erlin's Eye. Many are not here in Oliveira any longer. They take their own paths across the belt and beyond. But we acknowledge them all. We remember them all. lost and found, present and absent, because without them there would be no colony here. Before the wreck, Olivera was a handful of buried bays, a scrapper hideout, a place for old and tired mercenaries like me to hide themselves from the universe and forget what they had done. But when the Pilgrim Seed was wrecked, it brought the universe back to Olivera, and I could not hide any longer. Carmen stares out across the crowd with a hard glare. We built this canteen from the Pilgrim Seed. We built our homes, our farms, a refinery. We built our independence from their failed hope. A rustle of discomfort goes through the crowd. Carmen pauses to let this settle. We should not be ashamed or afraid of this. We will remember this gift. We will build on it. This cycle, and every cycle after. We will thank them with our actions. The crowd mutters agreement. Carmen takes a deep breath and straightens up. A weight seems lifted from him, the weight of testimony. Now, here, in this room, with you, I will thank them with my laughter. A cheer goes up. I will thank them with my joy, with my celebration. Another roar of approval. We will all thank them as loudly and as chaotically as we can. The room erupts into cheers and applause. I'll join in. You cheer and applaud too. You whoop, and Seraphine laughs nearby. Then, feel a pair of hands on your arm. Cadence pulling at you, grinning and crying. And you feel another hand on your other arm, Seraphine dragging you into the crowd. Suddenly, you're in the thick of the crowd, so many bodies in one room dancing and spinning and shouting. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You notice the rest of the crew in the melee, a flash of a familiar face here and there among the mass of colonists. You see Xander being thrown up in the air by a group of different kids of different ages, laughing madly as he bounces off the ceiling. And for the rest of the cycle, you think about nothing else but the joy of those around you. And the joy it instills in you. When's the wedding, my boy? You wake up in your berth, the same light that always shines in the belt shining incessantly through the window. You're slow to rise, slow to begin this fresh cycle. At some point, Seraphine arrives back onto the rig, with no indication of whether he slept or not. You find him in the cockpit, leaning in the pilot's chair, looking out at the lights of Olivera and smiling. It was a good party. Not sure I've seen anything like it. Same. Seraphine laughs again. You really let it all go, huh? I loved to see it. Seraphine yawns and stretches. Oh god, I'm doing it too. So, Olivera's all fixed up. Colonists are happy. Blah, blah, blah. Where to now? Don't you want to say? Here? Still a bit too much of a backwater for my taste. Cadence understands. Don't worry. Seraphine pauses a moment, something passing over him that makes him shiver. I heard from Tala. He looks away. Wellspring is still in transition, but Union Council is taking over. Kirk got what he wanted. Really? The blockade will come down soon, but I'm not sure I'm ready to revisit the place yet. When I come back to Tala, I want to have something to show for myself, you know? I get it. Family. He shrugs. Maybe Once the reboot is done, once the blockade is down, maybe we can revisit then. We'll get there. Some cycle soon. You aren't sure if Seraphine is trying to convince you or himself. He stretches, shaking off his feeling. For now, though, the belt is ours to explore. Olivera has filled up our fuel tank, so it really is up to you where we go. He gets up. While you are deciding, I'm going to dig up some breakfast. He glides out of the cockpit. You take a moment to look back out across the tiny lights of Olivera, dwarfed by the crater and the rack that sits at its far end. Not bad. Not bad at all, you think. Might as well upgrade it. Not much to do, but might as well. Oh, that filled me up all the way. I'll get some extra energy then, why not? Who's gonna stop me? Not my cat. Beat that. How far does Helen get? I have to do 13 just to get over there? Jeez. I'll do it. Why not? What am I looking at? Oh yeah, getting Solheim data actually sucks for me, doesn't it? No, actually we're good at this. Us? We're good at it. Ooh, that's neutral. We shouldn't die. It should be at most like 3 energy. Nice. And that should be able to get me all the way over to green side. Right? Green belt? Too far. Far spindle, not too far though. Revisit back. Do a little loop around the belt. Why not? Visit some nice places. Another flicker in the dark before waking, and a numbness that follows soon after. You wake slowly and stare out at the flickering stars and the distant rocks of the belt. Let the thought of fear or panic wash over you. They pass like the soft dust of the belt, disappearing into the darkness. You find yourself once more as you do every morning, as you will continue to do, cycle after cycle, until you can't. You wonder what part of you has changed, what system is failing. Your frame is silent, its complaints only felt in ambiguous sensations. The glitches seem random, unpredictable, but also inevitable. Will only increase in number until you reboot yourself. But you do not know what lies beyond that. At least the glitches are dependably familiar. The reboot is anything but. Let's go gambling. Damn. Are you suspicious of me? I'm doing nothing wrong. Forget about it. I'm stressed. Who knew that gambling would be stressful? That's crazy. Nothing left to do, really. Build Junie's archive. Visit and see what Cadet's up to. Finish the reboot. Start with Junie stuff. We got your data that you're looking for. You've been waiting for what feels like a long time. Junie insists you can't help, so you find yourself floating in the baking heat of the HAPEP mainframe while she taps away at her terminal. As you do, you can't help but shake the feeling of a presence nearby, one that you are coming to understand as some remnant of Overseer. You don't know if Overseer was ever really a person, but now, with their many selves combined and dispersed, their consciousness expanding to fill the vast space of the HAPEP and its network, they surely aren't even close to human anymore. You think of them as a ghost. Perhaps now they are better understood as something less mournful, as a system, a process, a thing becoming. The entire station is their body. You can't help but wonder how that feels. And we are ready. Junie hits a key on her terminal with percussive force. It'll take a little while, but she'll be online in a few moments. She looks flushed with excitement. She? Weren't you listening at all last time? Junie squints at you. Don't tell me you drifted off. I was thinking about Overseer. Junie shakes her head. Then you don't know. She suddenly looks concerned. A voice screeches out of the terminals. It ascends in pitch from a squeal to speaking. Then below the mainframe, a flickering projection appears, first as lines and then as solid light. The Warden! Welcome, visitors. Warden flickers and warps. I am the Warden. Please provide. The image jerks and freezes, then blinks out. Shit! Junie taps at her terminal. Just need to reconfigure her for the HAPEP environment. How is this possible? I found her, or at least an iteration of her, in what we took from the bunker. Don't worry, I've taken precautions. She can't hurt us, okay? The technician is right. Warden's clipped voice echoes from the cavernous mainframe bay. My protocol is operating under safe mode limitations. Warden's blind eyes stare out over your head. Do not be concerned, Officer Dahl. Sorry, I'll fix that. Why the Warden? Archiving was her role in the bunker. She's ideally suited to this, and she understands Solheim Network better than we ever could. Come on, you have to admit this is pretty cool. You look at the statuesque figure of Warden. Once at the heart of Solheim's intelligence-gathering operations across the belt, could such a tool of corporate oversight ever be used for something good? Look, watch this. Junie turns to Warden. Warden, provide the last known location of every Solheim vessel above Ryger class in the Starward Belt. Immediately, technician. Warden draws a circle with a pointed finger and it expands, filling it with bright specks. At first, hundreds, and then thousands. A constellation of sights. See? This is our future, built on the foundation of our past. These tools are ours now. You look at the arc of specks, the points of light describing the shape of a long-dead corporation's power. This is incredible. It is. It is. People need to know what this city, this system is built on. Warden can do that. It can expose that. It will be up to us to reshape the ruins into something new. I knew when I saw her that I couldn't leave her there, alone in the dark. I've been in that dark pit, and I won't condemn another being to it. Junie looks at the placid Warden. Human or not, how we treat her is a test of our own values, of the world we project. Data is not a currency. It is not a commodity. It is an immaterial output of a system, a structure, a society. Junie meets your eye. This will be a place to uncover that system for ourselves. She looks around at the chaotic trailing wires and the floating terminals. Once I've cleared it up a bit. You and Junie spend a little longer in the mainframe, sorting cables and offering Warden casual queries. Not all of them return useful information, and Junie begins listing out the changes she'll need to make. After a while, you both find yourself tiring, heads aching with all the fresh information you've crammed into them. So you close up the core and descend back through the layers of the facility to Darkseid's surface. As you do, you feel the history of each strata, the layers that make up this place and the belt beyond. Now, more than ever, it feels tangible to you, as if it contains not only the past, but the promise of the future as well. Cadets Courier Service, ready and running.
Courier shifts? You would make some really good money from doing this.
Would you look at that? Wait, do you need more Solheim data, girl? Let's just sleep for a second. Let me end the cycle. Hey, alright. Seraphine's coin. A good luck charm to guide you through the reboot. You need to be rebooted to have any chance of surviving, but the outcome is unclear. The step will mean big changes, no matter what happens. Come on now. Don't worry about it. You turn Seraphine's coin over and over in your fingers as you stand in Flicker Row. Crowds pushing past on their way to whatever future awaits them. Your fingers glide over the worn metal as you imagine Seraphine's have, Talas have, in moments of anticipation. Perhaps others, where the coin came to be Talas, have repeated the same ritual, the same nervous routine. Their fingers were human, born, not made. This intrusive thought makes you slip the coin into a pocket quickly, as if it had delivered a shock. You hear a hiss. The door of the shop slides open, revealing Ankita. You see her eyes scan the crowds, almost defensively, before she spots you there and nods in your direction. I don't really feel like saying, "Hey, Ankita!" I'm not exactly like that right now. Ankita turns away and disappears into the lights of Flicker Row. Maybe I should have talked to her, though. You take a final moment, and then will yourself inside, leaving the glimmering lights and the shifting crowd behind. Bliss is perched at a console. They turn as you enter. Finally! They smile weakly. You were making me think you wouldn't show. I saw Nikita. Oh, yeah, we were talking again. She has a lot to do and she needs the backup, you know. I don't think Ankita does very well unless she's busy, so it's for the best. I don't think she'll ever change, but people surprise you sometimes. They smile attentively. Anyway, this is not what you're here for. We need to focus on the reboot. I'm sure Seraphine told you, but everything is ready. Bliss gestures to 2 couches with straps, freshly built connectors, and a bundle of wires at one end. I hope it'll be comfortable for you both. Where's Flint? Was just getting some air. Flint leans in the open doorway, watching you both. Their pale face looks even more drained of color than usual. Flint comes inside the shop and nods to you. Let's do this. They take a shaky breath. I'm ready. Flint and Bliss go silent, and the sound of the crowds outside filters gently into the room, mixing with the whine of the air cycler and the hum of the terminals. There's not much more to say. Bliss looks at you both. Okay. Let's begin. Bliss helps you and Flint onto your couches. You settle there and slide your arms and legs under the straps that will keep you in place. The connector, with its thick bundle of wires, waves above your head. It's hard not to feel exposed, lying here on your back, anticipating what is to come. It's even harder when the memory of waking up to this very same ceiling, with its bundles of dangling tech and scratched pleating, forces itself into your mind. You've been here before. Last time, you woke up to fear and panic. Woke up to a desperate escape and a shattered mind. A reboot interrupted. The thought sends you trembling. But then, staring up at the same ceiling, the trembling dissipates. After all, you are back here now. That means you survived this crisis. Grew from it. You took the hit and bounced back unbeaten. All good there? Bliss's face floats into your vision. All good. How about you, Flint? You turn your head to see Flint lying beside you, stiff and still. They manage a tight-lipped nod. Looking at Flint staring up at the ceiling, like you were a moment ago, you feel a rush of sympathy. After all, they haven't faced this before like you have. They're stepping into a future they cannot see. You've been here before. Now you're just completing the journey. You raise an arm, reaching across the gap between the couches, and your hand touches Flint's. They do not look at you, but they grip your fingers in theirs tightly. Flint's fingers feel different to human fingers. The thick vinyl skin, the repair patches, the pressure of the metal skeleton beneath. You know this is what your touch feels like too. That recognition is like a connection being made. You close your eyes and feel something flowing between the two of you. A solidarity so embodied that it reverberates within you. I'm connecting you to the terminal. Bliss's voice already feels distant, lost in the noise. You feel the cold click of the connector, the sense of flowing data. I'll be here when you wake up. In the dark, you feel restless. You shuffle your fingers, adjust your position against the couch. You take a moment to notice the sound has gone. The rumble of the crowds, the hum of the machines. The detail unsettles you. And so you search for reassurance. You think of Bliss's words. I'll be here when you wake up. You focus on them, on the possibility of waking, of being somehow renewed. But what would that renewal look like? Your eyes blinking into the lights of Flicker Row. Bliss, Seraphine, and a renewed Flint beside you? But what then? Darkside, Trap. Is Darkside our home? There's a lot that we need to do here. I could make it a home. There's definitely a lot of things I need to do here. Traveling, well, we traveled all across the belt. I don't think there's much left to do, unless we really want to move out of this place. But I don't think that's a story I'd like to tell. I don't think that'd be the story I want to tell. The station, yes, with its thronging thousands. Where else to be but the heart of the Starward Belt as it transforms? You put yourself in the city station, just outside the store perhaps, among the bright signs, or higher in one of the ramshackle towers that look down on the ceaseless flow of Darkside. The projects, the possibilities make themselves known to you. The neon paths that curl and split and branch across the dark surface. You choose one. Seraphine and the crew. Always has to be my boy. Yeah. The path that always bends back towards home, no matter how far it travels. The rig and the crew. Some you know now, and some yet to be met. Pushing out into the belt with a hold full of supplies and a contract in your mind. An image in the cockpit with Seraphine, looking out at the stars. An image multiplied many, many times, with many moods and textures. But at the heart of it, an unspoken link between you and your pilot. The knowledge that Darkside will always be your home. You'll fly until the drive runs dry, the whole plates flake off, and your bones become the scrap this place is built upon. Then you feel it, the insistent pulling of a thread, the unraveling of your very self. The reboot comes on slow and icy, seeping into your mind. A little piece of you flake off in the flow, fading with distance. You hear a voice, Bliss's voice, so far away now. You reach for it, stretch your every sense towards its familiar warmth. I'm starting the reboot. As a whisper into the wind, pulled away from you the moment it is spoken. I'll see you on the other side. And all of a sudden, you wish you could make it stop. The incessant entropy of time, the tumbling rocks through space, getting further apart every cycle, disappearing into the vacuum ahead. The decay of cells, the degradation of code, the corrosion and rot and rust. You wish in this moment to freeze it all, so you might hang on to preserve the warmth of the light, the softness at the heart of things. This thought grips you, tears into you like fear. You fear the ice creeping in and know that everything will be lost, if not now, then mere moments away. And then you feel it. Impossibly. Seraphine's coin, worn smooth by worry, turning in your hand. Time has been pressed into that coin by hands, by fingers. It is a near infinite record of transient touches, each one shaping it in some small way. It is worn and worthless. It is bent and broken. And it is beautiful and all of those things. And so you press your thumb against it, your crooked, callous thumb, again and again, because you are a broken thing. And you have nothing left but that brokenness and the beauty that shines through it. And then, somewhere nearby, the button is pressed. And all at once, one thing ends, and something new begins. A jump over the age game. Thank you very much, Gareth, Damian, Martin, and everyone who worked on this. These are the kind of games I really like. Really, really beautifully written. They really did such an excellent job making this game so much better than the first one. The first one to me was definitely more of a visual novel, which was exceptionally well written. Loved all the stories. It felt almost like a slice of life in a sense, where you had so many different stories of different people on a space station, and visiting them, learning about their lives, interacting with you you know. I think that was really beautiful. And this time they did that while actually making a really, really interesting game out of it. I would say it was mostly stressful near the beginning, especially when I did my first playthrough. You know, second playthrough, I was definitely more like, okay, I know what to do here. And then it definitely got stressful near the end. There was definitely several close calls that started popping up on my side, and that made things exceptionally hectic. I pulled through with the skin of my teeth and a little bit of luck. I'll say it, a lot of luck. Whole lot of luck. So, I'll take what I can get, you know? But, thank you very much to every single solitary person that made this game. It was beautiful. It was a heartwarming story, and I deeply appreciate it. And thank you, each and every one of you, who for some reason reached the end of this video. It's going to be a long one. Take care. Have a good night, or a good morning, or an afternoon.